spore, a non-uniform spore that sticks up out of the water. So on the ununiform points that stick up out of the water, why would we expect to see curvature over land? It's on uniform, on congressional, and we know this. How? Through planar survey. It's called topography. Topographical, it has elevation. Elevation increases from the point of contact with the mean level of the ocean all the way to the center point of a continent. Can we consider that curvature? No, because it's a sine or a cosine. It's sin. It's decrease in elevation or increase in an ascension. There's a lot of points. I'm about to make a rant video, and just attack every point from an educated level. I'm about to write a thesis on this because academia is where we should be trying to get.
Do it. Because this is what I tell people based on just what I know from surveying and from doing surveys. I get what you're talking about.
No self-respecting surveyor say he measured curvature over land because he knows land is uncongressional and it's against the teachings of survey. It's against our education to say that is curvature because land is uncongressional, topographical, and elevated, none of which equal curve. Just an uncongressional point of an ellipsoid that sticks out of a sphere. On uniform. The ellipsoid is not the sphere. So this is what you need to understand. Your oblate sphere is made up of water. Look for curvature over water, but then you'll never find it over water because water's turbulent. So I've come to the understanding that we'll never prove it with land or water. We have to have an outside view from this frame, this reference frame. It's the only way it can be proven. Too many conditions, atmospheric conditions over water. There's swells, eddies, wakes. You have underground topography that creates rising in the water. Where the Atlantic current goes up a mountain, it'll swell. And if there's a boat beyond that and the glober makes an observation, he says, I can't see it, that's due to curvature. But what's actually going on in the unseen world there is water's flowing under the water. There's underwater current. It hits a rise in topography or elevation in the undersea land, and it pushes the water upwards. So what you're seeing is a swell.
Good night.
Current swells and eddies can account for all curvature that's been said over blocked view over water. Oceanic swells, the further you get out, they increase. An average 5-foot swell at shoreline will increase to an average 30-foot swell in the ocean, open ocean, a mile out. It only takes a little bit of research to know these things, too, and not talk from a standpoint of ignorance and sound ignorant to people who actually do this research. Doesn't take much work. And I mean, if you're lazy in your research on one topic, then an educated man could logically infer that you were lazy all through high school, and you're lazy on every subject you research. So that's your problem. Ignorance due to laziness. I'm hyper fastidious. I'm hyper in everything I do. I need to know more. Because the more is what makes you drag people through the mud when they talk about a topic. But then globe earthers most generally say, you look too far into it. Now the truth is you can't look too far in a subject. Until you know the foundational principles of a subject, you don't know the subject. You're repeating where it advanced to. That's all you're doing. The advanced argument within the area. A lot of shit's based on assumptions, theoretical equations based on assumptions. It's like S&P wave equations. Those are based on assumptions of composition. Based on a model which assumes composition of inner core and outer core crust and all that. We don't know that. We've never dug down and tested it to links that we assume it. We don't know what's down there. That's more of the truth. I mean, we could guess if we look at the surface and we say the surface builds. So vegetation and animals live and die on the surface. That means the surface is a compost pile. So as a farmer, I would say Earth is a compost pile. And there's all kinds of chemical reactions going on underground, just like there are in a compost pile. That's why in real tropical areas during the summer, the floor of a forest that's shaded can be hotter than anywhere else. And why? Because decomposition is happening there, where nitrates and potassiums from living things are breaking down and they react together and cause heat. Compost pile can burn for 3 months, but we get told nothing but molten level core could make lava. That's not true. Potassium nitrate meeting any other nitrate underground could cause a molten flow underground through chemical reaction called spontaneous combustion. I love the science because it doesn't prove what I'm saying, but it proves that most people don't do enough research to even address what I'm saying. And that flat Earth is based on a wide knowledge of a lot of topics and not a misunderstanding of all physics. You know how many times I get told that, but I passed. I can do an ordinary differential equation or a partial. I did 15-page equations to get my engineering degree, bachelor's in science. I'm willing to research large, complex subjects, and I'm willing to handle large, complex processes. That's why I took mechanical engineering. I can not just design a product, but I can engineer a process to manufacture that product. I can make a statistical process control process. I can design the math for that process, and design the part and design the machines that run that process. And then I can set it into work and watch a symphony go off that I orchestrated from beginning to end. Same thing with motors. You know, there's a few hundred parts in a motor, and it's a process to tear down and rebuild. You got to be able to keep track of each process. It takes complex thought. Most diesel engineers are more educated than your lab scientists, unless they do deep, complex processes.
Hey, Mike.
What's up, Larry?
How you doing, bro?
I'm feeling good. If you can't tell, I'm real calm, relaxed, no drama in my life, and well thinking.
Good, bro. I was gonna tell you, I've been thinking recently. You know, light is probably one of the most convoluted subjects, the physics of light.
It is.
You have all these ball earthers across the world claiming to be experts on they know what light's doing.
Yeah, but the rest of the world doesn't even know what light is. Yeah. You know, in receiving a bachelor's of science, light is one of the things you cover. We cover all the things, you know, double slit, all that. But we also understand at that academic level, there no contracts are signed on light. It's like electricity. We can use it, but we don't know where the hell it comes from, and we really don't know how it works or what it is. And when, you know, I just laugh when they start using light as a proof because we don't know what it is and how it works. We guess. Just like gravitational lensing is a theory. So we say it's true because we proved light lensed around the moon, but we didn't prove that light lenses around the moon because the moon is outside the scale of experimentation. So we didn't do any cause and effect experiments on gravitational lensing. We observed the thing. We said what it was, and we called that science. But it's not science. Science is actually establishing a cause and effect relationship through a repeated experiment and continued results, right? So gravitational lensing isn't science unless you're calling theoretic science, and that's another oxymoron. Theoretical science. Science isn't theoretical, it's demonstrated through the scientific method and process. So we've molested science, dude. Or not us, not we, academia has. in their prideful search to be great and have answers for all things. They now call theory answer. We're fighting a generation of people that think their theory, their assumed theory that's never been demonstrated, can outdo applied sciences that are demonstrated in everyday life. They argue against applied sciences that we know through application and engineering and design, process, and manufacturing. They argue against that stuff to say that's not true. All of it's true on a microscopic scale. This is another trick. But when it becomes megascopic, even though it's built out of these building blocks that display these qualities, those qualities change when you cram them all together. That's the most asinine concept I've ever heard. The gas laws change when you stack atmospheres, but we don't have to come up with a way that the atmospheres stack. They collect. We don't have to say how they collect. We just say once they all gather together, it all changes. Bullshit. It's not true. We compress gas in containers all the time and see the same thing. So the cause for it is containment. But yet we argue against that. And that's an applied science. We do it every day. We see gradients within a propane tank. Liquid on the bottom, gas on the top. The gas gets lighter as the gradient thins out. It's that simple. So when you first open a propane tank, you get a real weak flame. And then after it flows for a minute, you get a real strong flame. Same with acetylene. That's a proof of a gradient, period. The weakest gases are on the top, the thinnest. And then as you suck off the thinnest layer on the top, you get to the purest layer. Or the next purest layer, which gets you a hotter flame. And always at the end of a acetylene tank, you'll be cutting shit quicker with torches than you were at the beginning of the tank. Why? Because the purest gases are at the bottom. They're the most dense. They burn the hottest. But we'll argue against that just to prove a globe, even though it's applied. It's you can't argue against it. We do it. It's done. Demonstration proves it. How can you argue against demonstration to prove a globe and then still have faith in your theoretical stuff? None of the proofs are scientific. And I've got to
do. I wonder what happens if we build an acrylic box with valves and put hydrogen gas and oxygen in there.
There'll be a separation. Yeah. You have a acetylene torch on the top and just oxygen in the middle. Yeah. Dude, I'm trying to get my professor from MSU who knows this and teaches it that certain concepts are true because we use them. And certain ones are just theoretical, and you should know the difference because theoretical isn't science. I'm trying to get him to get on that line and state certain things online, on video, do an interview. But I can't blame him because it'd fuck with his livelihood if it goes against academia. They pay him to teach their curriculum, not the truth. Their curriculum. They don't owe you the truth. There's no law that says they got to teach truth.
Well, let's start up a private school and let's hire him as the science teacher. How about that?
Well, that's what we'd have to do to get real engineers and mechanical engineer professors and specialists in hydrolysis and these guys with multiple degrees to come in and teach the truth that they know through experience. Yeah, we'd have to offer them the same money so that their livelihood doesn't get affected. At least.
I'd probably offer them more. Fuck.
No, fuck that. No, fuck that. All they want to know is their livelihood ain't crushed. They're cool with their $210,000 a year. We don't have to give them more than that. That's shrewd business, Cuddles. Come on, we know what shrewd is. Even though we disagree with shrewd.
Hey, I just say the more you invest in the right people, the more the return you get. I see the...
Oh, I know. I'm joking. You know my principle. The people are the company. You treat the people well, you have a better company. Yep, I agree.
But 210, I didn't know that was the the range.
Oh, well, they can make anywhere from
at work, yeah. At their job, hell yeah. But teaching this in a university,
150 to 310,000 a year. It depends on tenor.
That ain't too bad.
Well, I was wondering when I was in school, because I thought I might just want to get 5 degrees and teach if it pays good enough.
I mean, there are good teachers out there that can't find work, though.
Well, there are, because they refuse to teach bullshit, and they keep trying to take. They keep trying to take jobs and then slide it in, but then kids, fail tests because they're not based on the curriculum. They're not teaching the curriculum. You got to teach the curriculum and the truth at the same time. The only thing a test is an example of how much you can remember and repeat. That's the IQ is an intelligence. That's how much you retain from repetitive action. Intelligence is questions that tell how well you can use what you know. If I just ask, do you remember this physics, and you remember it perfect, that's IQ. You have a good IQ, which means memory. So intelligence is a distribution of knowledge. How well can you use what you remember? That's intelligence. Can you think on your feet?
Be able to explain it, but I can take it apart and fix it.
Exactly. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that are like that aren't book smart, but they can do it. And then there's people who are book smart that couldn't fucking do it if you paid them to. You know how many dumbass engineers I know? As soon as we got out of school, this motherfucker couldn't do shit because he was just book smart and he's trying to do everything by the book. Where in engineering, you keep it so simple and manage it. Those are our two favorite terms. Manage it, meaning play with it and figure it out. You trial and error in engineering always. All that schooling goes out the fucking window when you got to fine tune some shit in, and it's that damn simple. Engineering just gets you there. Gets you to I'll design a part in a process. I said that, and when I said I could implicate it to the floor and make it work, what I said is, we'll design the part and you won't be able to make it to spec. And I'll design a way that we can keep it in some type of variance so that all parts will work together and we'll be able to make it work. Even though we can't keep it in the variance and we can't make it to spec, because that's just the conundrum of manufacturing. I can design the perfect building. The problem is we can't build it. And that's due to manufacturing procedures or human error. To break it down to the most common reason is human error. Humans are implicating this perfect math, and the math loses its perfection in the application of building it. And then you got people who say, we built a bridge and it was 2 millimeters off because of fucking the globe. And globers don't understand 2 millimeters is an acceptable freaking deviation from plumb when you're talking about just human error. I couldn't believe that the bridge was only 2 millimeters off and you blame it only on the globe. Shit, that's human error. If I added human error if I said, well, the globe did it 2 millimeters and you had a human error, you should be off 8 millimeters. Because there's going to be human error. There's no process where it doesn't exist.
See, they're pointing out 2 millimeters while their gravity is off by a magnitude of 120.
I didn't think
we'd on a specific day too, during certain times of the year, the gravity, because the moon's supposedly closer, is supposed to be less. It's supposed to be 2,900,000 and something times less on us.
Well, that brings up a good point, that there'll be certain weather conditions wherein that 2 millimeters won't exist on certain days on Earth. And so there is no globe. And that'll just be because of the way the metal in the bridge reacts to the temperatures. So there will be days that bridge won't be off by 2 millimeters at all. It'll fluctuate. It'll expand and contract. So that 2 millimeters, no offense, it's not globe. It's got nothing to do with the globe. Everything to do with atmospheric conditions and how they affect metal. If you actually studied metallurgy, you know that. But that's something only usually mechanical engineers study. Or, fabricators are real well versed in it. I've met fabricators that know more about that when I know the processes of metallurgy. And I've met fabricators that know way more about it than I do. And I'm impressed, very impressed. Because, like I said, I'm hyper fastidious. I like to be a know-it-all on any subject I touch.
Yeah.
It's a competition for me. It really is.
That's why theology's fun for me. But again, that one, it's a competition of logical breakdown.
It is. It is. If you apply a logic to it, a lot of teachings, a lot of academic teachings, they fall apart.
Well, I don't need a book. Just look, hand me your book. I'll show you where all the mistakes are. I've only read it a few times, but
Right, that's what I like to do. Apply logic to everything so you can break apart a teaching the minute you read the first 2 paragraphs. If it's based on this shit, it's bullshit.
well, dude, back when I was studying, in my early 20s, the whole theology is like getting in depth on their origins.
You
I
should
did
have
a 5-minute spiel, and I showed my friend. I walked down every single religion that we could list off and showed him where all their fucking issues were with their own texts.
You should have an MA by now.
Nah. I would love to go to school for mechanical engineering so I could better understand.
Well, MA is theology. You know that, a master's of theology.
Yeah, but it's not like I don't care that much. Like, I'd rather have the knowledge than have the piece of paper.
Well, the piece of paper is meaningless if you have the application. That's why journeyman was more popular than degree.
Yeah, because they actually knew what the fuck they were doing.
Quicker.
Bro, I can set up MedGas anywhere you want it. What's up?
Well, you know what I mean.
I'm still an apprentice.
Yeah, they can do it quicker. Exactly, you can do it quicker. I've worked with journeyman fucking welders, and I mean, I'm certified.
All the guys I learned from were journeymen, but see, the journeymen were the ones that were supposed to. That were journeymen or master plumbers are the only ones that can touch MedGas.
Yeah.
The apprentices could set it up, but we couldn't put fittings on. We couldn't do any of that shit because they would get in trouble.
Yeah, because you can't seal it. That only they can.
Right.
You're not gonna get the quality of the seal that they want.
Right. Well, that's the general idea. Most people aren't going to, and most people aren't. But most apprentices can't fucking show up to the job site, grab the plans for the day, read the motherfuckers, go grab the fittings, the pipe that they need, and put that shit up.
That's because most of them don't understand those. They don't understand what they're reading. You're right. It's one of the hardest parts of engineering. That's a part of an engineering
All I need is the
process.
legend.
Exactly.
I just need the legend. I just need the legend. And I know I need 10 seconds or 20 seconds with the legend, and then I can tell you what everything is, literally. But I asked someone to teach me at the job site, and he says, you see this? Well, this is what it is. And you see that? That's what that is. And that over there, that's what this is. Okay, so like this, and this are, oh, that's the electricians, and this is the AC guys, and oh, there's our pipes.
Yeah. Yep. If you can read that, then you can understand what all is your portion of the work.
Yeah, I probably should have gone to college for plans and CAD, but
You probably should have.
I still can.
Well, a lot of people don't catch on to that even after they pass the class.
But I don't feel I don't feel like
That's them book smart people I was talking about.
taking that $100,000 hit just does not feel good without an actual guaranteed contract.
I paid mine with a GI Bill. I hear you.
Look, I can study everything at home and apply it.
And what wasn't covered by the GI Bill was military sponsored, Marine Corps sponsored, because it was actually applied to my job position.
Well, that's why I'd like to start a private school. Look, I know what I needed growing up, and I didn't get it, and I went to public school, and some of them tried, and the rest of them didn't at all. I went from one place where I was looking at a career in marine biology, one high school to another, completely different city. They had ROTC, they had marine biology, equine science, and a couple other electives that set you towards a career path.
Yeah.
College course career path.
ROTC
And then I went to a whole nother city. None of that shit existed. All it was about was books and stupid elective classes that had fuck all to do with actually using your brain.
Yeah. There's a lot of junk in the college education. I'll agree with that.
Well, dude, local
the only thing is, listen, they don't understand the globes of belief we're taught in school in a lot of different things, but it never gets applied in our work. But we get taught it applies to our work, but we never have to use it in application. You don't need fucking global math and highway engineering, bridges, construction, any of that.
If you can tell me what them squiggly lines are and the symbols are and what they mean, I can tell you what something reads. But until I know, I couldn't do shit.
Well, that's
I can show you how to operate that machine, though, and how to repair it that math is talking about.
Yeah, that's the legend. You're talking about knowing the legend. And those symbols you get taught in school, those are hard to memorize, dude, even for an engineer.
Yeah, it's like learning Chinese.
Sometimes they actually got a book that defines all those symbols for you. It's a legend, what? Assistant legend. It's a legend assistant. It assists you in reading your legend. But it's for your back pocket. Just like a conversion, math conversions for threads and stuff. You know, you get a machinist assistant. Tells you all the threads so you know the ascension rate.
Well, dude, you got a cheat sheet basically for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Carpentry's got a cheat sheet. The plumbers have a cheat sheet. I mean, depending on what you're doing. It's funny as shit to mess with the new guys, though, to ask them to put the damn the inline at like a 1/4 degree bubble.
360 degree wrapped helically around the central point. 360 degrees. What's that mean if you're wrapped helixly around a 360 degree point? You are, if you're wrapped around a central point 360 degrees with ascending level, you're screwed.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, that's a machinist joke. You're screwed. or threaded. It could be threaded, but we say no, you're screwed because the thread's on the screw, so you are screwed.
Captain's eye joke.
Yep.
Where is he? Look, I could probably write the paperwork to start a school. I couldn't teach all of the classes. Hell, I probably could only do fill-ins for a few.
I know I
Okay,
talk
well-
too much. I try. My classes would, it'd take a year for me to teach a 6-month course because I just try to cover them too well. I talk too much. I'd have to have that focused curriculum written by a person who was honest. You know? Then I could condense it and, otherwise I'm just going to keep wandering. I know so much. I just, end up saying more than needs to be said to teach. A lot of times things are condensed because this is all I need to teach you for you to know and understand it. You don't need to know where it came from just to understand it and apply it. We could offer those as extended courses if you wanted to take them and be a specialist in a field. To truly advance a field, I think you need to know it from the beginning to the end. Not just be the most advanced guy who works under the most advanced principal in that field. That shouldn't make you a specialist. A specialist should know everything about metal. If you're a welder, you should know everything about metallurgy. All we know about metal, temper, stencil, all that. Brittle, cold rolled, every process. Or you're not a specialist. You should know the entirety of it.
Yeah, I'm still learning all that stuff, but I do love welding.
Yeah, me too.
That's a hobby I actually went to college for.
I use what I do for for entertainment. I build race cars, I weld them to where I could pass a microwave test, X-ray test for a 12-point roll cage for drag racing, and I do it. I build my own cars. So
I would love to build a track car, mid-engine track car. I have an idea.
So you want to use a mid-engine van, or are you going to make a car? There's a mid-engine Ford van that people put 440s in all the time. They're fucking awesome. The weight balance is that you get less front end.
1969, the flat six.
Is
that a 69 with a slant six?
Yeah. Well, you pull that out and put the 440 in it. Yep.
A mid-engine van.
Yeah, 440, and then it balances out so you get less front end pull. The front end doesn't rise as much because it's mid structure balance. The weight distribution is in the middle of the structure, not in the front.
All right, so we're gonna take a van with the 454 and put it on a track. 440 and put it on a track.
And launch it like a rocket. Yeah, hell yeah, that's the kind of shit I enjoy.
I want to go to track days and see if I can set a record. With something that I built. It's funny, right? Because the cars that hold the best track records are not the cars you think are like, the most expensive car, blah, blah. Nope. Most
top and
expensive car right now
are
has the worst track time.
Yeah, most often it's broken by the people who are hungry. Because they're willing to try shit that other people aren't trying. Other people that got money tried the true, you know, used and true, you know. They stick with what we know, wherein the guys with the least amount of money that are doing it with the least amount of stuff, they're trying new concepts. They discover new shit and they advance the field. This is how we learned about porting, aspiration, like so most drag cars have netting or screening under their carburation that aspirates your fuel or makes it airborne. It scatters it out. That was learned by a guy who was doing it with the least amount of shit. He didn't have a high rise intake, so he made up for it by building an aspirator, which just it spreads the particles. So gas, when you dump it into the intake, it's just a flow, like just like a faucet, and you're just dumping gas in the intake, and it doesn't explode clean. Well, this guy got a cleaner, more powerful explosion from putting a house screen, under his carburetor, and when it hit it, it scattered it out, misted it. It basically missed it like an injector. And his motor was faster than all the other motors, just based on that one principle. And he had the least amount of shit. He didn't have all the high dollar heads and shit. That's a bookmark in drag racing history.
Yeah, that's why I talk about fog. You got to get the fuel to the driest fog you can get it to get it in there, to do it right, to get your 100% combustion. I say we might be able to squeeze 97, but 97 is a target to get to. We can get all the way up to 80% efficiency right now with just stuff that's been patented in the last 100 years. And a lot of those ideas deal with the screen.
They do, and high pressure injection too. Injectors are like misters.
Right. But the thing is you need a fogger nozzle, not a spray nozzle.
Yeah.
You need a fog.
I know.
If you could fog it now, ooh.
You could improve it.
You got to change your timing though. But you're probably gonna have to add a water fog. But it'd be worth it. It'd be freaking worth it. It'd be worth every penny.
I thought there was sprinkler technology that would increase our injector technology right now. Yeah, foggers and shit. Yeah.
Well, fogger nozzle. You're talking like nitrous or water mist. Yeah. Gases, water. Yeah.
Foggers
I see
came
more gases
from sprinkler systems. You know that, and then we used them in nitrous. That was another guy that was using the least amount of shit to get the most amount of value. You go through every system and try to 100% it. And when you got money, you just buy the best that is available, But when you don't have money, you try to make something that's better than what's available. That's why usually it's the guys with the least amount of money that advance racing. It's only the mechanics of the car that's going to make you win. The best mechanic wins. That's why mechanics love racing. Because they're not just a mechanic, they're an engineer. Even though they never learned engineering.
I have two ideas to change how we use fuel. And I've given you a piece of both of them.
And they're feasible. I think.
Very feasible. But the issue with the Venturi on a carburetor is the issue, right? It's just bad because once it hits a point, it can run away, and that's a problem.
Yep.
But if you change that just a little bit and keep the little bit of vacuum that you need, you could change a part or two and add a pump, and voila,
It's
you
funny,
fix the runaway problem.
you know all the technical names too. You sure you're not an automotive engineer?
Yeah, I'm still learning.
Yeah, I'm still just a fucking mechanic.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just a backyard mechanic. My
There,
dude, the day one, right? This mechanic shop, my first quote unquote real adult job. They had me taking a fucking clutch off of an old Mitsubishi. Fuck's sake. And it was a pain in the ass car because it had the whole under suspension was a nightmare. There was like 7 different pieces you had to pull off.
you know something funny I heard from a kid online. He said you put the torque converter. He said you bolt the torque converter for an automatic on the flywheel, and then you put the flywheel on the motor. That's what he said. Can you believe that shit? Would you be able to get the flywheel on the motor if it had the torque converter on it for an automatic?
No.
No,
No.
what? No, because it
No.
covers
No. There's
the
the
bolt
fly,
hole. Right? It covers the bolt hole.
but there's a process these parts go together.
I know, and he told me I was ignorant because I told him the process, and he said it don't work that way. You're not a mechanic. You put the torque converter on the flywheel first. I said you'd never change an automatic transmission, kid. Shut up. You sounding
They
real
used
stupid.
to really, really, really suck. Now they're cheaper. The biggest part of the suck for automatic transmissions was the expense.
Yeah, not the installation.
The manuals were only going out of style because they pushed automatic so hard to make it cheaper than a manual.
Hydromatics, you mean? Right?
Eh,
A hydromatic with overdrive. They push
right.
that. Oldsmobile. I know the history of it. But I like the history. It was the hydromatic was the first automatic.
Well,
But
right, but
but
you
it
get
is
programs that talk about earth
uh,
and rotation and friction, and they don't understand rotation and friction. Like, motherfucker, look at an automatic transmission. Is it air that they're using to make that high torque?
no,
Or is it a liquid?
it's hydraulics and centrifugal force. That's a hydromatic. Period.
Right, but the fluid is pushing the. Oh, yeah, it's pushing in there. Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, the torque converter spins. It pushes through centrifugal force the fluid out, and then it builds hydraulic, which engages the drive. Yep, that's why it's called a
Yep, suck
hydromatic.
and pull. Or
Yep.
push and suck, push and suck, push and suck.
Yeah.
Push, pull. It's funny because most of these systems find their equilibrium within that. No, I caught a video. There's guys that made a see-through carburetor, and I watched the video on the see-through carburetor.
You can get a motor, a complete kit.
I wanted to see
It's a
the
model.
beginning.
Listen, they got a model of a motor that's totally see-through. Model kit for kids now. I had one. You know, that's how I built my first model that actually taught me something about how cars fucking work. Because you can watch a combustion motor work.
Mm. I had friends with RC cars. I helped them work on those, but other than that,
Yeah,
I did stuff for my neighbors.
that's the best way to learn is with nitro cars. But this, you hook an electric motor up to a model motor that you can see through, and then you pump, water to it that's got whatever food coloring in it.
That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, and then you see how it sucks gas in, and the gas goes in the cylinders and all that.
I would like one of the little models, the scale engines. I have a couple of ideas that I would need a smaller motor, but the problem is those things are expensive as shit. It's cheaper to go to the store and buy a
Yeah.
small motorcycle
Oh,
engine
you
than
mean
it is to buy that little thing.
Yeah, you mean the ones that run, and yeah,
Yeah.
you're better off to just get a nitro motor and make it into your scale motor.
It's $600 to $1,000 for a
Yeah,
lot of those decent ones, and I could go pick up a motorcycle engine for less than that from the yard
yeah,
and rebuild it.
yeah. Yep.
Fuck. I could probably get a turbo for it too.
And then just mount it on a thing.
Well, I'm trying to get the air fuel thing right. All fuels, liquid fuels, have a unit called vapor gallons.
Yep.
The air fuel mix is what I'm trying to get to.
To increase vapor or decrease vapor rail in usage.
Well, to increase the amount of vapor used, but to also increase the efficiency of the motor.
Well, if you increase the more that's vaporized, increase what's vaporized, you just increase the efficiency. Well, you increase mileage per gallon. Yeah.
Right.
If you can mist it
But
better,
the thing is,
you could get 100 miles per gallon.
Dude, 1959, 69, 79, 88, 99, popular mechanics, slobbering fuel is a waste. 15%, 20% efficiency in all modern cars for 70 years in a row. How is that possible? When we've got 7,700 engineers, mathematicians that have figured this shit out over the last 100 years already 1,000 times over.
Yeah. But yet they still dump slots because they try to fix it with the mechanical process rather than just improve delivery of fuel.
We have modern stuff now. We can improve it. A little thermal fogger, 105 degrees, constant flow. Ta-da!
Yep.
Now you're gonna have to retard the motor, and you're probably gonna have to add water vapor, either water vapor or water mist, to get rid of your hot spots in your knock. And voila. You want to run dual injectors and run fuel, gasoline vapor, and a little bit of propane with a water fog? Go for it.
Well, you're basically turning a liquid fuel into a gas, and if you could somehow, it'd be easier to just inject propane.
Because that's why I'm mixing the different fuels, is to compensate for certain things. There's characteristics I'm borrowing from each one.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now, combined, their powers are great. Separate, propane, sure, it's cheaper to run your 4-cylinder on propane. You can even dial it in for efficiency. but you actually have to get into the ECU and change up a couple of things.
Yep.
You don't have to change the current stock injectors. That's the beauty of modern injection systems. You don't have to change it if you go to a gas. You really don't.
Nope.
That's the
Propane.
beauty. But propane is you're gonna
cleaner.
use more to get the power that you want.
Yeah. That's it. You lack power in propane. Yeah, you're right. You know, if you could add a pure gas by mixture, mix two, inject two gases that mix in the cylinder, and add back the power, then we'd be sold. And then we just switch to propane in your extruded.
What's a easily obtainable inert gas that has a high expansion rate?
Hydrogen.
Well, there you go. Add some of that. Water fog. Ta-da! Propane, water fog. Now you've got your efficiency.
Well, hydrogen, a little bit of it can blow up the damn Goodyear blimp.
Nah.
Right? I mean, you know what I mean. The Hindenburg, my nigga.
Yeah, the only one that ever blew up, minus the other 77,000.
What?
Don't you think it's a psyop? Because hydrogen goes pop, and the Hindenburg sizzled.
I know.
Which means it wasn't hydrogen making it fly in the first place. You're welcome, audience.
Boom.
But the humanity, people are driven by emotion.
Dude, don't you know that
Hey, they're still stuck on.
dirigibles?
Oh my God, Michael J. Smith said, "Nigga."
Dirigibles were supposed to replace cars.
Yeah. Well, you don't need a bunch of fuel to. You can use a solar fan to power a dirigible. Once
just think about it now. Put a little small turbine engine on a dirigible today. The efficiency of that thing.
Hey, we've done turned Geo's live stream into automotive, man. Engineering.
Science hour.
Engineering, science, and fuel efficiency. Let's get it.
Oh, look. Here's the thing, guys. You don't actually have to put a propeller or anything like that on it, because at certain altitudes, different wind currents go in different directions.
Yeah. You're right.
Uh-huh.
Like the jet stream. You can lower in the jet stream. The least dense goes one way, and the more dense, or the hot and cold go opposite ways.
Right, but I do like being able to navigate myself a little bit. However, that is a fun idea.
Well, you decide whether you rise or fall. I mean, you can direct left and right in the current. It's just like
I'm just wondering what the changes would be like.
Use a router in the sea, the ocean. You'd be navigating it like you're navigating the ocean. Right?
I think that's what they used to do anyway.
Yeah.
Because there's different currents going different directions at different levels. That's the whole fun of the gradient, right? It's in constant flux. Dude, why are the clouds going one way and the wind down here blowing 30 miles the opposite direction the clouds are traveling? I've always asked that when I've seen it. Oh, it's flux. It's all it is flux. It's all I can call it. It is flux. High pressure up there, high pressure down here, and they're literally right on top of each other, going two different directions.
The sun perturbs the atmosphere and gets it all mixed up and stirred up.
Yeah.
And then it's trying to reach equilibrium.
Yeah.
So we're equating the sun and the moon to the mixers.
Hot and cold.
How much energy do you think the sun puts on the earth in one 24-hour period?
Oh, kilowatts. I don't know. To quadrillions. A lot of energy, more than we can label.
Gigantic gigawatts. I'm just gonna make up a word while we're at it.
1 million trillion billion gigawatts.
Or 1 Karenawatt. Karen. Measure it in Karens.
Karens? Oh, that's the power of the bitch. That's got to be the most powerful thing in the universe. 1 Karen watt. That's funny. Yeah, Kelvin, he's just not as powerful. Karen, I'll bitch him all day long.
Well, I mean, dude, we only go up so far, right? Even with numbers, we only go up so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we've gone to 100 zeros. That's a Google.
Yeah, Google.
But who can tell me what the number is for 40 zeros?
Oh, fuck. I used to be
Not
able
very
to.
many of us, and I couldn't remember it right now if I wanted to.
No, I'm too high. But that's we learned that so we could just say powers in engineering. Amount of power or a differential equation answer.
And get you those numbers that we can't.
Yeah, well, we can add orders of magnitude to them. We can say Google to the 10th power. Right?
Right, and you can actually handwrite that out. It's going to be bananas because you're going to need like 3 pieces of paper to just write out that number.
No, 10 over 1G. That simple.
Or you simplify it.
Algebraic formalization. Yeah. Simplify it. 10 over 1G. Same way we do for the powers of atmosphere, and that people say there's not that big of a difference, a scale from sea level to gradient, but there is, and it's fucking a million on the scale of powers of magnitude, which is large. It's only minuscule.
What's funny,
when you're
50
saying the
miles from
difference between one power of magnitude to the other, but that doesn't represent the actual powers of the magnitude.
Right. What's really funny though, right? Starting at the Gulf Coast, say like Georgia, you go in 100 miles, you check your elevation, you're at like 2,000 foot above sea level. You go in another 50 miles, you're 800 foot above sea level.
Yeah, that's why you can't consider that shit curvature, because it varies. Elevation varies. So any differences in anything is going to be considered a variation of elevation or a differential of elevation.
I think all the Globers live in Ranger, Texas.
Delta B.
If you've ever seen Ranger, Texas, bro. It's just rolling hills.
I don't know about that, but I got an ounce of roachweed wrapped around an ounce of Casey Jones, and it's smelling real good.
Jesus.
No blunt roaches. I throw the blunt
Roll the
roaches
hog leg
away or give them to my son. It'll burn slow as fuck. The Casey Jones that I wrapped around it, shit got real dry. So the roachweed's gonna slow down the burn in it.
Someone might complain, but so far I haven't heard anybody say anything. Science is fun.
Well, this is all applied science, so they wouldn't know nothing about it. It's not theoretical. And the horses don't do auto mechanics, so Reckner couldn't put in on it. Reckner. Sure. Horses are horsepower and a motor. Ha!
Bro, I just got caught up on a lot of stuff in engines, and I have a lot more to learn. I know that much because there's way more.
Well,
But I've learned about the 3, the 6, the N-line, the 4, the 8.
As a lifelong gearhead, I would say you know quite a bit. More than the average bear.
I think that's the average bear's car if bears drove.
Right, so you know what CMF is for a carburetor. You can match a carburetor to a crank and to a the timing.
CFM is the flow.
RAM.
The air.
So right. yeah, you match the carburetor to the cam, right? And also the lift and duration. It's an equation.
Right. I don't know the equation, but I know how to match parts to get shit to start.
Yeah, so when you got, I'm just saying, if we cam it up so far, all right, we're going to have a certain lift and a certain duration. We're going to spit so much out, suck so much in, and we're going to have the CFM to match that. So that'll tell us whether we use a 750, a 850, a 1080, a 1180, and then it'll tell us what size jets we're going to use in that carburetor to get that distribution and the miss that you're talking about.
I've seen the equation, but I don't know what any of that shit means. But I've seen the equation.
Most of us gearheads just already know. You use a 7/8 cam, you're going to run an 1180. You're going to want to put a tunnel ram ear take on there, put an aspirator, and probably a double layer screen set or a double filter, we call it. It's because you want the aspiration because you want a certain amount of molecules per airspace, just like we were talking about. You're on the road to being a fucking ultimate gearhead, bro. That's all I'm saying. All that equals front end in the air, torque, power. But a real gearhead even knows how to set the front end so it don't fall apart when you lift it in the air 10 foot and bring it back down. You know what I mean?
I've gone airborne in my stock car, bro. I love that. Over Lavon, they have this huge hill going to the park. So we're doing a buck going down the hill, doing a 90 at the top.
I had a 72 fucking Maverick with a 302 3-speed on the column. And people asked me why I had real skinny tires on the front that pointed inward at the bottom. Until I pulled the front end in the air, and when it hit, the only thing it did was level out. It didn't. They actually sat right when it squatted instead of the bottoms of the tires blowing out and all my front end breaking. They said, "Oh, that's why you point them inward." Yup. So I don't get over articulation when the front end slams and I don't break my control arms. It's all about that pole, and you need that pole to get the kind of launch you want to get from a red light to a red light. You know. Green light to green light, I kill them. But if it didn't pass a gas station and it wasn't a highway car. My girlfriend lived across town at the time, and I didn't even want to drive that Maverick to her house. I had to change the gear, the rear end gear, to go to my girlfriend's.
I think I have an idea for a fuel mix.
I'm such a gearhead that we change the gear ratio on the Maverick and haul it in town to race it on the Ave, then change the gear ratio and drive it home. Because you literally on a full tank of gas, I almost couldn't get home from where we raced with the 453 gear ratio, because that was stoplight to stoplight. And so a drag car basically got, a deuce and a half, a 2-ton rear end. It could haul a house, but it ain't gonna go fast. You know what I mean? In top end. A 1-ton has a nice drag gear in it. Your 1-ton should beat a Mustang stoplight to stoplight if you want to beat the shit out of it. But the problem is you got a mid-range cam, not a high rev cam, but one that has all its torque at mid rev. So instead of having like a race car motor at 5,000 RPMs, you got all the torque. But
Well,
a
I
work
have an
motor,
idea for that.
a
Mike.
work motor. Hold up, a work motor has all its torque at 1750 RPMs. And that's so you can pull weight while you're going 50 miles an hour, Go ahead. Go.
I have a solution to all of the issues with the valves and such, right? The cams. And it's a 140-year-old solution that only one company is doing anything with right now.
Flatheads. So a flathead.
Pre-valve.
Pre-valve. Yeah. Built in the block.
Go look at what they did.
Yeah.
I think it's Koenigsegg.
Well, they did that in the flathead.
They did it in a three-cylinder, and they're pumping out with a free valve.
A pre-valve. So they got 2 valves.
It's got actuators, but yeah.
In the block actuator, yeah, that's what. Listen, on the flatheads, they had a whole lot of power, but they weren't fast, and it's because the valves were inside the block.
Well, these are sitting in the head like it normally is, but the difference is the head doesn't have a cam. You don't have all the other extra parts. You have the solenoid, you have the valve inside, the head sits over.
Oh, it's electric.
Yes.
It's electric.
And then you have the intake manifold that comes right over the top of it. It's all one chunk.
On the top of the head. The intake sits on the top of the head.
All of it goes together. Well, it's all electronic, so the intake and the valves all work together. The free valve system and how it all works. It's all electronic.
Yeah, and the concept without the electronics is the old Rolls Royce concept. It's because you're not just using the downward flow of things. Okay, a gravitational feed. Glovers are gonna love that one. It's the only way we got to reference a downward flow. How things flow better downward in a straight line or fluids.
Like free valve system will take your car or truck's efficiency from where it's at to, well, I'd say 500 to 1,000% better, if not more than, because they took a 3-cylinder engine and turned it into a supercar. But there's a video about it for anybody that's curious. This mixed with what I'm talking about with the gases, you're talking 100% efficiency. You're talking about 100% of everything in every cylinder at every time, no matter what, 100% every stroke.
Are you talking about the Perkins motor? It's built by the Perkins shop?
No. So free valve was an old. I don't know who started it. I don't remember. All I know is who's
No,
doing it now.
the people that did it. It's not Perkins.
There's a couple other people out there. Hell, the
Oh.
technology's been around for 100 years. It's been redone a few times. They redid it in the 1950s. Tucker probably did it. 1930s, they reintroduced free valve.
Yeah, they did it on a Suzuki too.
They were doing it in the 1910s.
Yeah, it's where everything sits on top of the cylinder. Injectors, everything.
Right. The block is the head and everything is all in one kind of. It's all freaking bananas.
Listen, Nissan does it too, but not to the level that the shop that did it, the Perkins shop. They're the one that made that really hot rod 3-cylinder. Because they do it with the damn it. Okay, look at that Nissan. See the way the cylinders sit up? It's an inline 3. Now it doesn't get set up the way you're saying it does, but with that raw block, if you built the heads and everything, you could set it up that way because it's an inline 3. And it makes it stronger crank, stronger.
All right, so there's the other two. The first one that I put under yours explains the system and how it works. And then the one below it, they're putting it on a Honda motor, bro. They're putting it on a billet Honda motor. And this thing is destroying people.
That's because they're inline like that. I know the free valve goes on the fucking the inline 3s and inline 4s.
Well, it can go on anything. You just have to make it.
I know, but they're right now
the solenoids and everything. You just got to make the head and everything for it.
These Lamborghini makes a pre-line. But this is listen. I'll show you a image. So this compares the Cossin egg engine 3-cylinder to a Lamborghini 10-cylinder. But yeah, most gearheads know about this. And what they're doing is they're taking advantage of these inline motors. Because the inline motors are built really strong and they can handle the wear and the stress on the crank. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Because they got four. It's a full.
Well, it's a balance. It's a fight for balance. The 3-cylinder is one of the most balanced engines, and the 6-cylinder inline is the most balanced engine in the entire world.
Yeah, and they got 4-bolt mains, so the main bearings are thicker too. Most main bearings are 2-bolt.
4-cylinders still have to have the fucking counterweights because that extra cylinder throws it off and the extra vibration of that off thing.
Yeah, that's
even
why.
Even in the 10-cylinders, they have a weird-ass sound because they have to change the timing to some weird-ass crap to count for all the counterbalance weights that they have to put on it for all the different forces going on. It's bananas.
Yeah. That's why people are trying
they're not efficient.
Yeah, this is why people are trying to design these 6-cylinder fucking roadster motors, high R 6-cylinders, because they're called bullet motors. 6-cylinders.
That guy that you posted, I've watched a lot of his videos. Like I said, I've seen the math.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain the math. I just know how things work. Dude shows me how something works. Cool. I know how to make this to make that, and then I can put them together and make it all
The
work.
the Kossinger motor is a bad Kossinig. That's a bad motherfucker, dude. I already know what you're talking about.
It's got a lot of displacement, man.
They get 600
It's
horse.
huge.
They get
Yeah.
600 horse out of a fucking 3-cylinder.
Yeah.
Lamborghini gets it out of a 10-cylinder. And you know the thing about that 600 horse 3-cylinder? The gas mileage is going to be so damn good.
Well, your displacement is still sucking in more fuel, but each cylinder's only getting so much. So it should balance out eventually.
Compared to the 10-cylinder, it's going to get great gas mileage. The gas
Right.
mileage isn't going to be anything to throw. It's not going to be your Dodge Omni 18 to 22 miles on the highway. No. But
Well, it's
it's
not going
going
to be
to.
your Caterpillar engine that gets 55 either.
Right. But compared to that 10-cylinder Lamborghini, it's going to be awesome. Hey, what's up,
Right.
Roche?
Who else knew about this lawsuit between International and Caterpillar, though? Because I'm still pissed off about it.
Not me.
Oh, dude. International hired Caterpillar to design an engine, manifold and intake and everything for them and get them all ready to set up their fleet. But the issue was is International wanted it all to be the least efficient it can be, and Caterpillar originally started out at like 55 mpg, and International said no, 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 bring it down to like 8. And Caterpillar got it down to 15, but that was with manipulating parts and causing problems, reducing
15. They
efficiency.
wanted it down to 8 miles per gallon.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yep. That was part of the lawsuit. It didn't get any airtime though, but it's a huge deal. But see, Caterpillar got out of the game, and I don't know how they got forced out because they make good shit. They really do. They can increase your efficiency. Their engineers are freaking amazing.
And they want them to decrease it.
Right. International wanted them to decrease it. Absolutely. This happened in the last like 6 years.
That's crazy.
There's a lot of stuff that goes on, but people are more interested in like TV shows and stuff than like what's going on. Like why International is filing a lawsuit. There's a couple of them that people don't hardly know anything about. One started in California in 2019. A lot of people still don't know about it. It was against Facebook and a couple other people. Should have been on international news. Should have. No. But yeah, that 3-cylinder. Ugh. It's bananas. And put a turbo on that. Ugh. Yes. Um, I gotta change headsets. This headset is dying.
Yeah, that's why I bought a corded headset just to have on, you know, so for when my Bluetooth dies.
Yeah, I got one of those. I'm just not using it right now.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, I plug it in. I leave it plugged in, and when I use the Bluetooth, I just switch to it, you know, in my settings. And then that way, when it dies, I just switch back. Man, this dude got a CIA PDF about brightness of the firmament. Check that out.
Valves. Free valve system on every car on the road would double your efficiency overnight. It would increase your gas mileage by more than 25%. Easily. So who wants to make $1 billion? I mean, they're saying by 2055 they have to increase the efficiency of cars, but we already have the technology now. We've had it for 100 years. So we can always go over to the other server to talk about cars, so we don't clutter up his.
It sounds like it'd be just dead air.
I mean, this is fun stuff for me.
It is. For me. I mean,
Oh, dude, 1970, 1980, 1990, there's a guy who took a V10 out of a Dodge Viper, put it in a fire truck, converted it over to steam power. He actually went to a couple of different events where he pulled trains that were pulling against him. 10,000 foot-pounds of torque. Dead center zero.
damn.
Down. I know. Steam, man. In a 3 or 4 cylinder with the right shit, you can get anywhere from 10 to 30,000 foot-pounds of torque. Now, it's not going to move super fast, but it's going to move. Ain't nothing stopping it from moving. He's got to re-gear it. I've been curious about that. Adding transmissions to change the gear ratio to where you put in 1 stroke and get 20 rotations. That would be interesting. What a brookie.
I'm reading an article on that Cossenberg motor. How the camless motor works. I see it's got a hell of an alternator on there. I'm sure it does for that electric.
Oh, there's a couple of independent people making their own free valve systems at home, but again, you're talking about needing like milling, CNC, something
Yeah, you
on
know
top
that
of
that's a
3D
no
printing
cam.
carbon fiber.
It's a no cam 2-liter 3-cylinder turbo, twin turbo.
Yep. Bananas. 2 liters.
600 horse, dude. That's 200 horse per cylinder. On an 8-cylinder, that's 1,600 horse. That's fucking crazy. But it had to be an inline 8 and be able to be perfectly balanced. And I think it had to be an inline 9 for that, right?
Yep.
And then it'd still be 1,800. Shit, this is
Bananas. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Now add the free valve with the proper mix, air fuel mix, the proper amount of air, the proper amount of fuel for the perfect combustion, and mwah, you have a Picasso. And you have a car that you could drive to work that could spank a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
You could put that same motor in your damn Geo Metro and get about the same gas mileage if you tune it right.
I
You could
think
probably
if you
double or
just
triple it.
I think if you just took the twin turbos off, you'd get the good gas mileage because it's 300 horse and it doubles the twin turbines double the horse. And
Well, you
that
just need a single.
well
You just
in
need a
the
single, small single.
at 300 horse a 3-cylinder isn't working that hard to pull a Geo Metro, dude. That's what I'm saying. Should get good fucking gas mileage. It should be great. Even at 300 horse, because it's not working hard. It's not doing hard work. It wouldn't be overheating. Wouldn't be heat knocking or fuel knocking either. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes sense. You know how much work you take out of the motor? Doing the cam shit with the cam runs a valve train. So now you just got electronics running the valve train. Oh, that makes
Takes
so
stress
much
off
sense.
the motor.
It
Takes
does.
so much stress off the motor.
Yeah, it does because you're no longer using lifters to push the oil to the top of the motor using electronics. That removes stress. You're pumping less oil pressure to do the same work.
Electric pump, or you could put one on the belt. It's fine.
Well, that cam system puts most of the stress on the motor, so you get a better free rev. You know what I mean? Less friction. Should last longer. And that makes so much sense.
Why the inline six is so sought after? Because you can beat the hell out of it, but it's balanced, so it's not gonna wear as much. You can beat the dog crap out of it.
Dude, I got a 77 four-wheel drive outside right now with a 262 straight six, 3-speed on the column. And it knocks and ticks, and I've been beating it for 10 years ticking. Don't even worry about fucking rebuilding it. It's got 280,000 miles on it, too. Which are shit. 60 of them are just me beating it around the farm. It's just a farm truck. It's just a full-time four-wheel drive work truck. It's in four-wheel drive. It's 260,000 miles of four-wheel drive driving. It's like an all-wheel drive truck, you know. It's always in four-wheel drive. Period.
Right. The whole point is to go forward somewhere.
Yeah. Whether
Dude,
you're
could you imagine putting that motor in your truck though? Ha!
That 3-cylinder would kill what my 6 does. But what I was thinking is if I did to this perfect balanced straight 6, I'd get 1,200 horses. 1,200 ponies. I wouldn't need a V8 anymore. I'd no longer be a V8 only guy.
Right. Your efficiency would go up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I said this is it. This is part of the solution to the problem. The other problem is the fuel delivery. That's the only other problem. And that was easily solved with dual and triple injectors.
Yeah, I was thinking if you added your concepts to that, you know, with fogging it, you know, you're going to increase the horsepower per cylinder.
So that 600 horsepower fogging it is going to be bananas.
It could come up to 900.
Right, or more, and you're talking about a grenade. I mean, it's already a grenade. Like adding nitrous and all that shit, it makes it, dude. It's a bigger grenade. You're making every cylinder is a grenade explosion every time it goes boom.
That's what I was wondering. What the hell would this bitch do if I added a 30 shot of nitrous to it? That was my first thought. And if it's not blow up, then let me put that in my drag car because I'm going to be dropping about 500 pounds of weight, which is going to increase.
It's either going to shoot a piston through the head,
right,
or it's going to shoot a rod through the oil pan,
or it's going to win races. Because my car now weighs, dude, I got a Beretta that weighs like fucking 1,100 pounds. If I could drop 400 pounds off the motor, dude, I'd be weighing 700 pounds and I'd be adding horsepower with the shot of nitrous to the 600. So it would, I'd say the red is about, the 383 with all the crap on it to do what I want to do it's pretty heavy fucking motor. I might drop 400 pounds switching to this 3-cylinder. I might drop 5. I could get down to a 600 pound car, dude, with more horsepower than what it's got now. That means another 30 mile an hour top speed. That you're talking about a 6-second car instead of an 8-second car. And most people think a 10-second car is fast, which just isn't true. I've done low 8s in my car or high 8s.
Well, I mean, for most people, a 10-second car is fast. But 10-second cars are standard today.
Yeah.
Once the Trackhawk came out, 10-second cars were the standard.
Right. You're right. You know what's up. That's what I meant. 10 seconds isn't fast no more. We're talking about a car that could potentially be a 4-second quarter-mile car. If it, you know how much weight you're taking off, dude. We're putting 1,200 pounds in the fucking hood to make our ponies. You're making our
4-second car. What do you do with a 4-second car? Driving down the freeway. How do you drive
no.
a 4-second car down the freeway?
You don't
Bill,
get caught. That's what.
listen, you don't build a 4-second car for the freeway. It's for the track, dude.
So you're only driving it in a straight line. That's all you're doing.
Well, that's what I would do with my 4-second car on my highway.
You could take it to Le Mans and
Listen,
you could run the track.
No, we already covered this, Cuddles, because it could. We said it would improve racing, but used in a different manner, it could increase fuel efficiency on the highway. It's already been covered.
Put him in NASCAR. Put him in NASCAR.
Yeah, no man's worried about doing 4 seconds on the highway. He's worried about 50 miles per gallon, right? Man.
Go full electric. That's the way to go.
It's I disagree. Propane can give you what you need out of fuels, and you don't have to go fuel electric. Plus propane, the emissions, you can use a propane vehicle indoors and it doesn't kill people. Forklifts are propane. They don't spit out carbon dioxide. So they're better for the atmosphere. They reduce emissions. And so we just don't need electronics to get to zero emissions. Propane can do that for us. And we know that because we use them in shops because they don't kill people.
Yeah.
So I don't know why these people even went to electric, but I do, because charging is going to kill you, man. Because the electric company is the one that wants you to use electric cars. The propane industry, I don't know why they're not trying to promote propane cars. I don't know why. It would increase their overhead or decrease their overhead and increase their profit.
If you go out towards Midland, Odessa, and you drive on 20, you're going to look out to the left-hand side of the car going west, okay, from Sweetwater. What you're going to see from Sweetwater to Odessa is a field of thousands and thousands of burn-off towers burning millions and millions and millions of gallons of propane.
I know.
Every day.
What, so they can get oil? Methane, propane.
Well, that's the thing. If you were pumping that in directly to a gas station and having people literally come in and fill up their car, and it's pumping from the pump to the station, pump to the station, you always have good gas. All you got to do is change out the inline filters, and ta-da!
Yeah, and that's the blow off from the oil, right?
Now your delivery fee is lower. You've got less overhead. You don't need all these trucks burning all these fucking fossil fuels, and anybody doing shit can come to the gas station, get their propane and fuck off.
You know what I don't get? If Earth is a sphere and it's rotating, how come all the motor oil we took out of the damn Earth, which would act as a natural balancing weight, how come it didn't throw off the rotation of the Earth like it would the spin of a tire? How come it hasn't just wobbled out of control? You know, we took how many billions of pounds out of Earth? That would affect for the size, the radius, 3,000. You know, it'd affect a 15-inch tire if you took out 70% of the weight or 30% of the weight. It would affect the balance of a tire if you just took out 2% of the weight that balances it.
Bro,
Just like
getting rid of Georgia so we can make Florida. That right there would do it.
yeah, I know. Yeah, shifting all that weight down into Florida. We built Florida. They built railroad tracks and they took it down there and dumped all that sand in there. They just made Florida. It's a sandbar.
They all live on a giant sandbar. It's hilarious. All these little things. Well, you know, it's not going to affect the core. What core?
The molten iron jelly core. That core.
Oh, the one that nobody's ever seen.
But it's there.
Right. You know, it's too bad that it doesn't go the other way, right? I've seen the feet of God. Well, I mean, how do you know it's what you saw? Because that's what I saw. God's real. Ta-da! But no, they every step they gotta fight. It's silly.
Nothing up my sleeves. Hey presto.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Rolling up your sleeves used to be about peace, not fighting.
Wow. It used to be hard work. Go pick a few carrots, milk a couple of cows, earn an honest living, have an honest life. Well, there you go.
Heck, have an honest land title. Yeah. Hey, Mike, if we did just my idea and the free valves on your V8, you could change your gear ratio because you're going to have more horsepower and better efficiency. Just these ideas alone would fix some of the problems in most of your modern cars, if not all of them.
It's a Michael J. Smith.
Yeah, ain't gonna crash the live streaming.
How's it going there?
Just talking about cars.
Cars? What sort of cars?
Bro, look in the chat.
Hmm? Oh, I'll have to scroll down a bit. Hang on. That's not a car.
the cars.
That's a paperweight.
Bro, I posted stuff.
Oh no, that's what Bantle posted. Hang on.
Scroll up
I do.
a half
I
a
do.
page.
Yeah, I do like the Koenigsegg 3-cylinder. It's quite a lot of novel things going on with that.
I put 3 things up about their free valve system. It's technically the American free valve system because there's like 70 patents on different styles of free valve.
Have you seen the Mitsubishi version?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, Mazda version of free valve. It's like a it's hard to explain, but they have a system whereby they can lengthen and shorten the duration, variable valve duration.
Yeah.
But
That's what Koenigsegg already did.
But it's not just lengthening and shortening the duration in like a fixed position. It's a It's called CCVT, continuously CVVT. Sorry, continuously variable valve timing. So they can make it. Holy shit! Hang on, my computer might restart. Something just happened. I pressed OK when I didn't mean to. Shit. Yeah,
we lose you.
Hang on, we're gonna have to schedule this a bit later. We're gonna say tomorrow. That's a bit better. Yeah, no. I've been thinking about engines for quite a while, and I would really love to see. Oh, and I can't share it with you because he's a car guy and he's my. Well, do you know any? Do you know? Let's say you had like a really revolutionary idea, and you wanted someone to build an engine. You don't have the money or the machinery, but you have the know-how. How would you get involved with someone that has the means to make an engine?
You find a mechanic that has a shop that has most of the equipment that you're going to need to do it and that understands what the hell you're talking about. And then you need to talk to them privately, not publicly.
Yeah, I just need to get in contact with a machine shop that wants to build it. But you need to talk to people that are willing to get on board with an idea. But it's like basically it's to revolutionize two-stroke dirt bike engines. Basically, you can create a two-stroke that has one single valve in the head. It works exactly the same as a. So where the you still have the transfer port and everything like that, and you have it so that it compresses each supercharge, so that it compresses each charge on the downstroke. But you can use this CVVT with a push rod setup, so that it basically you can control where that power band is, where you want that. Let's say you want more low down grunt. You're at low revs and you're at high load. You open the intake valve later, and you have the exhaust at bottom dead center.
Yeah, like the old two-strokes. Liquid piston engine for the spinny motors.
Rotaries.
Right. That is an advancement.
Oh, sorry, a liquid piston. Say this again.
Liquid piston rotary.
How the fuck does that work?
It's not actually a liquid piston. They call it liquid piston because of how it works. Its efficiency. It's the apex seals. They're gone. There are no apex seals.
Right.
The rotor itself is the exhaust, intake, squeeze, bang, all of it. It's all
Your
built
rotor is a
in
two-stroke,
into
right?
that one piece. Huh?
Rotor is a kind of a two-stroke.
Basically.
But how does it? What's the difference? Where do your apex seals gone? Where is the piston?
That's what I'm going to say. Look it up, man. Look on YouTube for liquid piston rotary. It's going to blow your mind. The actual rotor, right, is the exhaust port is built in. The squeeze bang, all of that is built into the piston design. It's bananas.
Liquid piston rotary. I don't believe you.
They've already put it in a go-kart. And they're running it on hydrogen.
A world
Which,
first.
okay.
Here we go.
Everywhere I look, there's all sorts of stuff laying.
Right.
Welcome back to another
Okay.
rotary engine. Destroy your life. Rotary engine.
Then you add heat. Chambers, and if we just look at one of the chambers at a time, what happens is we've got air and fuel that come in through the shaft. That's actually our intake, comes in through the shaft. See here that intake port? So that's where the air and fuel mixture come into the engine. As a rotor is spinning, it's drawing in a vacuum. You see how this volume here is growing? That's pulling in a vacuum, so it's pulling in the air and fuel mixture. And eventually the intake port moves over to the next chamber. And now this is a trapped volume. So this volume undergoes compression. This is where the gas is compressed. All of the
Completely bonkers how it works. But it works. It's genius.
Oh, it's got some sort of counter-rotating thing going on. Yeah.
Look at the whole thing of how it works, dude. They've got
So as the piston is rotating counterclockwise inside of the housing, it's actually rotating clockwise on the shaft in the crank. I mean, that's kind of how rotaries work anyway, but they're not usually offset like that.
right, but you see how the exhaust works, how where the exhaust port is, where the intake port is. You see it?
Yeah,
It's
like
bananas.
so instead of it being like a on the side plate, which is usually where the intake is, it's kind of they've incorporated it into the inner workings of the rotor itself. There has to be some sort of seals though. Oh, the apex seals
There
are on the
are
housing. No, the apex seals are on the housing itself. I see.
right. There's none on the rotor itself. The rotor, the cylinder itself, actually seals to the piston in each position. It seals to the piston in each position for proper flow of everything.
It's basically
bananas.
they've just turned it inside out. Basically, they've turned the housing into the rotor, and they've turned the rotor into the housing. Or they've put the rotor, they've put the housing inside of the rotor, and then they put the apex seals on the housing that's rubbing against the rotor. I think it's fucking, yeah, it looks pretty fucking sick.
Now wait until they make a larger version of this. Oh.
You mean a 3-cylinder with a bucket-sized piston?
Dude, that liquid piston motor is freaking bananas.
Oh, liquid piston? Yeah, I invested in that.
Yeah, look at that.
I bought stock in that. That's gonna change the world as
Yep.
we know it. Yep.
Do they have any numbers?
Hmm.
Do they have any numbers on it yet?
Yeah, you got to look at the go-kart that they built. They have numbers on the go-kart, but remember, they used hydrogen on the go-kart.
Yep.
They didn't use gasoline. And what they don't have is their air-fuel mix-up right. So that's why the horsepower is low.
No,
But
and
it's a
because
brilliant idea.
and like just in general, rotaries rev high and produce a lot of torque because the crank is like 3 to 1, right? The piston has to rotate 3 times for the crank to rotate once, something like that. Unlike
Oh, you got a one
Oh.
free rev. It's 2 to 1.
yeah.
Diesel rotaries.
Some
Music to my ears.
yeah, some motors get 3 to 1, but it's generally 2 to 1. So you fire every other rotation.
Yeah, because of the way the rotor is connected to the crankshaft, because it sort of rotates inside of it, sort of thing.
Oh well, it's a timing thing, yes. So we crank the motor over twice because we don't have the clockwork efficiency to make the motor fire every time exactly on number 1. But it's efficiency. You fire once and then it rotates once freely because it has the energy to do that, and then you fire again. Personally, I think we could do it every third rotation or every fourth rotation because the energy exists there for the motor to just roll on its own. We create enough energy right now through combustion efficiency that we should change how many free revs we have. We change fuel efficiency, but that's what the North Star system tried to do on the Cadillac.
You mean not firing every? I mean, doesn't that mean that you're going to have fuel going out the exhaust?
No, it's runs by a computer valve on fuel system. So the
Right.
ECM shuts down the fuel system. But that you got to understand on the V8 that pre-rev is so quick, it's pitiful.
So it's like the injector doesn't fire, sort of thing.
Right. That's because we can't do the clockwork timing. We can't go psh, 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 psh. So we go psh, psh, psh. Same with firing. It would be we can't time that. So we go
Yeah.
we just can't.
The resonance that lines up. Yeah.
And that was because of cam lift and duration. But if you go to electric cam motor, a camless motor, we could make it fire every rotation now. Either way could be more efficient. If you can do less rotations or more free rotations without using fuel, then you could increase efficiency. If you can fire every time and use less fuel on each fire, you can increase efficiency. So either way is a way to increase efficiency. Get more power out of one spark so you can go 3 free revs. It means the motor spins 3 times without even being powered or using fuel. That saves gas. The North Star is an attempt to go that way. I think the way to go would be increase fuel efficiency, like Cuddles is talking about. Get a bigger bang out of one spark, and then just spark hard every other cylinder. That would be the way to go. fuel efficiency. You got to use
You mean
what?
sparking without firing the injector, kind of thing?
No, it doesn't. The number one cylinder fires every other rotation.
But all the other ones fire every rotation.
The other one does none. It goes in sequence. So if number one doesn't fire every other rotation, number two doesn't fire every other rotation, number three doesn't fire every other rotation. It's a counterclockwise thing because 2 is adjacent to 3. You know, on one side is 2, 4, 6, 8. On the other side is 1, 3, 5, 7. When 3 fires, 2 doesn't have to fire.
Yeah.
Because the other one's coming up. When it's number 2's going down, it doesn't have to fire. Are you with me? So it's a timing issue. It's push-pull. We're using the umbrella effect. When you fire number one pulls number 3 up. When you fire number 3,
you're just talking about 4-stroke cycle. Your combustion cycle, your combustion on one side is power stroke on one side is powering your
Yeah, that's a 4-stroke cycle, but we could go to a 2-stroke cycle, which is going to be higher rev and less efficient. Exactly. So you are with me.
I think a 2-stroke. F1 is going a 2-stroke.
That's Chepa. Yeah. On a 2-stroke,
I mean, they say it's less efficient, right? But that's only because you're pumping fuel out of the exhaust. If you can get the efficiency down pat, I mean, you've already got like 1.6 times the power per displacement.
Yeah, you got more power, so you're doing less work. Yep.
Because I think if you're not using that. Like I see you got more friction without doing work.
Yeah.
I think if you put in the piston there, you may as well fire it. That's like
yeah. I think the efficiency problem is it fires so fast that all the fuel can't get used. Period. We can't time it. It's just so fast. Yeah, I think we just can't time it.
But like, what about running at super low and having this good valve timing?
Where you been, Chepa? You left 24/7 with Gio, huh?
I got in some trouble. I had a big disagreement with Meme War, and
so did I. Meme War's a bitch.
He is.
He's a obnoxious, belligerent fuck.
He should never have been made mod because we had a good thing going there, and then he started banning. Like, look, I can understand, if they go too far and if they're really destroying the vibe and whatever. Yeah, maybe give someone a ban.
Battle Mod did that. That's the way I went out. Just so you know, just so you guys can enjoy that. Gio went out. He didn't do anything wrong. You probably didn't do anything wrong either, and it wasn't that aggressive. I went out aggressive for every other motherfucker. I held him down to being a bitch for every real motherfucker he ever banned on our server.
Yeah, you know what? This was in 2019, right? About September 2019.
I wondered what happened to you, bro. You were one of them I really liked. So he just fucking banned you out of the blue, and none of us even got told about it. That's why I went out bitching about it. Bitching about, how many.
There was a vote on it, and it lasted 2 weeks. And it was like, basically, he banned Kosho and Zanuck and a bunch of other people. And, basically what I said, that's fucking unfair. I like talking to Kosho. I like talking to Zanuck. They might not be the most agreeable people, but...
Oh, I think I remember it now.
So basically what I did is I unbanned everybody that I could find that didn't have a reason for being banned, and if I personally knew these people and they were on the ban list and they didn't have a reason, I just unbanned them. And then what I did is for people like Kosho and Zanik and these other people, I gave them a role that made it so they couldn't join the live stream, but they could still be everywhere else, so I could still talk to them in the server.
I do remember that. I tried to do that with Arena. You put them in Arena, and we were supposed to, didn't you?
I don't know. I think they must have been after I was shit canned, but yeah, no, I didn't want to. I just hated the idea of banning people on the fact that they disagree with you. That's just stupid.
That's I went out on that too. Everybody with an education got banned, and those are the people I preferred to talk to because I do have an education.
Yeah, yeah.
I hate arguing with some fuck that's trying to say where's the ice wall when my argument is so more advanced than that. Or level water. They want to argue level water. Bitch, I don't say level water. That's a low tier idiot argument. No offense to those that use it, but it is. Water isn't level, it's turbulent. Go out on the damn ocean and know it.
Yeah, that shit is never flat. It might be flat on a lake when there's no wind around, but not on the ocean.
Right. I mean, you can lose. I've been on naval vessels in a fleet where we were taking hundreds of thousands of Marines to the desert. So we would lose sight of a ship a mile in front of us just because of oceanic swell. You idiots call that curvature. And then another idiot calls that flat. So the two idiots arguing about something that will never prove shape, in my opinion.
Losing a whole ship at a mile is you're on a very, very small ball.
Mm-hmm.
You're on a fucking basketball, pretty much.
And it's just they went over an underwater mountain on the North Atlantic Current, and it goes up the mountain and pushes the ocean up. So there's a swell.
Yeah.
And if you're calling swells, eddies, wakes, curvature, you're a moron. If you're saying swells, eddies, and wakes are level, you're a bigger moron than him. At least he's given the at least he knows there's a coast in there.
Yeah,
there's ours.
My favorite thing to say to people would be, "Oh, do you because people would come at you, they'd say, "Do you think the Earth is flat?" And I'd say, "Oh no, I'm not a fucking moron. Look out the window. There's valleys and mountains."
Yeah. So you got basically banned for unbanning Meme Wars bans. I did it. The rule was if they weren't perma-banned, they could be unbanned after 24 hours by anybody. That was the rule. So you got banned for breaking the rule or for following a rule.
I think they might have been perma-banned, but if you're going to ban someone, and you're going to completely restrict them from the server, at least write something. Say,
listen, Kusho was never perma-banned, bro. I unbanned him 20 times because of it. And then they finally told me quit unbanning Kusho. I said, well, do what the rules say and perma-ban the motherfucker. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. He got unbanned due to your ignorance, I didn't transgress the rules. Rules say a 24-hour ban period. If they're not perma-banned, anybody can unban them after 24 hours. That was our rule. Because we got tired of people who built the server having to ask some new fuck if they could unban somebody they knew.
Yeah. I just got fed up with the just the social aspect. I mean, I enjoyed a lot of people there. Like you, Bong.
Hey, listen.
I get India.
Yeah, I know everything you're mad about. It's the same shit I was mad about. Listen, I get Helio when he's drunk to shout me out. Next time I'll get him to shout out Chepa and the Battle Mod.
Yeah, cheers.
Because he gets on live stream, he gets drunk. I listen to live stream, and I'm still friends with him. He's in my server. And I'll say, hey, man, shout out the battle mod. And he does it because he's drunk. Fuck you off. You don't like the battle mod, you know? And he'll say the same shit about you because he liked you too. And me and him both wondered what the fuck happened to you. I think it's we got tired of the votes and all that dumb shit because nobody ever followed what was said. You know, nobody ever. We voted, we made rules, and nobody followed that shit. So me and Helio just quit participating, and we started just doing live stream and fuck it, whatever. I'm not participating in your political shit because nobody ever follows the politics. They leave the vote, or they leave the mod fucking meeting, and they do the same dumb shit we just told them not to do, and nobody says shit to them. But if the battle mod or if popular people broke that rule, then you fuck them. Popular flat earthers, and it makes you seem like the opposition, controlled op. I really think some of them motherfuckers aren't even flat earthers. And they're just trying to control the numbers in our movement. That's why we never got back to 50,000 and then up to 100,000. Once they gave Sheppel, they told Sheppel how to steal that fucking server.
Well, fuck. You know, before it fucking turned to shit, like, if Maymore had just been more amicable, if Maymore had just gone, yeah, you know what, look, well, I'll come back in a week and then we'll sort this out. Instead, Maymore said, nah, fuck you, Sheep, well, you can't have it, I'm going to ban everybody. And when that fucking warfare happened, started going on with we're going to ban all the mods, we're going to ban all the fucking... Like, you can't do that. Like, it was, you know, we've spent all that time building this shit together, and then what?
Yeah.
Because you don't agree with the leadership, you're just going to fucking reverse everything we put all that hard work into.
Yeah, now you know why I'm pissed, because I still hold resentments for all that too. I was one of the most active people, bro, because I'm the boss of I'm the owner of my company, so I can do this while I'm sitting in a work truck all day long.
Yeah.
I helped make our voice chat wasn't popular when it started. It was just a couple guys, but I sat in there every day, and people came in and called me out by name. I went and crushed people on their own live stream, shit like that, until they came in there. Then I started getting the other guys following me to live streams. So we had 4 to 6 guys that every Glober on the damn internet wanted to beat. I heard this cocky fucker on this guy's live stream. I'm going to go to their server and beat them. And that made our voice chat popular. And then once they were popular, they had the stars in their eyes, biggest servers, we're famous people type shit. And I'm YouTube famous, and I don't even care about it. I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to be famous. I was trying to prove a point. You know?
Man, I regret not getting on making videos and stuff. Like, when you're in that mode and you're really researching everything and you're on top of all the arguments, it's like, I could have made more of it. And it's like, but there's... like when it all started becoming like the voice chat was like, on 24/7, it was like when it got to the point where it was like multiple VCs on all the time, it was like, that's when they started going, we need more mods and stuff. So I stepped up to the plate, and that was the best time. Where it was like, there was some...
Yeah. Yeah, you were there in the great boom from that 4chan boom from the great video.
Mm.
They made fun. Damn it! They made fun of me more and Becky. They made a video that made fun of me more and Becky, and it brought like 20,000 people there. I just inhaled my joint on the wrong tube. Damn, they made a video about me, Moore, and Becky, and they played it on a loop, and it brought like 20,000 people, and that's when we added a bunch of mods.
You
And
know what happened?
who?
I don't know. I didn't see the original video that brought all those people in, but I just knew there was this massive influx.
Memulous. Yeah, that's what it was. Memulous.
Yeah. Well, that's his name now. But Meme War. So Meme War was what was it? What was the popular video? What happened?
It was a memeless video, and Memulous. That was the name of the channel, and they just played some shit that Becky said on a loop right next to some shit that Memor said. And Memor said some dumb shit, and Becky actually said some intelligent shit. And so it brought up Becky from Australia, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, you know. But well, because you cared. It's those of us that the best people went out caring about the server and the quality of it. And Memor ruins it. The bitch won't be there for 6 months, and they'll come in and ruin everything we do. It makes him look like the opposition. And this time, when I tripped out, he did it over a religion. Banned half the server over 300 fucking members over. They didn't believe in Roman Catholic Christianity and called them heretics and shit. It made us look like a bunch of religious zealots, and it just pissed me right off. And so when he did that, I called him out in the live stream voice chat and asked him, because he always said, for people that he banned, he banned this many people in this channel, this many people in this channel. But we never had a computer that did analytics. We didn't have a bot that could tell us how many people were banned per channel. So I called him out on show me the proof that, because I know we don't have the analytics that tell us how many people got banned in this lobby. We can't do that, but you've used that for excuse to ban 500 fucking people. Now I would like to see the evidence. You had to have collected at least one screenshot while you were counting them, because you'd have had to went through the audit and counted every fucking one in the lobby. Show me some of them, you know? And he couldn't do it. Banned Blaze. Sweet little Christian girl said she banned 300 people in Biblical. And she was a heretic and a cult and her Hebrew roots cult, because she preferred to call Jesus by his Hebrew name, Yeshua. It made the whole server look like a bunch of religious zealots, and made us look like a religious fucking server, like Robbie, Flat Earth, and the Bible, Celebrate Truth. And we weren't a religious server. We didn't have a preferred doctrine, and we didn't want to taint ours with religion. We wanted to lead people to God by crushing their shit with science.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not religious myself, but I don't think it's I think it's completely okay to put some religious thing on it if you want to. But that's up to people. That's people's personal journey. That's up to the people themselves, and it's like I think you should start with the scientific arguments, get the objective stuff out of the way, get it settled, and once people have got like an idea of what they're talking about, sure, go on and talk about a religious thing, but
talk about religion, but don't make us look like the only religion that condemns all other people that don't believe our religion to hell. That's what he was doing. He condemned every motherfucker that didn't agree with his form of Christianity. And that makes us look like a bunch of religious zealots. Those Christians that say you don't believe in Roman Catholic Catholicism, but these people agree the Catholics are out to rule the world and get you all sent to hell. But they don't know their Christianity with a Trinity in it is a Roman Catholic concept. King James Version Bible is a Roman Catholic Bible. And then they tell you you're a cult because you don't believe Roman Catholic Catholicism Trinity deemed by the Council of Nicaea. To me, that makes us look like a bunch of zealots. We shouldn't pick a religion. As flat earthers, we know all information's tainted, and we should say whatever religion gets you to God. Cool.
You have this religion of science, and there's certain doctrines that you can't question. Like, if you say, I've been looking recently at some of revisiting some of Stephen Crother's stuff, and there's the way that Stephen Crothers is treated by the scientific establishment. It's like it's just really points out that it's like a fucking religion. And I don't hold negativity towards religious people or religion, but what I do hold real bias, real fucking animosity towards is if someone's going to come at anything from a dogmatic perspective of I just believe it because that's the way it is and you can't question it. That to me is poisoning fucking poisons everything. If you can't question it, what's the point of talking about it?
Yeah, exactly. Christianity is a religion you can't question, and so is their heliocentric science. Exactly.
Yeah, and so if you're going to criticize the scientific establishment in one breath because they're because they have these dogmas of science that they won't even question, they won't test if Einstein's general relativity
point exactly.
Relevancy. So in the one breath they'll say, "Oh, science is so dogmatic," and then in the next breath they'll be saying, it's the reason that Earth is flat is because God said so." Yeah, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and God said that in the Roman Catholic Bible, so you can't question their Christianity either. And they're totally dogmatic about both beliefs.
I've got no problem with using that as like some sort of extra evidence.
Yeah.
And at some point, people that are open to it, people that are religious, but coming out of the gate and saying the Earth is flat because God said so, and a lot of
exactly.
It's like it stinks, and it's like because I want to come at this at a point where it's welcoming, and where people can approachable, where people and you're not alienating anybody. You're just saying
exactly. Listen,
this is why
I think condemning people to hell because they don't believe in your religion while you say that the science is dogmatic and condemns people who don't believe in them, it's just poisons the well with hypocrisy. Yeah. Exactly. That's my whole point. It's not you can bring religion into it, but we shouldn't choose a doctrine. That's a 3,000-year-old argument. Just use it as a reference that, these religions reference the flat earth. And we shouldn't say, but you got to be a Christian or you're a fucking cult member.
Yeah, I like Christianity in the way that when you put Christianity onto philosophy and you think and you can make you look at the scriptures and you can make philosophical arguments with the scriptures. That's cool. And then but yeah, like I see it's got some validity and some use, but it's not the condemning someone to hell isn't the best way to help them see the truth.
Yeah, well, that's just it. They banned Blaze and said that they hope she went to hell for preaching a false doctrine. Dandelion went all preacher on her. Meemore went preacher on her.
She had an unconventional
gospel bearer. They all went all, "Oh, you're going to hell" shit on everyone. They called me gospel literally called me a satanic pedophile who gets on his knees and sucks Satan's dick. It's like literally that made your server look great, guy. You banned the most popular guy there, and I'm not saying that to brag. Just everybody knew the battle mod. I gave everybody respect, and they defended anybody that I thought was done wrong. Even Geo. Me and Geo didn't always get along, but I defended his ass when they banned him because it wasn't right. He didn't do anything. You know.
I think the only time that someone should be, someone that's made it there to mod, the only time they should ever be punished is if they, if they're on a power trip, if they're doing shit that you go, hang on, man, that's a little bit uncalled for. Like that's when the punishment should come. Is when they start doing shit that's uncalled for. But instead, it goes the opposite way of.
Yeah, they just remove them. You shouldn't remove somebody you trust enough to put in a position of power.
That's right.
Yeah, you should punish them and then bring them back. Maybe ask them not to do it again. I agree. I don't like the way they run it, but I just did. I said, you know what? Geo left and made his own fucking server. I'm out. I'll do the same fucking thing. Citizen Z left, and Citizen Z so's cool. He wouldn't even voice his opinion on how much he really thought people were piece of shit. He didn't want to burn bridges, and so he just went and made his own server. Under the dome, you know? I don't know if you got Citizen Z server. Are you on Under the Dome?
Is that the Ice Wall?
Ice Wall, yeah.
Did that? I don't know. I was in it, but then it got deleted, right?
Right. Yeah, it did. What is this crap?
I'm just digging at my fire. Clean all the ash out.
No, I was wondering what Raven created a new mod, a new lobby, and the lobby just doesn't have a history in it. So I just wondered. Most of my servers got comments in the lobbies as soon as you enter, but for some reason lobbies keep getting deleted, and people keep making new lobbies. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a link to my server.
I might be in it. Is that Flat Earth Reality?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just joined it the other day. Yeah,
all right. Bet I'll get you a role there then.
Yeah, because I went back on 24/7 just so I could get all my pictures and stuff that I posted because I lost all my pictures when my computer died. So I went, and then I just kept, as soon as I went back to 24/7, I just kept getting banned and given all these fucking all these weird roles and stuff, and
I know.
And it's like this is 3 years ago. They're still holding a grudge after 3 years. After what? What did I do? I fucking because I unbanned somebody that deserves to be there. Come on.
I haven't got unbanned yet, but it's only been 6 months.
Something I realised about it is that after a certain point, not to say that you shouldn't be on there helping other people and stuff. Like, I love to help other people see the truth. That's like the most invigorating thing. That's the reason why I like to talk to people on this stuff. But after a certain point, right? Once you're no longer learning,
yeah.
When you're no longer learning, you can't be in a position to teach properly.
Exactly.
So I found that like after a certain point, it became I was just putting myself through pain for no reason, and it kind of gets repetitive. And I like to come on here every now and then, but like I'll have other servers and stuff, and I don't want to be too consumed by it, because I can get really involved. I can get really emotionally what do you call it?
Drained?
No, like
emotionally attached.
Yeah, emotionally attached to it. You have a reaction to somebody. Like people that have been there for that long, that they have a reaction when someone disagrees with them. That kind of thing. And so you're emotionally attached to it. So it's like it becomes like I'm not saying it becomes like a chore or anything like that, but it becomes. It's not helping you at some point. Like this,
it's a hindrance. I was going to say that. It becomes a hindrance to your mission to learn what you need to learn to know it.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you've got to say, I've learned all I can here. Let's have a break for a while, and then you go and learn some other stuff, and then come back and share that. You got to constantly be searching and seeking and really consolidating that knowledge, because if you're just hashing over the same shit day after day, day in day out, the same shit, you're not helping. And as well, something that you've talked about 100 times, you're not going to talk about it the same way. So when somebody that's new comes to it, they don't see that fresh perspective on it anymore. So they're seeing someone talk about it from an almost dogmatic, even if you don't mean to be talking about it from a dogmatic perspective. Someone that's new, that's come to it, and you're talking to someone that's talked about it day in, day out for 3 years, they're going to be hearing a dogmatic perspective, even if you're not talking, even if you don't mean to be talking about it in a dogmatic way, because it's just about 100 times. So
that's what I used to tell people. Listen, man, you're just repeating your spill, and you're talking at this dude. You're not talking to him. And you're not making sure he keeps up with you or even understands what he's saying, because you're using references that we use to talk to each other. And you think you're being highly technical, but you're not. That's when people begin to talk at people, not to them. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Period. Just the way it is.
And so I think it's healthy for people to take a break every once in a while, or get other interests and stuff, and bring it back. Because you can sit around the campfire all day, and you have all your needs met and whatever. But if you don't go out and hunt every now and then, how are you going to bring back the meat? How are people going to eat?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that, man. People should keep up with the most advanced arguments, but they should also take a break from debating for a while and learn something new again.
Yeah, just the art of learning itself. Learning just learning itself can be a skill, and you lose that that flair. You lose that spark
for teaching. When you have to learn it in a certain order and it's fresh in your mind, you learn to teach it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people lose that, dude, and they end up just talking at people, you know.
Yeah, that's what I used to use that. I used to say that to people a lot. You know, they're talking at me. You know.
Yeah, you're talking at me, not to me.
And I'm not immune to it either. You know, it's you know, and this is what I realized recently. Hey, like I'm on the politics server a lot. And fuck, it's just a dumpster fire. But
Yeah.
and it's such a, it's kind of I don't know why I put myself through it, but but you know, sometimes you'll join a room and you'll go, well, nobody's listening to each other. Everybody's talking past each other. Everybody's just got something. They're trying to prove something to each other, so desperately trying to prove shit to each other. Nobody's listening to each other. They're all talking past each other, and then you go, fuck, I'm so triggered. You know, I'm so fucking triggered. And then at that point, you got to go, you know what? I'm so triggered and I really want to respond. I really want to take control of this room. But you know what? That's out of my control. And the best thing that I can do in this position is just to leave.
Yep. Just say fuck it. Yeah, I get there where I say, you know, these guys are all just trying to prove shit. And it's shit that I really don't think even needs to be covered. But I'm just going to be pissed off talking at people if I go in there. I do that on Gem server all the time. I just get the fuck on. I'm like, yep, I'm out. I'm out. I'll just, you know, because I'm just going to piss all over what I'm trying to do. Because I'm pissed. You know. Because once again, they're not reaching people, and they're just talking at people, and they ain't gonna prove shit. You can't prove nothing when people can't even follow. You know what I mean? They can't follow. Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to start my fire. It's kind of going out. And
you wood burning heat.
Yeah. I've got the kindling burning, and then I put some big logs on it, and it's going out. But I'm just gonna blow it back.
Yep, I'm wood burning heat, but it's a radiant heat system, a boiler. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I
that's the way to go. I'd love to make something like that.
I go outside to start my fire. My fire, it's in like a boiler shed.
Yeah, before, you know, when 24/7 got really popular, like just before it got really popular, there was a point where it was a good balance. I think when you get like, I don't know, when you start to get more than 6 people in a voice channel and everyone wants to talk at the same time, 6 people, you can kind of do it. So, you know, not everybody's going to want to talk. Some people are just going to want to sit there and listen. So I think between 6 and 10 people in a voice channel is about right. And yep. You know, you get to the at 24/7, it got to that point where you had those like just nice, you know, you'd have VCs that were just at that perfect level, right? And so, you know, you'd have people that jump in that want to just tear you down or try to say some bullshit or some argument. But what I got in this really good training where rather than have an emotional reaction and just be triggered and just react to it, everyone just be quiet. You know, if you haven't got anything good, if you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And I remember a couple of times where, you know, someone would come in, they come with some ridiculous argument, and nobody would even acknowledge their presence. And they'd be sitting there going, "Can anybody hear me? Did anyone hear what I just said?" And we'll just, you know, just continue on with our pleasant conversation.
I tried to tell people that too. Have you ever noticed that Mike doesn't even reply to stupid arguments? That I only open my mouth when the guy has an educated premise that needs addressed. It's because I pick and choose my battles. And when I thought shit went shitty is when we had way too many mods. So instead of having 6 people in the room, there's 12 people in the VC and 6 of them are mods, all fighting to be the only one heard.
Yeah. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still love the place. I still love the people, but some of the shit they do amazes me, bro. That's it. That's the way I'm gonna say it. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I still like me more. He just fucking attacks the wrong people. What, you get bored because you ain't got no Glovers attacking, you start eating your own people? Or obviously they're not your people, right?
Yeah.
So you're the opposition then, bitch. It's no longer FES, it's Memulus. Right? I mean, that's the way it looks. We were growing 2.0. Over and over we were growing though. After 6 months we jumped right up to 20,000 fucking people. And he came in, he wasn't even there for 6 months, and after 6 months he come in and just went on a fucking ban spree and banned like 50 fucking people, you know? And then he hung out for a week banning anybody who didn't like what they say and said quality over content. Man, you're a fucking idiot. Listen, I sat in that voice chat and kids would come in, people would come in, they're trolling. They call me faggot, pedophile. I'm a father. Did I let that shit piss me off? No. I give it back to them. And then we'd sit there and listen, we'd sit there and see who could disrespect each other the most. And then eventually I'd say, hey man, we can quit doing that and we can have a normal fucking conversation as humans, or we can keep acting like neither one of us are humans. You choose. You know, and normally I got motherfuckers who call me a pedophile to actually calm down and have a productive conversation. And they banned people who disagreed with their fucking motto or their religion. That shit annoys me, dude. It's just too much dumb shit. Like Geo, man. Why the fuck they even ban him? They never really gave him a reason why they banned him, dude. They just banned one of our, he wasn't really a founding member, but since the 2.0 and, you know, I mean, 2 years into it, he became a big fucking member. He like me, he was in there every day. Me and him were heard every day. And we were actually the opposition, two different sides of the coin, you know? Straight hard science versus, you know, Geo put feeling into his shit and personal experience. So, but not on an idiotic level.
I like how Geo has his own server now.
Yeah.
It's really busy too. I mean, it's not a small server.
No, he's always got somebody. He's always got a decent size. He always got a decent size VC. Yeah, I try not to come in and taint his shit and try not to make it the Battle Mod server because he doesn't debate and I like to debate.
Sorry, man. I just had a blue screen of death.
Oh, yeah, I got that just a minute ago. I wonder what's up with that. They don't want us to reconnect, brother.
My computer turned itself off. I have this weird shit. Blue screen of death on one screen, but the other screen will be perfectly fine.
Oh, you got two screens?
Yeah.
multiple monitors.
So, like, on the other screen will be working just fine. The left screen will be blue screen of death, and it'll restart.
I bet if you got a scanner, you know, a virus scanner, you'd find out you have military viruses on your internet. I talked my daughter into coming home from the Navy. You know what her job title was in division, electronic, and her job title. She was in electronic intel, naval electronic intel. So I said, "Well, hey, you got a degree in computer science. Get rid of my viruses." And she went to looking through them. I didn't even ask her. And she told me. Now this concerns me. I said, "What?" She said, "Well, the Navy's interested in your conspiracy, Dad, your flat Earth thing, because you had 5 naval viruses on your that I actually used. So you actually had naval intel in your server." I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, but I wrote commands in your computer to where now that they can't get back in there." And I was getting lots of blue screens of death and other shit. You know, they cut me off at certain times. And I felt like I was being shut down when people didn't want certain things talked about.
It happens at the most conspicuous times.
Yeah, when you're reaching the precipice of a point. And I do some religious points, how religion is Masonic and just Masons trying to teach people esoteric principles, but I get cut off with that, and cut off when I start talking about attenuation of light, atmospheric extinction. Was you in here earlier when dude started talking about, are you going to treat the laser as physical? And I broke it right down, and he shut up. He didn't.
No.
I like that. Most of the Globers in here, they know me, and when I start to talk, when I go after them, they usually just go silent. There's only a couple of them that come in here that'll still try to argue with me.
I was talking to people the other day here, and about that light propagates electrically, and I had these people swearing black and blue that if I can't prove it, then light doesn't propagate electrically. And I go, well, everything is electric.
I got a proof for you, Chepa. We measure light in lumens, do we not?
Yeah.
Lumen is an electric unit. It's a SI unit for electricity, electric propagated light, a lumen.
Right. So it's an electrical sensor of what? I don't know where. Hang on, let's look that up. What is a lumen?
Yep.
I mean, what is a lumen?
Of light.
I had a 1,000 lumen torch once. Fuck, that cunt was bright.
So it's electric. A lumen is a measurement of the amount of brightness of a light bulb. But yet we measure the sun's output in lumens.
What is a lumen a metric of? Let's see what this says.
1 lumen is equal to the output of one single candle, but it's a SI unit to measure electrical light bulb output or the distribution of light. The light provided by a given.
There's more.
The higher the lumens, the lighter, the brighter the bulb.
I mean, because I think what's important is how do they measure? How do they gauge the amount of lumens? I mean, because you can just say
brightness.
Yeah.
One lumen is equal to one candle. And it's funny because it's used to measure the brightness of an electrical light bulb, but it's it's equal to one candle, which is natural light. One is natural light. That's
You
what
said you said attenuation of light. What's this? How? In what context?
It's atmospheric attenuation and atmospheric extinction of light. Shut up, Milo. Now, what they say is that can't explain a sunset, that there's no terminator line for light, but there actually is a terminator line for light in their model. Half the globe, half the globe is lit, and it has a terminator. So when you say, how do time zones work on a flat Earth? Well, I say attenuation and atmospheric extinction of light. It's the same reason that the sun appears to set. You know why? Attenuation just makes it go out and disappear. But the reason it appears to set is because the atmosphere is stacked in gradient. So it has varying levels of density, which makes it appear to, it doesn't make it appear, it makes light attenuate in the atmosphere at different times. So why does the bottom half of the sun disappear? Because that's the thickest part of the atmosphere, and you're looking at the sun. By the time you can't see it at the bottom, the sun is already at a 0 degree on the horizon. So the bottom disappears, and it makes it look like it sinks, right? But the bottom disappeared just because light isn't propagating through the most dense portion of the atmosphere, which is at ground level. But then you see light that's coming just above it, and just above that, because the higher levels of the atmosphere haven't attenuated the light yet. This is the reason why at sunrise, the first thing to light up is the top of the atmosphere. And that's because it's the thinnest in density with the least amount of attenuation to the point of extinction. Light attenuates in the atmosphere and scatters till it gets extinct, which means it's cut off. And that's inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the source. It's ruled by the inverse square law. But it varies in the atmosphere because you got multiple densities of atmosphere, right? But the thing that says that what I'm saying is true is that when the sun rises, you see it first at the top of the atmosphere. The last thing lit up at sunrise is the ground. The sun has to get close enough to you that it actually penetrates the thickest part of the atmosphere, which is at ground level. That's why the ground is lit up last at sunrise, and it's the first thing to go dark at sunset. And light disappears as a stack. At the very end of sunset, the top portion of the atmosphere is lit. You can't see the sun no more, and that's because it's attenuated through the portion you're viewing it through. But the light's still making it through the top portion of the atmosphere because it's the thinnest, the least dense, and the lowest amount of attenuation. They tell me that can't. So normal globers tell me that can't work. I argued with Professor Phil, who has multiple degrees in science and multiple engineering degrees, and he said, a flat earther that finally gave me a feasible answer for that. But your uneducated glober said, nope, it don't work like that because light doesn't attenuate to the point of extinction.
I always say to people as well, what color is the sunset? Red, right? Red light is attenuated the least, or it's refracted the least.
Yeah.
And if you're saying, the light bends down, then you say, well, fuck, if light is bending down around the fucking Earth, then you would expect that, well, maybe the last light you would see would be that blue refracted light, or maybe like a green or something like that.
I don't know. I think if light was bent downwards towards the Earth, that that a gravitational lensing would be true, and the sun would wrap all the way around the Earth, the sunlight, and there'd never be a night. I personally believe that if light bent, it'd bend all the way around the globe, and there'd never be night. And that's if gravitational lensing is true. But then for them to defeat that, they have to accept for it to still be true on the globe, but the reason you still got a night cycle would have to be atmospheric extinction of light. So they have to finally accept that. And that isn't, it's not a flat earth concept. It's science, you know? It's not a flat earth concept. It's actual science. Science says that light attenuates through the atmosphere to the point of extinction. It abbreviates and all that other shit.
Mike, you know about lumens. I have a question for you.
What?
Okay, so Jupiter, for example, we look at Jupiter and it's lit up. It's lit up with light, and they say that it's the sun, right? That's making it so we can see it, right? But I always thought that if you were on Jupiter, the sun would be so tiny from that distance. Perspective.
Yeah.
How could it even light up Jupiter? That's what I'm asking you. Do you think that's a good
No, I would agree with you because it'd be so many arc minutes away that it would decrease in angular size. Arc minute is how far light travels in a minute. I would agree. I don't think that it'd light up all of that. All the outer planets. I just don't think that the sun could light them up. Because remember, they're planets. They don't. Every planet, it appears if they are getting light from the sun, they all get an equal amount at varying distances. That doesn't make sense. You know, one would get less than the other one. Because they're planets, and planets don't put out light. Stars do. So that means but you know, it becomes Venus is a star in the sky, right? But then it's a planet. Does that make sense to you? A star is a gaseous ball, right? That emits its own light. It doesn't make sense. Which is it? Is it a star or is it a wandering planet?
Do you know how many lumens are going to get to Jupiter, for example? Do you know the math on that? No, I'm with you on that thinking. The intensity, that's what I'm saying. I think the intensity would decrease so much that it wouldn't light up all of Jupiter. And now you need enough light intensity that when it reflects, it can reach back. You know? You need enough lumens so it's bright enough that it has enough intensity to travel all the way back. And that just doesn't make sense, man. That this light source that would its intensity is ruled by the inverse square law too. So the intensity of light it decreases inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the source. And so, that's pretty much what you're saying is Venus should be so far away that the light isn't intense enough anymore to reflect back and to be seen. And I would agree. That's logical concept.
You know what I also want to think about sometimes is when you they say, well, light travels faster through vacuum. the vacuum that we can pull anyway on Earth. Well, you know, does light need something to propagate through? You know, like, you know, if you've got nothing there, you can't. Obviously, you can't have nothing in a space, right?
The truth is, we really don't know if it needs something to propagate through. We really don't know. So the idea that we can say it moved faster through the void that's ignorant.
Yeah, because my question is like, you know, surely you know when the light has to pass through the atmosphere and you got lots of gases.
Polarization.
You got lots of gases that it's passing through. It's sort of blocking it. It's sort of impeding the light from traveling through the atmosphere, right? That's understandable. But once you get to this fucking extreme values of negative pressure, where you've got like this intense vacuum, you know, does it then slow down in propagation too? Because it can't propagate through, you know, because obviously for it to electrically propagate along and through something, it needs something to be there. Like, because that's one of my questions I have. It's a deep question of like, what does light propagate along? Is it through some sort of is it ether? I mean, what is the lattice that it propagates along?
Right. I have no idea.
One of those things I wonder about.
And we can't really demonstrate that. That's why it's unfalsifiable, bro. We can't create a vacuum to see if it actually propagates through one. You know, that's why that's not science. It's just not. We can't test whether or not it propagates through a vacuum. We can't falsify it.
I'm just trying to get some dinner on. I'm going to put some chicken on this fire here.
Oh, that's funny. I just ate chicken. What are you going to bake it on the wood burner?
No, I got this. I just got a cast iron pan on top of this wood fire.
Oh.
So I'm just going to let it heat up slowly. Put some oil and some herbs and stuff. Poke a few holes in it.
Where do you live?
Western Australia.
Oh, you just out in the outback? You don't have gas or utilities?
Oh no, I've got an electric. I got an electric stove, but I got the fire on, so you know why not kill two birds with one stone?
Yeah, I do that. In my barn, I've got a wood burner, and I cook on top of that fucker all the time when I'm in there building cars and shit. The pans and the aluminum foil are my friends. I put all kinds of seasonings in. Like when I bake chicken on the wood burner, I like to put peppers on top of it. You know, I put a dry rub on there and then put peppers, greens, and let all that shit soak in the juices while it bakes.
I was just thinking I might do a chicken curry, but I've got no coconut cream.
Chepa's Polish too, isn't it? You do boiled dinners, brother?
Look, I don't. My family. Well, I mean, my dad's full Polish, but he was born in Australia as well.
Yeah.
Both his parents came over after World
Well,
War II. So, he doesn't do a lot of the Polish cooking, but just recently, right? I started working for this Polish woman, and she cooks the most amazing Polish food. Yeah.
Klumpkies, punchkies, pierogies. You like the noodles with the potatoes in them?
I've only tried it. I've only had it a couple of times, but yeah, they're good.
And like they are.
Garonki with the cabbage.
Glumpkies. Glumpkies. Yeah. So my mom's Polish family name would be Kozol. Kozil, Kozol. You know what I'm talking about?
Kozol, no. Yeah.
yeah, so we were lower end Polish, but my mom was Polish, my dad was full blooded Native American. So, but I know how to cook venison tenderloins and glumpkies and pierogies and punchkies and all kinds of Polish dishes.
My grandma, her last name was Polski, and
Yeah.
it's like North Poland somewhere. And then my granddad was Krepelkowski.
Yeah, so I'm a member of the Polish National Legion, Polish National Alliance. The bar I hang out at is called the Polish Federation. That's part of the Polish National Alliance. It's in what's called Frogtown. It's called Frogtown because my family settled here because when they came in, when they migrated here, they took jobs on the railroad. They built the railroad through Jackson County, and so they said, well, hey, we're going to live here. We're going to stay here and live. So a bunch of Polish people lived there, and they all bought land close to the railroad land. And because all Polacks live there, they call it Frogtown. We're frogs in America. Okay, but I can still go to the Polish bar. So like I can hear Polish language being talked. My grandma on my mom's side, she spoke Polish. So I can understand it, but I can't speak it, you know what I mean? But I'll know enough of what you're saying to know whether you're cursing me out, talking bad about me.
Yeah. Same here. I could hear. Yeah, I could with most languages. I know a little bit about. Like I know some swear words in most languages. French, Indian,
Yeah,
Polish. I know when someone's talking shit.
Yep. I was in Florida one time, and a Bulgarian dude who had a Polish wife. They were speaking, and they're both so close together. And when they got done saying, they were saying something about me in line, and she looked at me and said "capiche" and smiled, and I said, "Oh, capiche," and she said, "Oh, you Polish?" I was like, "Well, my grandma was." And so I can understand what I know. You were just talking about the way I'm dressed and the way I'm acting, and Americans all think they're Texans, but actually I'm a Yankee. We're the ones. We're the ones from the north where, in slavery, they said we're sick and tired of you Yankees coming down here and telling us how to live our lives, And they laughed at me. Then they were like, "So what was your grandma's name?" And I told them, and they're like, "Oh yeah." They give me that look like they were from the upper end of Poland, and they knew Kozal basically meant Polish nigger, I was like, "Oh yeah, these guys are uppities." The Bulgarian guy with the Polish wife's putting me down, though. I never did get that one. Like, dude, aren't you from Bulgaria or something? Aren't your brothers fighting your brothers right now in the Contra wars and the Gulf conflict and shit, right? I actually went and drank. They asked me if I drank vodka. They invited me over, and I said, yeah. I took my girlfriend over there. I went to their house. You had to take your shoes off and socks to go in their house. And if your feet were dirty, they had shit for you to wash your feet when you go in. And I was like, why the hell are they this picky? But when you got in their house, their carpets were white. They had white carpets. Man, their house was immaculate. And I thought, well, because they smelled like liquor, when we were in line at Walmart in Florida. And they were the cleanest fucking people I ever met. And then we were going out in his yard, you know, we're sipping drinks. I brought some expensive scotch, and they were drinking vodka, and we went to a movie first. I don't know why. I think him and his wife didn't have friends, so they invited me and my girlfriend out because we knew we knew they were talking shit about us. You know what I mean? But we still conversated with them like normal people. So they invited us out, paid for us to go to a movie, and my girlfriend was my wife. But they were good people, and they were lonely. They just didn't have friends. Most of what they spoke broken English, you know. And they knew they could talk in their normal language, and we'd somewhat get them and all that. So we ended up being their friends. But this dude had plants all over. Florida's real tropical, and this motherfucker had a botanical garden. I didn't know where all the plants were from, but I was like, man, some of these flowers and shit, they're not even from Florida. And he's like, yeah. So you getting a botany? And I'm like, no. I just know this isn't native to Florida. And actually, I think this is an invasive flower. And he said it is. So, and I brought that. It's a Bulgarian flower. I brought a lot of home. He showed me. He had 3 twigs in his pocket. And he'd wrap them in wet napkins, and then roots would grow out of them. Then he transplant them. This dude was smart as hell when it came to plants, and I thought that was cool. Cause like, if we paid to bring all those flowers in to have a botanical garden, it would have cost us $1 million as Americans.
I'm still listening to you. I'm just trying to cut this chicken up.
You're cooking.
I'm cleaning this chicken. It's a bit old. Yeah, I just got 2 chicken breasts here, Mike. The biggest chicken breasts I've ever seen. But they're a bit old. My eyes were bigger than my belly when I was doing some shopping. And so I was just cleaning them up a bit.
Hey, that's GMO chicken, brother.
Maybe. Yeah, it could be, yeah. But no, it's a bit past. So it doesn't taste like bad chicken. It tastes good. But yeah, no, I'm just washing them really good, and because they're like a couple of days gone, so I'm just cleaning them really well, cutting all the fat off and everything.
I'm just joking with you, but yeah, chicken breast ain't meant to be that big.
Yeah, sucker will take a while to cook. So this Polish woman, she's got kind of dark skin, but she's very good looking. My boss, and I dug a big fish pond and built it out of these big sand limestone blocks, and we got some mortar and cemented the bottom of it and everything, and just I spent some hard work in her backyard. She's put after we prepped everything, she put a cement pad there and got a new shed installed. Now we just silicon the shed so it doesn't.
Do you hang out with her by the pond edge? Tell her poetry on the shoreline. I would. Fuck it, hit on her.
She's a bit fussy. I mean, she's probably like she's probably got 15 years on me. But she's a looker. She's very good looking for. Actually, I don't know how old she is, to be honest. But she's got kids that are 10 years younger than me. But she's a looker, and she's just such a. I don't know. But she's my boss, and I don't want to make things weird, you know. But no, we fit on each other a little bit, but. Yeah.
If you're hitting on each other, just go on and wax that ass, man. Quit playing with it. You never know. You might like that older stuff. If she just came out of menopause, hell, that's all she wants to do is get down. I'm experienced with that menopause. I went through that shit with a wife, and then when she came out, she divorced. And so now I kind of believe she wasn't in menopause because she was sleeping with my nephew. It's my ex-wife now. You know what her complaint was? Most women don't complain it. The sex was too rough. I beat it up I heard it all the time. She needed a smaller guy, dude. Seriously. So I got some solace in the fact that my nephew's penis must be smaller than mine.
She wanted less but more of it.
Probably. I don't know. I can joke about it. I'm not miserable over it. I mean, I'm well to do. I had money, so it was just the fact that I worked all the time to get my business ahead because it was cheap. You know.
How did was it a painful separation?
Well, yeah, it was until I came. I guess till I came terms. Actually, you know, I bless. Thank God for my youngest. It was painful until my youngest put it in perspective for me. My youngest daughter. So
Yeah.
she kind of did it for me. I mean, literally, I was gonna kill my nephew. I went straight for his throat. You know what I mean? When he told me, because he actually admitted it to me, and I was like, man, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. And I grabbed him by his throat, the front and back of it, seriously. And I'm an ex-combat veteran, you know. Within seconds, I had him airborne, holding him up, gonna choke him to death. And my daughter just put her hand on my back and said, no, he's not worth it, Dad. And I said, yeah, he took your mom from me. It's worth killing him. And she said, yeah, but then you'll go to prison and I won't have you. I need you. Obviously, Mom's on drugs if she's sleeping with my nephew. My daughter said that. Hell, it did a couple things, you know, broke my heart. Of course, it won, but it brought me back to reality. If I kill him, I am going to prison. No, Lorena Bobbitt got temporary insanity. She cut her man's frickin' penis off. I should be able to stretch his neck and get temporary insanity. But I said no. I just opted for the kids' right. And so at that moment, I realized that my children were worth more than that woman anyway. I didn't work for her. I worked for my kids to increase what they would inherit. Because, I mean, I didn't have to work. I owned the company. But I did that because I saved money on the position I paid for, which gave me a higher profit. Plus, it increased profits, but it also increased the wage I make. I only get one wage to run the company or to be the chief executive officer because it's an estate. I say I own a paving company, but I don't own the paving company. The paving company is part of the estate, and the estate belongs to my bloodline, so everybody gets a portion of the profit. But the more profit, the more everybody in the family gets. You know what I mean? But I make more in wages because I now get if I'm driving a dump truck, whatever I do, I get double what we pay other people to do because I'm the chief executive officer plus I'm a family member. So I get a wage for chief executive officer, a wage for truck driver. From the general labor, I get a wage for general labor. It's $50 an hour for chief executive officer. So when I do dump truck driver, the higher end a dump truck driver is $23 an hour. I get 46, you know. But because of not just some dump truck drivers can only do 10 tons because all they got is a Class B license. I can do 30 ton because I got a Class A license, so it's $30 an hour. So I end up $60 an hour, and then $50 an hour so I'm making $110 an hour. And if I work 82 hours, you know, I get overtime. No double time. Company just pays straight overtime. Because if we paid double time, we'd be going broke. Our employees work 80 hours every damn week, you know. it's paving, it's asphalt. I actually got employees that tried to get over 100 hours a week, so they'd be killing me in double time. But I work.
Is it a good place to work? How's the cohesion?
Well, yeah, it's a good place to work. I give profit sharing, and if your profit sharing goes up, if you jobs are projected and scheduled with asphalt. We say this job should take a week. So if you get it done ahead of schedule, you make a percentage of the extra profit. So you'll make a percentage like 1.5% of the profit, just at normal profit sharing. But if you finish it earlier, you could make 3% of profit sharing. Now we do $1 million contracts, so you could get 3% of the profit on 500,000. So that could be $1,000 bonus on a job or a $2,000 bonus on a job, added to an already $1,500 paycheck for the week. Bring home because you worked enough to make 2,000. You know, if you get 100 hours, you're making $3,500. Yeah, it's good money. In 6 months, you can make up to, depending on which job you're doing, you can make up to $260,000 in 6 months, where most people don't make that in 12. And then you get unemployment for 4 months, almost. Actually, it is 5 months now. 20 weeks. You can get 24 weeks of unemployment, which is almost 6 months. But it's not 6 months when it's calendar months, but 4 weeks is a month. So you get a paycheck every week for 24 weeks on unemployment. So you get paid all year long, but you only work half of it. And because you're making $3,500 a week before taxes, your unemployment checks will be the highest amount that they pay. Because if your average, the most they pay is $500 a week. So on unemployment, so you can make $3,500 a week all summer and $500 a week all winter to do nothing. So think about it. You can be ice fishing to get paid $500 a week. It's good money. The unemployment, if you're getting $500 a week, which most dudes do, it adds $12,000 to your yearly gross income. So when you look at the numbers, it's good money. Yeah. You add bonuses to your already high pay. I mean, you can make 14 grand a month for 6 months. And that's like entry level pay. Most of the guys make more than that. My guys have been there 10 years are bringing home $5 grand in a week, $6 grand in a week, but they're working 108 hours in a week on a few $1 million jobs. So $5 grand isn't shit when the company did $5 million in business in your 7 days, But that's because we run multiple crews. We don't just have one paving crew, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 24/7.
Right.
I used to work. When I did my apprenticeship, we were working maintenance for iron ore plant. And
yeah,
and
we sleep. We sleep in our trucks on some jobs, dude. Some jobs you're getting paid just to sleep in their truck.
Just like because it's so remote, sort of thing.
Yeah, because we don't want to drive all the way back to the yard. And so we take 16 guys, but always we project it to be done with 8 guys working all the time. Then they all get paid 24 hours, but they're only working like you somebody will pick the day crew and somebody will pick the night crew. But you always got 8 people working. That leaves somebody else 8 hours to sleep, or 12 hours to sleep. You work 12 hours, I work 12 hours, and together we cover the day,
Yeah.
So most of the guys, they just, so we sleep in the truck. Listen, we sleep in the truck because we give them, when they go out of town like that, we pay for their meals and their motel. So they get 125 bucks a day to pay for their meals in their motel, cash, and then they just keep the $125 and sleep in their truck. Because I don't care. I'm the one that told them that they could do it, because that's how I do it. The company pays it. You get it cash. No taxes taken out of it. You should just keep it. Buy, live on value meals or something. Spend $5 on a meal, 3 meals a day, $3-5. Well, probably 4 because it's asphalt work. You eat a lot when you're doing this heavy shit. Motherfucker want to eat.
Used to work some, we just go out to the mine site, work there like 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, and you'd work 13 days on, 1 day off. I mean, 13 was a common number, so we work 13-hour days. So we start at 5:30 in the morning and finish at 6:30 at night, or the other way around. So then you'd have like an hour overlap on each shift. So you'd have probably, 20 minutes worth of travel and 40 minutes worth of overlap, something like that. And it's good. 91 hours a week. I mean, it was hard. It was hard work all those hours, but
good money.
Good crew of people. It was nice. I miss those.
Oh yeah, crew work is always nice. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's why I worked with my employees, because I like the crew environment. I like my people. They made it good. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, they wanted to be there. I used to work with a few Indians and Filipino guys, and they were just funny fuckers. They just cracked the silliest jokes. Those fucking those Filipino cunts. They're so twisted. But
on the asphalt crew in America, somebody's always fucking your wife. Not literally. It's a joke. They're always cracking a joke about fucking your wife. But some of the jokes will be, "Hey man, you got any pictures of your wife naked? No? You want some? She gave me some." That was always a funny joke to me because I was the owner. So it let me know my guys were comfortable. They accepted me as part of the crew. You know what I mean? I didn't make them feel like they were beneath me, so I was accepted. So I didn't mind it. Like, he's got to not be worried about me to crack that joke. I laughed my ass off first. It was a young kid that did it, and the rest of the crew just looked at him like, "Well, is the owner gonna fire him?" I was like, "God damn, dude, that's fucking funny." And they're like, "Oh, so you got a sense of humor, man. We can actually treat you like one of the crew. We thought we were gonna have to change the way we acted." I was like, "Oh no, I'm good for a joke. I know we're just burning the day up, right? Talking shit to each other. Yeah. Well, all right then. Don't get mad when I got better jokes than you. That's all I'll say. Because I'll be fucking your mom's, not your wife, bitch." Your grandma's looking pretty hot, too. I used to rip on them. But I also make my wife drive all the way, I make her drive out of town and bring us all meals and shit. You know. My wife would make a pan of lasagna, 25-pound pan of lasagna. Big pan, and bring it out, and the whole crew eat it on the damn highways. Because we're doing highway work. And when you're doing a highway, you gotta keep it moving. You gotta be doing so many miles an hour, paving a mile within 4 hours. Because if not, you're not gonna meet the state projections. So this is why they get cheering on it. Because if we go over, we're losing money. They're taking money from the contract for every day extra it takes us to do it. But if we're under, they're adding money. Because you tie up traffic when you're paving highways. So if you only tie up traffic for 6 days to get your work done when they expected it to be done for 10 days, you could make an extra 200,000,
I mean, you tend to, they're not paying extra. They're just paying. So if you get it, in your
Yeah, even if they're not paying extra, if I'm done 3 days early, it means I can do more jobs. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So either way, even if the job's not paying extra, I can do 2 big jobs in the time I would do 1. So now we've made more money, and it's because of you, the employee. A company's not contracts and equipment. It's employees, because employees fill the contracts and they use the equipment. When they're happy, they keep their equipment clean because they use it, and they keep it clean so they can keep getting done early and getting more bonuses. You know what I mean? Gives them something to motivate them to always work hard. But man, people who actually make it in asphalt's not for everybody. I'll hire 10 dudes and maybe 1 will stay. It's always by lunch. I'll hire 10 hire 10 people, and the first day we'll know by lunch if 6 of them are going to make it. I mean, we got it down to numbers. We bet on them. That's one of the things we do when we're bored. Oh, we hired 15 dudes. Here they are. I make them introduce themselves to the crew. And then based on their introductions, we say whether they're going to make it or not, because they're tough people or they're not. Now, I've had some real frail people that couldn't talk to a large group to introduce themselves that I thought, yeah, they won't make it. I bet against them, but that motherfucker stayed forever and ended up being one of the best new employees, People actually surprise you sometimes and impress you. Not always, though. Normally, the weak guys, the guys that can't speak to a group, they're normally the weak guys, and they normally don't make it not even to lunch. They're gone at 10 a.m. And they're not coming up and asking, can they get paid for their 2 hours? They don't even give a shit. They're out. Keep the fucking 2-hour check. I'm out of here. Because it's hot. It's hot work. If it's 80 out, the index on the asphalt will be 130. 90-degree weather, you're on the asphalt, it's going to be 140 degrees. On a hot day, air doesn't move. You can't feel a breeze on the asphalt. You know why? Because heat's constantly rising off of it upward, and it blocks the wind, so you never feel a breeze blowing.
Reminds me of you got a big chute coming off a crusher or something, or a conveyor belt chute, and you got to take all the wear plates out, and then sometimes we got to cut something off inside the chute. Oh fuck! Bring the oxy inside the chute, and it's already a 46-degree day, and then you've got to cut with a fucking gas axe inside the chute, and
Damn.
he got to like 70, whatever that is in Fahrenheit. It's like fucking crazy. You're just sweating. You got
Yeah.
you drink like you got a 2 liter Camelback. You probably do it 3 times a day.
Yeah.
6 liters of water.
I'm with you. I drink a fucking gallon of water and sweat out too during a 14-hour day. Yeah, I'm with you. I know. Heat's a bitch. I bet in them enclosed spaces it's even worse. We have to get in our tanks for our sealer rigs and clean them out, so I'm sure that's comparable.
Yeah,
I get these used fire department oxygen tanks for that, so you don't have to breathe the genite, the seal coat, while you're in the tank cleaning it out.
What is it like? Because so it comes out as a liquid, does it? You spray it off. Yeah.
Yeah, but the shit inside the tank, it gets so hot in the tank that it's sealer. It's sealer. It seals. Yeah, it coagulates and it seals the inside of the tank. You got to chisel that shit off at the end of the year, or when you try to spray it, it'll be flaking up the sprayer and clogging the sprayer. It clogged it. Yeah, clogged it.
I remember this one time we were welding inside of a tanker, inside of a big diesel tank,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going, fuck, we're standing in the fucking diesel.
Oh my god!
Fucking diesel in here. Oh no, it's all right. It won't. You'll be all right. No, sure thing. Like then, well, like we drained it, but it didn't. We it didn't smell that.
Waiting for the flashbang, breathing the hell out of some crap that's killing you. I hear you. I couldn't breathe diesel like that, dude. You're a better man than me. I'd been like, fuck you. I'd have quit the job I work for myself. I'd told myself to fuck off.
Because you got to heat it above a certain temperature to melt for it to ignite.
Yeah, diesel. Yeah.
So we went welding like Well, I don't even remember it that well. I don't know why. Yeah, it just at the time it seemed dangerous and fucked to me. But they knew what they were doing. I was just the apprentice.
Yeah, glow plugs. You got to use glow plugs to ignite it.
Yeah.
You got to get real hot.
But we were welding inside of it, So, yeah.
Oh, I'm with you.
I don't know. I didn't trust this. But I was in there with them. Yeah. Now I got to get back into some sort of steel fabrication or mine maintenance or something. It's just been too long. But like the last few years, like I was really ready to get back into it. But then they had the coronavirus shit, and I didn't want to get no vaccine. So now they're starting to advertise jobs that don't require vaccine again. So I should get onto it before I miss out. Maybe do some operating or something, some sort of like loader or a dump truck or something.
Right. You got to have a special driver's license over there for a dump truck?
Yeah, I've only got B, the HRB, heavy rigid B class, but I don't know why I didn't do like the people who put me through it. They were just giving it to me for free, so they would just give me the B class. But I should have done it on the synchro or the non-synchro. What do they call them? Dog box.
Yeah, ours are A class, B class, and C class. Class A license is the heaviest. Ours are all weight classes, how much weight you can haul. I got an A, so I can haul up to 250 ton. I can drive a semi.
Well, yeah, I'll see what it says. I'm not sure if it'll be that much because you got different classes. MC, multi-combat. There you go. Motor vehicle synchro mesh only with no trailer over 9 ton GVM. So I can have. It can weigh whatever the fuck it weighs, but the trailer has to be less than 9 ton.
You got a Department of Motor Vehicle where they weigh it and check it and shit. We get stopped at weigh stations. We have to weigh in at a weigh station. So we have to meet regulations or we get stopped at the weigh station and we can't leave.
The tire you're putting in the big tank, what sort of what is it made of? Or like where do you get it from?
Genite. I get Genite from the Genite manufacturer, but it's a bonding agent for it's a petroleum product. It's a bonding agent for asphalt. It's bonder and tar, and but you use it to seal too. So we spray it over the top of the asphalt. You know how asphalt, if it hasn't been sealed, it gets bleached and it starts to turn whiter. Then it gets porous, and then water flows through it and starts taking your asphalt away. We seal it. That's why. Yeah, that's why we seal it so it doesn't do that.
Yeah, because okay, that makes sense because I've seen both. You know, yeah. What they used to do is they'd spray back in my hometown, little small town, mining town. They'd spray the tire on, and then they'd put on the blue metal on top, and then they just leave it. They just let the blue metal go into it.
Blue metal.
Yeah.
Metal?
Oh, like blue rock sort of stuff.
Oh, P-rock. I'm with you. Yeah.
So they put they'd spray the tar and then they just put the rock on top and then they just compress it down.
Yeah, that's a different process than seal coat. So here, I'll show you what a seal coated driveway looks like.
I've seen like where the roads where they have like where they put a lot of tar on top and they seal it really nice, real flat, real smooth.
Yeah, it almost looks like you resurfaced the driveway or the parking lot.
I mean, the different I'm just saying, that looks really white, and especially when it weathers over years, it goes to a really light color. But when you're when they do like some of the highways here, I see some of the nicer jobs that are like really, really black on top. And they're real sealed and they're just very smooth, you know.
Yeah, that's probably sealer. The tar, when you put the rocks on it, we use tar, and then you're basically running the rocks over and smushing them into the tar.
Yeah, that's what I saw back home like years ago when they were just top dressing some of the old roads.
Yep, and so like here, I'll show you a parking lot. This is before and after type thing. It's for seal coat. This is just seal coat. It's not the crackle rock. We call that crackle rock refinishing. I'll put it in Livestream. So basically, when we're done seal coating, your parking lot will look brand new, like it got a brand new black surf. And beforehand, it'll be white, and asphalt starting to turn white and get porous. And And this is these are my workers right here. Spraying. We spray it on with a wand. It's called a spray seal. Some companies broom it in. I only broom driveways, but the brooming, some driveways I broom. I mean, if they pay for it, because brooming, when you spray it, you can put the seal coat down real thin, and I save money. But when you broom it, man, you're pushing it into the pores of the damn asphalt. So it takes way more sealer to broom it. You get a better seal, so people will pay for that. Some people like the way it looks when you broom it, you know? Like this is a guy doing a storage unit parking lot. That's my cousin Billy. In both pictures. These are my advertising pictures. One is residential, one's commercial. But see how it looks all black? Now, what I don't like about this sealer is when you're spraying it, right? When you're spraying that shit, the spray, it's a mist of black in the air. And it attaches to you, and the sealer mists over onto you, and the sealer burns you while you're also getting burnt by the sun because it's a black mist in the air, and it's just attracting the light to that area. So you get sunburnt more, and you get a chemical burn from it too. It sucks in application.
Some fucking long gloves.
Yeah. Well, my guys, I get these paper outfits, paper overalls.
Oh, like a sperm suit.
Yeah, like a hazmat suit. My cousin Billy, he don't like to wear that crap. A lot of the guys just say screw it. They don't wear that crap. When you broom it, it goes on way thicker though. Like here, you can see it when you're brooming.
One of the nicest driveways I've ever seen was like they must have done something or maybe they did broom it or something because it had a really good it was like a really thick tar, and then they put coffee rock on top of it and then pushed that in, and it just looked just like pebbles, you know, and
yeah,
it was like cobblestone. It was a real cool driveway, and you couldn't really see the tar. I mean, you could see it between it if you look closely, but otherwise it was just coffee rock.
I take so many pictures for advertising, so I always got those. This computer's networked with my business computer, so I always got pictures of seal coat work.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. So it just sort of floats, doesn't it?
Yeah, it plague. Yeah, and like where that asphalt you see is turning white, it's because somebody sealed it the year before, and where it's turning white is where it's worn off from traffic. Will you shut up, Milo? You ain't getting no more food. Shut the hell up. I just fed him 2 big mozzarella sticks, and that wasn't enough for him. He's a big boy, though. I had him on camera last night for people to see, and they're all like, God damn, your dog's 3 times thicker than you. Like, yeah, he's a bull terrier. He's like what you call a pit bull. But he's not a pit bull. He's an English bull terrier.
Yeah, I used to have one. White fur?
Yeah, mine is yellow and white. He's got a white face, but he's yellow. But he's good 100-pounder, you know. He's a big boy. He's heavy. but I don't feed my animals dog food. You know, they don't. I don't buy bag dog food, 100 pounds of dog food. No, he gets leftovers. He gets a plate, you know. So I said plate, and he's crying. That's because he's like, damn it, Dad, you know what I want. Feed me. And I just told you you're not getting no more food, damn it. You've already ate too much and you're fat. Diet. Listen, this will make him whine. Diet, Milo. Milo's going on a diet. He ain't gonna whine. He's just giving me that look. I'm not gonna whine for your friends, Dad. I know they hear me. You're too smart, punk. You're going on a diet, though. That means no food. Eat once a day. He's just, he's tripped. Once? Fuck that. I need 4 meals. He can count. He's smart. I talk to him a lot, though, dude. You know, talk to him like one of the kids since he was a puppy. It makes it easier. I kind of humanize my dogs, but it makes them easier to train them if they understand the English language. Then you just have a damn conversation with your dog. You know, you're like, damn it, man. When I say that, I want you to protect me. You're supposed to run up and bite his leg. It's that easy for a track training with him. Attack training. You shut up, man. You're not getting no food. I gave you the bowl. Eat from your bowl. You got some toast in there, some mashed taters, a few carrots. There's a couple chunks of steak in here, punk. It's pork steak. I think my dog's going vegetarian. I don't like pork no more, Dad. I heard that guy talking on your Discord. He said pork is bad for you. He don't eat pork. Oh, he cracks me. He bitches. He's like a woman. He's like a woman. Shut up, punk.
Well, I lived with my parents 10 years ago. They used to look after lots of dogs that were getting put down. Like they'd find a bunch of dogs out at an Aboriginal camp or something, and they'd have to do something with them. There's just overpopulation of wild dogs and stuff. So they bring them back into town, and we'd look after them. It's called Saving Animals from Euthanasia, SAFE.
Yeah.
And so through SAFE, we looked after all these different dogs, and we got a dingo, English Mastiff. And he's just, he's the most, just the most docile dog. He's just a big fluff ball. He's so cute, and he, I taught him, used to run with him every day, and they just cook kangaroo mince. They cook that up with pumpkin.
Oh, shit.
That seems to do all right for him.
Yeah, my dog likes apple pie, apple crisp.
You feed every fucking.
Well, he eats whatever we eat, man. He does. He gets leftovers from the meal, and I'll just put it all in the bowl and mix it up together, because I can't do that dry food out of a bag, you know. I think they're poisoning our animals with that shit. So, you know, it's probably 3 years, 4 years I ain't fed him any bag food. He's healthier though. Shut up.
Some people swear by raw meat.
Yeah.
It's fire. Water. I mean, there's a flame there, but it's just not taking off. Oh, the chicken does smell a little bit bad. It doesn't. It's not putrid. It's got a little bit of a smell to it.
Howdy ho, everybody. What's news in the big wide world?
What's up, Bansa?
Oh, mate, just enjoying my Friday evening. Yeah, so must be what, Friday morning for you, yeah?
Thank God it's Friday. Jeez, what a long week.
Thank God, yeah. How's work going, man? Still plugging away?
Fucking tough, man. I can't even really be on here a lot during the summer, honestly, because of my schedule.
Yeah,
But it's going.
yeah. So what? It's busier through the summer with your work than during the winter, is it?
My hours are different. And I'm working
Right.
with when I'm at work, I'm working with other people, so I can't really be screaming at you guys all day.
Yeah, fair enough too. Fair enough. Yeah. There's enough Looney Tunes walking around the corridors, eh? Don't need one more.
Yeah, my fucking coworkers are some crazy maniacs.
Yeah, yeah. You work with a good bunch of people, do you?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we're all janitors, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you know, a good crew of people. You all
Yeah, pretty good.
doing
Pretty
well.
good this year.
Yeah, well, that
Bunch of
makes it
new
easy.
people, but bunch of vets still, and the new people aren't bad. So
Yeah, cool. Oh,
yeah.
hopefully, well, the plan is tomorrow, my friend, to get up nice and early and well, go do what I do best. Fish.
Nice.
Yeah, I do what I do best and fish. So, uh, with a bit of luck, I'll hook on and get a few nice ones, and we will have a very nice feed. Very nice
I
feed.
mean, how often do you come back with nothing though? That probably don't really happen that much.
Well, last week was the first time I've come back with nothing since the first time I went fishing down there. So the very first day when we moved down there, after we unpacked and all that sort of stuff, it's just like, hey, babe, I'm going to go test the waters, and I came back with nothing. But since then, every single time I've caught something. And yeah, last week was the first time I went down there actually and got absolutely nothing.
Oh
But
shit.
but but it didn't really matter because we had plenty in the freezer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah. It's not like you're. It's not like, oh, you didn't eat that night.
exactly
This is
right.
like a
So
survival show or something. Yeah.
no, but it
Yeah.
is good because there's like, especially if when we catch it, we love to barbecue it fresh, right?
Mm-hmm.
And such a difference in taste when it's freshly caught, freshly filleted and whatnot, and you whack it on the barbie, to when you pull some out of the freezer, it just doesn't quite taste the. It's still nice. Don't get me wrong, because it's all fresh, but it just,
Oh yeah.
yeah, there's something just a little bit. Yeah, there's nothing like, fresh from the sea straight to the barbecue, because
Right
when
to
I
the
catch
grill.
them,
Yeah.
when I catch them, I scale them and fillet them all down at the beach. Um, because if you do it in salt water too, it just adds to it. Like, you should always fill
You
it
could
clean
wash it off
fresh.
with in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's the way to go about it. So
Yeah.
I do those sorts of things and whatnot. But
Bro, how far is your house from the ocean?
it's about 250 meters.
Dude, you could be getting free. All you got to do is stick. I did this when I was about 20 years ago, right? I lit some LED lights up for about a few weeks. It was just a little Tupperware container full of salt water.
Yeah.
I mean, just fucking, dude, make a thing. All you got to do is make a thing. You need like a piece of copper and a piece of galvanized aluminum or something. I forget which metals it was, but yeah, you can probably light up your whole house. Just bring a few buckets of ocean water down there.
Bang. And then I have free power, light up the house.
I think it corrodes the metal though, so you got to buy metal every so often. I don't know how fast that process happens, but they make these batteries for boats and yachts and shit.
Man, you can go down to the local bloody scrapyard or find stuff on the side of the road. Probably use that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, the metal's nothing.
Might look into that, but yeah, we're pretty much self-sufficient with a lot of our food, to be quite honest with you, which is really good. And come a apocalypse type of scenario, being so close to the ocean, and just
you're set up lovely.
Yeah, exactly.
You're set up lovely. Any kind of apocalypse. I mean, you probably got enough fishing gear for the rest of your life, right?
Oh, exactly right. Don't have to worry about any of that sort of stuff. So
yeah, I mean, you get a few hundred yards of fishing line, you're pretty much fucking good, ain't it?
Yeah. And when it comes to bait and stuff, even though I don't catch my own bait, I do have a net, right? That I've actually never used it, Jeremy. You know those nets that you throw in, and you pull up all the
I've
fish.
seen those.
Yeah. So I've actually got one of those. So even come an apocalypse type of situation, even if I can't get bait, I've got the net there. I just go throw it in there, and then you got a bucket full of bait. Worst case scenario, you got a bucket full of food. You know what I mean? So you got little fish fingers.
If it ever comes to an apocalypse, I told you build one of those M's. Right, build an M-shaped wall in the water, and then you don't even got it. You just go out there and pick it. It'll be like picking berries or something. You just you know what I mean? Because it'll just be in there. You bait your little area,
mm-hmm.
and then the fish will just be in there, dude. I've seen that. I've seen people do that before. That shit work. That's how the Indians used to do it in America.
But it is pretty crazy, because where we live, mate, there's only 100 people that live where we are. There's hardly anyone. All right, so it's very
perfect.
It's very, very isolated.
Perfect.
And yeah, we are about 100 meters from the beach, and it's a private beach too. So we quite often go in the middle of summer when it's it's as hot as all fuck. We go down to the fucking beach, man, and we're fucking skinny dipping and whatnot, and we've got the whole beach to ourselves all the time.
Nice.
It is. Nice. It is actually. But yeah, man, that's exactly why we moved down here. For that sort of lifestyle. It's good when the grandkids come down and whatnot, because they love the beach too. They love. We've got a lot of rock pools and stuff where we are, so they love going around all the rock pools. Lifting up the rocks and finding little crabs and all that sort of stuff. They love all that stuff.
You got a metal detector?
No, I don't. No.
Bandsaw.
What?
That is the perfect place, because I bought a metal detector, right? But it sucks. I'm in New York. It's dirt. There's roots and rocks and all kinds of shit, right?
Yeah.
On the beach, on the beach though, it's perfect. It's so easy to metal detect because you're just sifting through. What is it? Mostly loose sand, right?
Yeah. It's mostly loose sand. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Metal detectors are perfect for that.
What am I going to find? What am I finding? Gold or old watches and stuff? What am I finding?
You find pirate gold, chains, whatever's metal.
Pirate gold? No way.
whatever's made out of whatever's made out of metal. You find coins, jewelry.
Yeah, that'd be all right.
Yeah, man, you should get a metal detector, dude.
They expensive?
No, I bought one 7 years ago. It was like $100 maybe or something.
Okay.
I got the kids were all pumped up. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go. They're like, we're gonna find a pirate stored or treasure. I was like, all right, well, that's good to keep your hopes high. We get out there, we find one rusty nail. The first thing, they're like, all right, we're out of here.
Oh man, they were shattered. I bet you.
I'm like, you guys got no heart, man. If I had this when I was a kid, I would have been out here all fucking week, all day.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
Kids these
exactly.
days, they're not making them like they used to.
Man,
They're
they got it
soft.
too fucking easy. We made their lives too easy, Jeremy.
I know.
Man,
It's our fault. It's our fucking fault, dude.
man. Fucking, my kids used to fucking complain about stuff, and I go, fucking back in my day, I had to walk 17 mile uphill in bare feet in glass and on broken glass just to get to school. Right? And that was uphill. And I said, the worst thing about it, I said, coming home, it was uphill too, coming home. It was uphill both ways.
Oop, the bus is here. Hold on, Barry.
All right.
I mean, dude, I love watching the guys that metal detect on the beach.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, just for fun. I'm not saying you're gonna like find anything crazy, but sometimes they do find good stuff. You know, people go to the beach, they start losing rings, earrings, necklaces come off. You know, coins fall out of pockets.
Yeah, look, that sort of stuff would happen on a popular beach, but like I said, each year maybe 50 people go down to our beach, man. Like no one goes down there. Like I said, it's like literally, it's like having our own private beach. Like
Yeah,
no
you
one.
probably could find all lost over the years down there.
Well, yeah, great grandma's fucking gold pearl necklace
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, you know, if nobody's really using it, because those popular beaches, they get combed by the metal detector people a lot. You know, they could scan a whole beach in a day or a week or whatever. But you know, if no one's even going down there and shit, and it's all to yourselves, yeah, it probably hasn't been combed, and you find shit for. You know, once you scan it, yeah, you probably won't find anything ever again after that. But
I can just see now. Like next month, we're going to get a delivery from the postie, a big box. Wife's going to go, what's in the box? And I'm going to be telling you straight away, don't be blaming me, blame fucking Jeremy.
I'll
It was
take the hit
his
for this.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fun for the grandkids. Listen, this is
exactly
good for the
right.
kids, right? We put it on the kids.
Exactly right.
That's what you do. That's what you do. You're
Yeah,
like, this
yeah,
is for the kids. Fun
yeah,
activities. Get them outside.
that's right. Enjoy Mother Nature,
Yeah, I
educational,
blame
all that
everything on
sort
the
of stuff.
kids. That's possible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, I do that with my wife is absolutely petrified of spiders and snakes, absolutely petrified. And so I've got a couple of rubber spiders and a rubber snake. And yeah,
Yeah.
when the grandkids come over, they always want to fucking play a trick on Nana, don't they? Right, with the
I
and
don't know where they got that from.
yeah, right. And when I say petrified, like she is literally petrified, right? And she screams, she carries on, and then she realizes, right, exactly what's going on. You think she'd learn by now, but anyway, she doesn't. And then all of a sudden, mate, the grandkids will go, and I'll just be sitting on the couch or whatever, And then she just walks past, and I think that she's going to sit on the couch next to me. She walks behind me, and I get this huge clip across the back of the ear. What the fuck is that for? You know exactly what that is for. And there's more coming. There's more coming when you least expect it. I go, okay, then you want to keep this game going? You want to, yeah, okay, you want to keep it going, don't you? But yeah, pretty quiet in here tonight, mate. What's going on? Where are they?
Yeah. I don't know.
They pack up their bat and ball and go home. We've got nothing. And we got to that stage and we finally broke them. You broke them, Jeremy. What's going on?
They'll never quit, man. So they'll never give up. They'll never quit. They'll never stop. There's too much of a. Imagine if you went 20, 30, 40 years. You know, some of these guys are 50. Imagine you went that long believing something. Well, we did. We did. We were in the same boat as those guys. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. Exactly right. Pretty. Yeah.
I don't hold on too tight to anything. Even thoughts. Like, I don't hold on too tight to them. So I don't know. Everything's temporary. Every time you think you know what's going on in the world, it fucking changes and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I've known what's going on at least through 2, 3, 4 times throughout my life, and then it's like, well, you really didn't know. But yeah, man, these guys will never stop, dude. Never fucking stop. All over at Gem screaming at each other, calling names. I can't even handle that shit anymore, man. I can't believe I did that for that long.
Man, I go over there very occasionally, Jeremy. Like when I say very occasionally, and when I go in there, I last about 5 minutes, and I go, "Yep, all right, thanks for the memories. I'm out of here."
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we got to get a picture of a transit of a plane and of the ISS for the moon or the sun.
Well, to compare the sizes or something.
Yeah, we got to get the distance to the plane. You know what I mean? You can get all this information. You can get the approximate distance.
Well, why hasn't someone done it?
They did, but it's on TikTok. I don't know if the Zoom Kosho was saying the Zoom was different and shit, because the ISS was bigger than the plane was like as big as the ISS or something, and it should be like, for the distances and shit, it should probably be like half the size. I don't know how far you can see a plane. How far do you think you could see? Let's say there's just a plane way off in the distance, right? You think you could see one 150 kilometers away?
Yeah, up in the air.
You think so? Yeah, if you had to zoom and shit.
Yeah.
If you had to zoom and shit. How about 250? Like, where do you think we couldn't see a plane anymore? You know what I mean?
If it was, you know what would be better? If you got a picture of a plane transiting the full moon.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said the sun. I thought you said the sun.
The sun or the moon, whatever.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah. I think the sun would blur the plane out. Well, you wouldn't be able to get a shot.
Oh no, you can see it, Chris. Because the guy that did it, he did it on the sun.
Oh, okay.
You can see it good. You can see it good.
Yeah.
We just need to get the silhouette of it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Instead of playing guessing games to where how far could you see a plane, we just need to know that how far the plane is away when the picture gets taken. You know what I mean? You got the tracker on your phone or whatever. You snap the picture. The plane is 100 whatever kilometers away, and you write it down. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That way, there's no guessing games, and we know it was on the same settings and the same zoom, and we can get all the file data for the photo and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the guy did fuck up in a TikTok video or YouTube, whatever. He's like, you know, a plane's 5 miles up, and ISS is 250 miles up, but the plane wasn't just 5 miles up. It was at the, you know, it's off in the distance. He wasn't looking straight vertical at it. You have to be at the subsolar point or whatever. Like, you can't go by just how far up a plane is, because it could be 10, 20, 30 times the distance away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So that needs to be done. If anyone's got a good camera, I don't know. Then I want to send a high altitude balloon up at the moon. You take a picture of the moon down here on Earth. Then you send the same camera up on the high altitude balloon, same setting, same zoom, everything. And then you have it take a picture of the moon when it's up there. Then you can see if there's any kind of weird shit going on. You know, it should be the same size. It should get larger, if anything, when you go up, because you're getting closer to it. What if it doesn't get larger? What if it gets smaller?
It would be an interesting comparison, wouldn't it, to be able to get a shot of a plane, knowing the exact, distance and coordinates, and then being able to compare that with what they tell us the ISS is, and
that's what I mean.
Compare those angular measurements.
That's what I mean, because it's supposed to be double the distance, half the size. That's the rule, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the perspective rule. Double the distance, half the size. So
yeah. It's like that. It's like that formula they tell you for the brightness of light, like whatever that formula is, like it halves its brightness for every.
It's double the distance, half the brightness. I think I could be wrong on that one.
Yeah, but anyway, you know the one that I'm referring to anyway. But so then when you're talking about something that is fucking 1,000 million trillion light years away, like how fucking bright is this thing? Like if you would get close to it, how fucking bright would it be? Would it be that blinding you wouldn't be able to see anything because it's that fucking bright?
Oh, dude, the moon should have been when they were like 3/4 or 6. When they got so close to the moon that they could still see the whole moon. It would have been blindingly bright. Because you could double you double it like 2 or 3 or 4 times maybe. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you go, say the moon's 250 miles away. Yeah. You go 125 miles. Now it's double as bright. Then you go, half of that, 62.5 miles. Now it's double as bright as it was at 125 miles. Right? Then you get 30 miles away. I don't know when you wouldn't be able to see the whole moon, but like at some point it's going to be super fucking bright. You're like, I don't know. And those stars with the size and the brightness and shit, that's ridiculous. They made that up.
Oh, like exactly like when they say they get one of those little spectrometers, and they look at a twinkle in the sky. And they, like, when you look at the fucking stars, like, you'll see one twinkle here is pretty bright, one twinkle there is not quite so bright, but then the twinkle over there looks just as bright as the first twinkle you looked at. Like, they're just like different kind of twinkles, but they all seem to have, you know, similar kind of brightness or dimness to them. You know?
Yeah, like the size they would have, like, Polaris is 400 trillion light years away, or whatever they say it is. 300 light years away, Polaris is, right? But then we can see another star that's 5 light years away. So, like, you're telling me Polaris has to be, you know, a million times brighter than the other one because it's so much farther away. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that shit.
And isn't it funny too that our sun is a star, right? But when you look at it, right, it doesn't look like a star. Like it's that yellowy orangey color. Like all the other stars have that bluey whitey color to them. If you know what I mean? They look nothing like the sun whatsoever. It's a totally different color to it whatsoever.
That's a good point. Why aren't the stars yellow? I'm sure they got some kind of excuse for that. Have you ever brought that to anyone?
The color?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever even thought of that or heard it.
No. I've never. That's the first time I've ever kind of thought of it, and I'd like to know.
That's a good one. That's fucking good, bro. Yeah, the sun's like yellowish, orange, yellowy, and all the stars are just white.
Yeah.
Why aren't they yellow?
I'm sure that, you know what, they're going to say it's because of the atmosphere or something, whatever. Well,
yeah, but the stars are going.
Atmosphere, exactly. Like, that's the rebuttal. It's all going through our atmosphere.
Yeah, so are the stars. The stars, the sun, everything we see out there is going through our atmosphere, so that can't be it. We just happen to have the only yellow sun in the fucking galaxy, or like what's up?
Yeah.
Do all the other suns look like a soft white LED bulb, or like what's going on? Oh, they might say because the sun lights, because we only see the sun at the day, obviously. So it lights up the sky blue. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm sure they'll got something though.
We'll ask. I'm sure Nate
We'll get
will have an explanation. Nate will have an explanation when he comes in.
Kosho or Nate will be all over that.
Yeah, seeing as Nate's listening on YouTube, get in here, Nate, and explain yourself about the colours of the sun and stars. The hell, I want to hear what some sort of weird kaleidoscope explanation that you've got for it. Where are you off to?
I'm going to work.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear the blinker?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, though.
Should I unbuckle my seatbelt? Should I unbuckle my seatbelt and we can pretend Lemon's here?
Lemon, exactly, do Lemon. Oh, of course, Nate. You're busy. Oh, well, when you're not, come in later. And tell us about the colour of the stars and the sun. All right. Google it first before you come in. All right. Be prepared. Have a few tabs open. And we'll crush you. He's
Dude, what were they saying the other day?
Okay.
My bad, go ahead.
With what? No, go. What were they saying in regards to what?
Remember, they said the Rumpus had like 100 or 1,000 tabs open or something?
Oh, yeah. Howard said one day on a live stream, he had 1,600 tabs open.
Dude, how?
How?
That
Exactly.
actually matches. That actually matches the way he is. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
you know how he's like all over the place, all crazy and shit. Like that actually matches. That
Yeah.
matches up.
Yeah. Like Rumpus is good value though. Like he is just hardcore, but he is good. Like he's smart as far as book smarts is concerned. Like he's very switched on with all the latest bits and bobs.
No, what the fuck?
But he's just not a practical kind of guy. I don't think something tells me. Something tells me he doesn't know how to use a hammer. I don't know what. But...
He's definitely not a people person either.
Yeah, no. But shout out Rumpus if you're listening, mate. I'd like to have a beer with him. I reckon it'd be funny to have a beer with, to be honest with you.
Oh my god, he's so funny. When he starts calling people names, it's like,
I know.
like normally you'd be insulted. Like if I was calling somebody names, like it, it'd be insulting. Like people would feel it. They'd be like, "Wow," I'd be like, "You motherfucking asshole, son of a bitch." And Rumpus is like, "You spanner, twat, fuck it." You know what I mean? Like the words. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very polite name calling. You utter moron. You utter moron. It's like, that's pretty much as bad as what it gets with him. But
like he calls people a tosser. You tosser.
Yeah,
What does that even mean?
tosser. Or you twat. That's as bad as what it gets. To be honest with you. God. Space isn't a thing. Space is a fucking thing.
It's up there. There's definitely something up there.
Well, space is all around us, Jeremy. It's like everywhere. Like there's space between you and me.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's a thing. Right? And in space we've got air. Hello? But fucking space is a thing. Like you have to have space before you put something in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what do you put your thing in if there's no space?
That statement really means when people say space is fake, that really means just the paradigm or the narrative we've been given about outer space.
Yeah.
And
I know exactly what is meant by space isn't real, but yeah.
Yo, did you hear when I was talking to Chronic the other day?
Oh, part of it, yeah. But I had to jump out. I was only there for part of it. What happened?
I'm just like, dude, where is the space that's getting created in between the galaxies? Like, where? What?
Yeah.
He wouldn't address it either. He kept talking about the edge. He's like, we don't know what it's expanding into, or it's not expanding into anything, or whatever. Even that doesn't even make sense because, if you're blowing up a balloon, or you have a loaf of raisin bread, and you start, the bread rises, or you blow the balloon up, the balloon's expanding into something. You can't have something expanding without it expanding into something. That's like the antecedent of expansion.
Yeah.
Is you need something for it to expand into. If there's nothing for it to expand into, it can't expand.
Yeah. They kind of double speak, like there's no space there, but the space is there. We just can't see the space, but it's expanding into something that we don't know is there. But trust us, it's there but we can't see that it's there. But we know it's expanding into something that we can't see. It's the apparent edge of space, right? Not the geometrical edge of space, but it is expanding because we can see it's expanding into something that we can't see that it's expanding into. But trust us, it is expanding into nothing. Like, yeah, it is. It's a lot of double talk. and tap
They
dancing.
don't. They don't see space expanding. What they see is things getting farther away from us. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The galaxies are moving away from us. They don't know if it's space expanding or the galaxies are moving away from us or what. So, like, for them to say it's
Yeah.
observable and we see space expanding, that's just a fucking lie. Or they don't know what they're talking about or something.
But Jeremy, why is it only expanding away from us? Why aren't some of these things moving towards us at the same speeds?
Some shit is, they do say some shit's moving towards us.
Oh, really? Duck, take cover, take cover.
Like,
Really?
I think the galaxy closest to us is set to hit us in like 4 billion years or some shit. Like,
4
there's just
billion.
galaxies that are gonna collide. What's up?
Damn.
They don't worry though. Nothing's 4 million, billion, whatever. But they said don't worry because nothing's even gonna make contact probably because there's so much space in between all the stuff. They said probably nothing will even. There probably won't even be many collisions.
Damn. Well, look, the chances are I'm not going to see it, but I have done my best, like you, Jeremy, right? That our bloodlines will get to experience this phenomena at one stage, right?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Crazy. Last
Fucking
day of the
drop
week.
my phone. There we go. I got it. What's up? What'd you say, Banza?
I said last day of the week, mate. Enjoy it. Then you got the weekend. Happy days.
It goes by so quick, dude. And what a sad state of affairs! What a sad state of affairs it is that most people on Earth live their life like, thank God it's Friday. Like, thank God those 5 days are over with because they sucked so bad that I now get to enjoy 2/7 of my week.
Man. Like, someone will say to me, it's like the weekend, it's going, I'll go, huh? What? Wait, every day's the weekend for me. Every day's the weekend for me. It's like, damn.
You living that life.
Yeah, like they'll have a public holiday, right? Be Labor Day or Queen's birthday or fucking whatever, and everyone's out fucking celebrating. It's just like, oh, I was fucking, what'd you get up? Oh, it was Labor Day. Fucking, we did this. Oh, really? What? Oh, okay, public holiday. Damn, missed that one again. Every day.
I used to love that when I wasn't. I know I used to love that when I wasn't working. I wouldn't even know what day it was. Today, Friday or Tuesday or like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
What month are we in exactly?
That's right. Well, man, you got to get more phones. Fucking expand on that phone farm so you can get back.
No, I'm maxed out. I'm maxed out on the phones.
Yeah.
Can't really do anything else. I stopped doing shit I was doing because now I'm back at work, so I don't even have the time to like do what I was doing before. So yeah, I just been buying a little crypto here and there, buying some stocks, trying to get my passive income up. I wish they taught you about that shit in school. Like, hey, work towards getting your passive income up early on in life so that you can retire when you're, 45 or 50 or something, and you don't have to work till you're 65, 67 or whatever it is,
Yeah.
I got this old guy that works with me, can't wait to retire. If they taught him about passive income in school and, invest in stocks, make investments that give you passive income so you can,
Yep. Oh, well, fucking. Well, like I said, my boys do the mining with their computers. Like, it's fucking cost a fortune in fucking power, I bet you. But they have got their and they have like a competition between each other. But both of those have just under 20 grand each, right? In income that they've just fucking earn passively. Yeah, it's all in crypto and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, it's the way of the future, and that's the way things are going. So they've got this sort of stuff in their wallets, and they fucking brag about it and stuff, which is good.
Right. Tell them to be safe. Tell them to be safe. Tell them to get, multiple wallets. Tell them to diversify too. It won't hurt to get the passive income isn't as good, but get some stocks. A little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, mining's awesome. If I had the room in my house, I wouldn't even have went back to work because I had the money. I would have just bought miners because you can make like $50 a day off of just mining.
Okay. So like when you do your investment in your crypto, do you do it to like invest, make money, pull it out, and then invest in something else, or do you just put it in there like a long-term investment?
No, I just leave it. I just leave it, and then if it ever bubbles someday, I'll sell some chunks of it off here and there.
Yeah.
Like what I do is like I'll buy something at a nickel, right, or 10 cents or something. I'll buy a bunch of them, and then if it goes up to like 25, 35 cents, I'll sell a little chunk of it off, and then maybe it goes up to 65 cents. I'll sell another little chunk. I do that all the way up and all the way down. So like maybe it gets to $1.25. Like this has happened so many times with me. Like it'll get to like $1.25. I'll sell some. I did it with Bitcoin. When Bitcoin was at like 3-4 grand, it went up to 20 G's and then went all the way back down to like 3-4 grand.
Yep.
Like I had a bunch of Bitcoin, so I sold some at 3 grand, sold some at 5, sold some at 75, 10, 15, 20. Then it started dropping back down. I sold some at 17.5, 15, 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just do log term shit. I don't really trade. I buy shit that has passive income. I don't even fuck with like Bitcoin anymore. I buy the coins that stake. It's called staking.
Right.
Because then you get like ticks of money ticking in. Like every second I make a penny at least.
Okay.
Like I just have constantly money ticking in from all kinds of different sources.
And what's it called? Staking.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just sending a message to my boys.
The best thing to do would be to get MetaMask wallet. If you ever want, bring them in here. I'll show them some stuff. They might already know about it, but the best thing to do is get MetaMask wallet, the MetaMask app, and then you make a wallet there. Make a wallet in MetaMask, and then you can get onto like the Binance Smart Chain, and the transactions are really cheap. It's like 50 cents or something, and you can yeah. Ethereum. The last time I did an Ethereum transaction, I'm not even lying, it was $200 just for the fee. Yeah, dude.
Damn.
Just for the fee. I was selling like 4 grand worth of something, so it wasn't a big deal. But I went to do it again recently, but I only had like $800 or $1,000 worth of the coin, and I was like, I'm just keep it. I'm not spending $200 on a fucking transaction, so I just fucking kept it.
Yeah,
the Binance Smart Chain is pretty good because I buy coins that you could like stake them on websites and shit. Like Pancake Swap is a pretty solid one. And it just stakes. It's like getting interest, but it happens every like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something. So like it's constantly compounding, constantly getting more money. Like I would definitely and it's cheap now too. I would definitely throw a few bucks into that. MetaMask, Pancake Swap, Baby Swap's good. There's a couple good ones.
Did you do that?
I don't know. They probably want to get into that metaverse shit. That's what all the kids are doing these days. I'm not even in it.
Do you do that douche coin or whatever it is?
The douche, Doge, yeah.
Oh, Doge.
I probably got like $100, 50, $150 or something worth of it. Last time when it bubbled, I made like $2,500 off it.
Okay. Yep.
I had a whole bunch. I had a ton of it. I got it for free too from doing faucets. Like years ago, they used to give out like hundreds of Dogecoins every like fucking hour or whatever.
Yeah.
And I used to just sit home and do it. Like I wasn't working. Like I don't know, it was like 6-7 years ago. I wasn't working, and I would just sit home, and it wasn't worth anything at the time. It was only where I would only make like 5 cents a day or something. But then it went through the roof, and that little 5 cents ended up being $20 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you gotta get your passive income up. I get interest off my Dogecoin. I got one spot where I get interest on Dogecoin.
Okay. Cool.
I get like 5 cents a day from Dogecoin, just from having it. Yeah. Which is not a lot, but I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot in it though. If I had like thousands of dollars of Dogecoin, you might get $5 a day or something.
Yeah.
Oh man, I knew this one guy. This one guy had like at one point he had $500,000 worth of Dogecoin. I was like, dude, take $100,000 for yourself right now. It was when it was at like 70 cents or something. Yeah. He's like, no, I'm waiting for it to go to $1. I'm like, bro, just get like 50 G's or something. I kept trying to talk. I'm like, just 20 G's. You know what I mean? I kept trying to talk him into selling some. He didn't. Yeah. He didn't though, and it went down. I think he did sell a little tiny bit, but not a lot.
Yeah, you could have made a lot more.
Yeah, like whenever shit goes up, dude, I sell some because it's like you got to take that profit.
Yeah. You got to make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah.
That's what they say. But fucking Bitcoin seems to be coming down quite a bit, actually.
I don't think it's going to go down there. I don't think it's going to go down too much more. I mean, it could. This is definitely a good time to buy some crypto. I wouldn't buy Bitcoin per se, but other kinds of, like, I like altcoins and shit, the little Doge, whatever, things that are 10, 20 cents, maybe $1 or $2.
Yeah. What is that? Is that because when you get them, you seem like you got more? Whereas if you buy Bitcoin, for $10, you're getting a billionth of a Bitcoin. Like it's not even one. Like, is it like a psychological thing?
No. It's I mean, I'm not saying don't buy Bitcoin. I buy a little bit of it, but I wouldn't put a lot into it. It's more of a thing where like, okay, Bitcoin's at 20 grand now. Let's say it has a real nice run and shoots back up to 60 or something, right? And you did a little 3x on your money. If you buy Pancake Swap or Baby Swap or something, if you buy one of those coins that are Doge or whatever that's at 10 cents, that should go to like $1 and you do a 10x or something. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I feel like there's more profitability. I get interest on my Bitcoin too. I got a spot. I get interest on 2 spots, 2 places. I get interest on Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is like, what's up?
Are you going to sell all of it?
My Bitcoin? No.
Why not?
I get like 20 cents a day from it.
Yeah, but what about when you don't sell it right at the right time and then you lose like $1,000 a day from it?
No, you can't lose.
Well,
it pays interest. It pays interest. So I mean, you might make less interest. Like Bitcoin. Okay, say right now I make like 30 cents a day off it, and say Bitcoin goes in half, I only make 15 cents a day or something.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like if it just goes in half and then it never comes back up again, you're not making 30 cents a day. You're losing like $1,000 a day.
No, you only make money. I mean, you could lose everything you put in. I'm at this point where I can't lose. Even if all the crypto went to 0 right now, I can't lose. So it's like whatever, but
Well,
Yeah, you can't. The thing I do though, you can't lose. Like, I mean, you can lose the money you put in, but if you just don't sell it and just keep letting the interest tick in, I don't think it'll ever go to zero. Honestly.
I mean, that's what they said about Enron.
No, I hear you. It could, yeah, it could. This is not financial advice, by the way. Disclaimer. But yeah, this could be a good time to buy some crypto. I don't know.
Let me have a look. I'll pull up my charts. It's been a while since I looked at them.
Looked at what?
Here, look at this chart. Am I allowed to stream in here?
I don't know.
Oh, I can't. I'm not allowed to. Oh, well,
what is it? LV or VV?
Right? LV. L.
Yeah, look at this chart that I've just pulled up.
Hold on, I'll give you the permission. Hold on.
I'm giving you the secret source.
What's your name?
Chepper.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, you should be able to live stream now. Don't do me a favor. Do me a favor. Don't ever turn your camera on. Just screen share.
Yeah.
There's a thing with sharing cameras and so many people can be in a room and shit. It's weird.
No, I can't do it. Can't stream into this channel, it says.
You sure it's LV, Mansa?
It might be SS.
Okay.
Yeah, screen share.
Let me try that one. Hold on. Okay, try that.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's done it.
All right.
Yeah,
I can't really look right now. I'm going into work, but Bandsaw, take notes.
This is I don't know. This is my analysis on it. This is how I look at the whole crypto market. You look at the DXY, so the dollar index, the US dollar index, and then you look at the oil price. And when it does something like this here, it's definitely going to drop. When the oil starts going up and the DXY starts going down, this here is going to go right up. But and I'll give you a little preview of something else. There's a thing called M1, which is your money supply. So with the billions of this is billions of dollars in existence, billions of US dollars. Mm-hmm. Now something a bit funny happens around here, doesn't it? Look at that.
Yeah.
There was what here there was 4,000 4,250 what is it? $4.25 trillion in circulation, and then it goes to what? $20 trillion in circulation. So they more than tripled the money supply in the span of a year and a half. Yeah. So there's a lot of inflation. So what that should do, what you would think that should do, is you would think that would make the dollar go down. You think that would make the dollar index, the value of the dollar. You think the value of the dollar would fall because of that massive supply of US dollars. But the opposite has happened. Now, look at this time frame. This is very, very important. So this is mid-November 2021. Right? Mm-hmm. And this here is December 20, right? So we'll go a bit smaller time frame. So December 20, where's that? December 20, and what did we say? November 2021, right? So this is kind of where it started to round out. So it started to round out around there, and here it's I don't know. There's some feedback happening from there. It's going into some sort of feedback after they printed all these dollars, and then it's sort of gone into they've inflated the currency, and you would expect that to keep going down. So that's why I've drawn this line here. But for some reason, the dollar's just gone up. So what I'm thinking is that this dollar value, the dollar index, the value of the US dollar has to fall at some point. There's just too much funny money in circulation. And when that happens, the US dollar, the oil price is going to shoot up, and the US dollar is going to drop. And if you look at the correlation between these two lines, you'll see that that's what's happened. See, when that has happened here, you see a fall, right? That's happened, you see a fall. When they cross the other way, right? When the oil price goes up and the dollar index goes down, you expect that to go up. But you see, we don't really have an example of that here. We do. So the dollar went down. Oil price went up. Fuck, look at that, mate. It went from 16,000 to 60,000.
All interconnected.
Yeah, because the petrodollar, well, the US dollar, the oil price is going to sort of tell you what the US dollar is worth. If you take for granted that the oil should be a consistent price, which it isn't, but the price of oil is more consistent than the price of the dollar.
So what do you reckon is going to happen? Chef,
I reckon it's going to.
Well, when the greenback is no longer the dominant currency.
I know about that, but I don't think it'll happen because.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100% it's going to happen.
Well, the reason I don't think it's going to happen is because I don't want it to happen, for starters, and for second, because the amount of China has done a lot of dodgy stuff themselves too, right? They have all these investments and stuff that they sell, like they double sell stuff. So they'll have a bunch of stuff, so let's say wheat supply, right? They'll have a bunch of the communist government will stockpile a bunch of wheat. So we have these huge stockpiles of wheat, and then their dodgy communist officials will sell the wheat under the nose of the government and make a bunch of money for himself, and then they'll say they've got more wheat than they actually do, and all this sort of corrupt say one thing, do another kind of thing. China doesn't have the mobilization prowess that America does. They're not that when push comes to shove, China will just roll over in terms of like their economy being able to weather out a long-term conflict, which is happening.
I think the alliances that they're building, especially with the
BRICS.
The BRICS alliance, exactly. It is a dominant trading alliance as we speak, and there are more countries wanting.
BRICS has been around for years.
Yeah, I know. It's been around for 12, 15 years, BRICS, right?
Wasn't it? No, before that, like the Bretton Woods thing, wasn't it? Like in the 70s or something like that.
Well, it's officially been known as the BRICS alliance, I think, for 12 years or something. Yeah,
Okay, 12 years. I'm sure it was longer. Okay, right.
No, I'm just talking about what it's been known as. Like there may have been another alliance in place.
I heard of BRICS back like when I was like more than 10 years ago. I remember hearing about the BRICS alliance, but I didn't think it was a new thing.
But anyway, it is gaining a lot of strength, and the fact that they trade now amongst themselves in the yuan and also crypto is making it a far more attractive trading alliance for countries like Iran, Venezuela, these sorts of countries.
South Africa.
Syria. Yeah, well, South Africa was already part of the BRICS anyway, but I'm talking about other countries that weren't
Yeah,
initially
Iran. Yeah.
it's becoming popular for them to jump on, and you're getting some pretty big countries that have big populations that want to be a part of it.
But look
And
at this one though. Look in live stream text.
I am. Oh, but the text. I'm looking at your screen. Hold on.
Just start your own bank.
Just start your own bank.
I mean, he wanted to be trading amongst. It was a North African dinar. They called it DINAR, gold-backed North African currency.
Yeah.
That's why they got rid of Gaddafi. And he was a stooge for America for a long time. Well, not a stooge, but like a boogeyman. Like they would say, oh, look, the Lockerbie bombings, and he just cop it on the chin and say, yeah, yes, America, no, sir, yes, sir, 3 bags full, sir, yes, you want to buy my oil?
Yeah, but you look at any country that's tried to get out from underneath the greenback, and look what America's done to them. They've absolutely destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them. Yeah, just start your own bank. Look at him.
I mean, if you were talking to an American here, they might say, and so they should be.
But maybe so. But there's one thing that I don't know. Whatever you want to believe about history, Chepper. But history does tell you that for every great empire, doesn't matter what the empire was, an empire always comes to an end. Always.
Yep.
Well,
Has an expiry
guaranteed.
date.
So to say that the greenback is going to live forever, no, it won't, because that empire will come to an end.
But there's a fear though, right? Like, because there's like these interlocking mechanisms. Like, for example, right, with the EU becoming a federation of countries, and then indissoluble whole, right? Like when Greece went bankrupt, you know why they went bankrupt? Because they could no longer debase their own currency because they had to use the euro. They couldn't debase the euro because it was part of every other country's currency.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, really.
Oh, I don't know. Like there's shit. They find ways around it. They're going to find ways to just like with these central bank digital currencies. They're going to find a way to just look, all this inflated value. Let's just assign it to somebody. Let's just give it to ourselves. They'll say. Let's Let's just forgive all debt and assign ourselves a fucking 50% stake in everything. That's what they'll do. Donna, what do you think? How do you think? Like, let's say America, the renminbi does become the yuan becomes the global currency. The Chinese currency becomes the dominant world reserve currency. How do you think that would come about, or what do you think would happen in that circumstance, that situation?
I think in all seriousness, Chepper, it'll be pretty much the same, right? The power structure will just shift.
Yeah, I'll just move to a different country.
Yeah, it'll just move to a different country. But for us plebs, things will change, and what is considered to be the greatest country on earth, the freest country on earth, America, will no longer be seen in that light when the power does shift, and it is shifting, right? Around us, we see it all the time, and whether it's through the countries, but because these powers that are behind the scenes running running the governments for the sake and run all the governments. They don't care what government is in power as long as they have control over them ultimately and what goes on.
Yeah, I mean, are you familiar with the Lima Agreement? Lima, Lima, Peru.
Yeah. How do I
You
feel
are?
about it? How do I
Yeah,
feel about it?
yeah, the Lima Agreement. Are you aware of it?
I have heard it. I have heard it. But
Well, it was
tell me
basically
what it is. I have
it
I have
it was around the same time as the founding of the Trilateral Commission, and this trilateral. Well, I think it was in the 70s, and it was around that time we had a. God, what was it? It wasn't the Australia Act. It was God. Something happened in Australia in '76. I forget what it is, but it was a shifting in all countries that it was a UN Lima Agreement, and it was just a meeting. Look, I don't even know. You probably know what the UN is better than I do, but the basic of it is that there was an agreement that there would be a concerted effort between first world nations to shift manufacturing to the third world to, quote, bring them out of poverty and provide them with jobs and boost their economy. So the idea was to, and that right there is telling me, oh look, that means that they want to give them all the manufacturing power, give them all the productive capacity, so that once we go belly up from our financial shit doesn't work anymore, the button isn't working anymore, well then they just move there. So so it's like a shifting of power in a concerted way with this outsourcing, and they agreed to do all this outsourcing.
look, to me, it was just a shift of manufacturing. So stuff, knickknacks could be built cheaper and people could make more profit.
Well,
Slowly and slowly, right? It had nothing to do, in my opinion, about bringing people out of poverty. They don't care that.
no, absolutely not.
Right? Absolutely nothing. Right? All it has to do is the bottom line, really, at the end of the day.
No, but think about the power shift that they were creating with that.
Mhm.
I mean, we sell all our iron ore to China, right?
Yep.
Who makes the money out of that? We don't.
No, we don't at all. Right?
The
Not
person
at
has
all.
the manufacturing capacity.
Yep, exactly right. We used to refine our own oil here, and now we ship it off to Singapore to get refined. Like, what the fuck is going on there? But the power shift is, yes, going to these Asian countries where the manufacturing or the labor costs are so cheap. So whether it's building the factory and the infrastructure as well as the labor and all that sort of stuff is very, very cheap. So they've shifted all that, okay, at the moment. So then once it shifts and then it starts to find an equilibrium, okay, where it's now, say, dollar for dollar, well then that then will shift again. And just say, for argument's sake, now, America and Australia are considered a third world country, right? Then the same thing will then happen to us. It'll just shift again. It'll be swings and roundabouts. That's how I see it. It'll just move from one country to the other. Whoever can make it the cheapest and the most efficient, right? We will finance that ability for you to be able to do it, right? So here's the money for you to buy your concrete, to build the factories, to buy the robots, all the labor and all that sort of stuff. Here's the money for it, and now you build us all these knickknacks. And that's
But I
basically
mean,
how I see
we,
it going.
we've always known this Chinese stuff as like, oh, cheap Chinese shit. Well, in the future, people are going to be looking at it as like, oh, I wish I could have one of those expensive Chinese phones.
Well, yeah, possibly, but yeah, I just see it as swings and roundabouts, just a power shift. That's all. And you slowly see it happening. You know, these countries getting more and more power, more and more dominance, a bigger foothold on the world stage, and they have more of an influence of exactly what is going on. And unless your governments and your people are working for you, Chepper, right, all this goes on underneath your nose, right? And then all of a sudden it's too late. You can't do a damn thing about it. And it's probably at that stage anyway where it's too late.
Yeah, it is.
As far as all that stuff is concerned. So all you got to do, mate, is make sure that you're growing carrots in your garden, so you don't have to worry about. So when the apocalypse hits, you got plenty of carrots to eat. That's all you got to worry about.
Yeah, I did used to have a really good garden. Getting back into it, I think make an early start. By the time spring hits, I want to have all my garden beds prepped and seeded. I don't want to be doing it after spring hits.
No. You got to be ready before spring, so you're planting well for your summer crop. You know, because you can, you have your winter crops as well, mind you. But yeah, if you want to grow summer crops, you definitely want to have all your beds prepped and ready. Like we grow so much stuff here. We grow so much of our own food and catch a lot of our own food too. So you know, we're pretty self sufficient.
What's your favorite vegetable you're growing?
My favorite vegetable that we grow. Well, I must say I am which is a winter crop anyway. Um, I'm quite partial to Brussels sprouts.
Really?
Yeah, cooked in lard, wrapped in bacon and garlic, with some chili in there. Yeah, I'm quite partial to them, I must say.
Yeah, I've only had them a few times, and I've never liked them.
Well, I must say, a normal steamed Brussels sprout on its own, yeah, I don't really like them that much. But when you cook them properly and yeah, add all these other things to them, yeah, they're nice. I love them. I could eat a bowl a bowl full of Brussels sprouts like, easily. And then after that, I would say the humble potato, actually, because you can do so much with a potato. There's so many things you can do with a potato.
I have the biggest glut of sweet potato, kuma potatoes. They're just like, almost football sized ones. Just like ones that have been there for like a few years, and they just keep respread. And it's like, every year I just have this this waterfall of just foliage coming out towards the clothesline. It's just there over the terrace.
Yeah,
magnificent. But my favorite would have to be pumpkin.
Pumpkin, yep. So, are you just like a normal Jap pumpkin or butternut pumpkin or all sorts of pumpkin?
Yeah, like a Japa pumpkin.
Yep.
Yeah. Just just like same sort of thing. Just the way that the foliage takes over, and it's just such a strong plant. And I've had some massive ones last few years.
You can't kill a pumpkin. But yeah, no, we grow pumpkin and potatoes and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I've got some potatoes on the go right now, actually, but I didn't keep up with them. I put them in cardboard boxes, intending to sort of fill them up as they grow, and they sort of got big, and there's like a quarter of the box is filled with soil, so I need to take care of that.
Yep. Yeah, we grow capsicum, garlic, lots of chili, tomato, silver beet, spring onions. Oh God, what don't we grow? All our herbs we grow.
I had spring onion on the go for a long time, and it got very big and frumpy though. I still used it. It just didn't have much taste to it. I should.
Asparagus. You got to be really careful with asparagus because it'll just you have to separate your asparagus because it'll just take over your garden.
Yeah, I had one big asparagus. It was 30 years old. It'd been there since my parents lived in this house many moons ago, and I said to them, look, I just got to get rid of this thing. I've got no room to do anything in this garden, and they're like, you better not fucking. So I transplanted it, and it survived, but it's like a husk of what it used to be.
Chili. We grow a lot of chili, actually.
Right.
Heaps of tons of chili.
Yeah, chilies are nice. I love them, like the habaneros and ghost chilies and stuff.
Yeah, we grow them all, and we dry them. We make chili paste, chili chutney. We do so much with chilies.
Your spring onion, right? The seed that I used to get off my spring onion, it would never sprout.
Oh, really?
Yeah, is there any secret to it? The pollination, or do you need more than 2 of them or something? I only had one big one.
I'll ask my wife because she is the green thumb when it comes to the garden. All I do, I build the infrastructure and eat it. She is the green thumb, and there's nothing that she can't grow actually. But I'll ask her because I do know there's a couple of things that she does have to baby along.
Because this thing was massive, and it used to put out seed pods every year, and there was full on seeds there. But I'm thinking that maybe it was because they there was only one of them. I'm just assuming that it's because it wasn't pollinated properly. It wasn't.
Yeah. But she'll save the seeds of everything, right, and dry them out properly and whatnot, and uses the seeds from the plants that we grow for the next crop.
I wish I was better at it. I mean, I did that with my fennel and a little bit of the corn, but it's just.
And some stuff is self-seeding. I can't remember. I mean, I should know. I should know more. I should take more notice. And she would be bloody disgusted because she does tell me all these things. It just goes in one ear out the other. I just say, "Hey, babe, where do you want the garden bed built?" So I've actually just finished the new irrigation system for all the garden beds and upgraded all that, which has been pretty cool.
I need to get mine back online. I've got it all there. It's just just can't justify putting it on, so I don't have anything there. So beds are bare at the moment, or fairly bare.
Yeah.
But I'm really interested in getting some annuals that are vegetable plants, like tamarillo, okra, and this sort of thing, where plants just don't die, and you've got tamarillo is like your tomato tree, Spanish tomato tree. I've got gooseberries. They're actually very good. They flower 2 or 3 times a year, and they're nice berry.
We've actually planted a heap of berries all along our front fence. We've got blueberries, we've got gooseberries, boysenberries, blackberry, and what's the other one we've got as well? And we've basically planted them all along the front of the property. And the plan is for it to be like a big hedge, just full of berries and stuff.
I tried to do that in a few places where I struggled. I used to go down there every day with a watering can because it was quite far from any taps, and I was just trying to get them established. I had 3 of them growing in a row that was in this spot where you'd get a lot of water runoff, and I thought, that soil might be good enough to where once it's established, it'll just have the soil it needs there. Because because there's ones I have elsewhere do this where I don't I do not do anything and they just constantly producing. With the zero input stuff is where which I'm very good at that. I can take the berries when I don't have to do anything to get them. But they died. It was too. It must have been wrong soil or something. But I planted a bunch at the same time. I planted a bunch along the fence with the neighbour, and those are just taken off like you wouldn't believe. They're very good. The possums love it, or the bandicoots. They eat more gooseberries than I do.
Oh. So yeah, we're looking forward to the berries coming along and make a heap of jams and all that sort of stuff, and conserves and marmalades and whatnot.
Yeah.
We do a lot of preserving as well. So
Yeah, if I had other people in the house, I'd probably be more proactive with that sort of stuff. Like you get a big glut of peaches, and then it'll be over, and then they'll all be off.
yeah. See, that's the thing. Like you grow stuff, and then obviously you can't eat it all, and then just to waste it all just seems it's almost like a sin, to be quite honest with you. So
And peaches go off so quick too.
But that's why we do a lot of preserving and stuff, so you're not wasting it, and you get best bang for your buck.
Like you've only got a week, and maybe I should pull them from the tree earlier or something. I mean, the birds fucking. If you don't net them, the 20 what are they 22s? I know they're not called 22s. They're called something else. The green parrot.
Not galar.
23s, 20. I just call them 22s because you want to shoot them with a 22. But
yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about though.
they're called some number, but they're they'll get them when they're completely green, and they'll just pick at them. Little bastards. And I had one in the stuck in a fruit net one year, and he had his head through there, and he twisted it around all the way, and I just could not believe how skinny their necks actually are under all the fluff.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And so I had to cut the net to get him free, and it was a net that I was borrowing from the farmer out the back as well. So I was a bit, I only had to cut it in two spots, but fuck, and the cunt was not appreciative whatsoever. Just biting and carrying on, and fuck you, I'm off.
We actually there was we got lots of parrots around here. Anyway, there was a parrot that looked like it got into a fight. Right, it had had 3/4 of its feathers missing. Right, and there were these fucking mites all over it, and it was really struggling. Anyway, we noticed this thing, and it would kind of like hop around and limp around, look like it had a bad leg and all that sort of stuff, but you couldn't get near it. Like it was really scared of you, which is fair enough. So, um, we used to get like little bits of bread and whatnot, and try and throw it like directly in front of the thing, because the other birds around would be like too quick to get it. So it was kind of like a bit of a game, like to get him as much food as what we could, and I'd get it, you get like a bowl of water and whatnot, and you try and get it as close as possible to him.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to throw water?
Little bits of bread, little bits of bread, right, at first, so he could get some food, because he didn't look too healthy and whatnot. We were trying to rescue him, right, and trying to fatten him up and give him a chance. And anyway, this happened over about a month and a half, and then the bowl of water, he saw where it was, and then we just like put it under the veranda, and then one day we actually saw him, um, fly down or hop down from fucking the tree or wherever he was, he's hopped over to the veranda and he's drinking from the bowl of water and stuff. And it's like, oh, gee, that's a good sign. So, then we'd leave, but none of the others went anywhere near it. Like it was only just him. The others knew it was there, but they just didn't go near it. We had other bird baths, right, around the property, and they're the ones that they used to go to. So then with that, when we saw that it was only him there, we then left little bits and stuff for him. Like, you'd walk around the property and you'd see like fucking a dead bug or whatever, and I fucking pick these things up and go put them next to the bowl, and little bits of bread and stuff. And then all of a sudden, you'd see him like every day, like coming there for his feast and whatnot, and slowly but surely, he looked like he was growing his feathers back and was looking a lot stronger and whatnot. And to this day, um, there's a like this rail out the back, and he quite often just comes there and perches on it and just like looks in there, and it's almost, and he doesn't go to the water anymore. We no longer put that out, but he perches there, and if we're at the kitchen or one of the other windows where he can see us, he looks directly at us, and it's like he's saying, "Thank you, thanks for that." And he'll stay there for a while and kind of look at you and kind of wag his tail and in appreciation, and then just flies off. But we see him pretty much every single day. It's pretty cool actually to see.
No, that's good. So he doesn't eat your chilies or anything like that. Or you don't chili berries
No,
and.
no, they eat anything that they can get to, but it is what it is at the end of the day. The chilies are pretty much okay.
Yeah, chilies are a bit much. I don't know why I said that. But you're
But they do. But you see them in the garden, not necessarily attacking the fruit or the veg.
even like getting bugs and stuff.
Yeah, just getting bugs and stuff. So it's like a natural kind of permaculture type of thing. So we definitely encourage them. Like I said, as far as the berries are concerned, I'm sure it'll be first in, first serve with the berries there. So we'll probably put when they just start to maybe start ripening. I'll end up throwing a bird net over them or something so we can get our fair share of them.
Yeah.
And then I'll take the net off and they can have whatever's left over. They can go for their lives. But birds, funnily enough, will only eat the ripest berries. They won't eat a berry that's not ripe.
Yeah, yeah. Doesn't have the sugar. They know. Well,
Yep.
these 23s though, they're terrible. They will test the peaches. Oh, we'll have a nibble. Oh, yeah, no, it's not ready yet. And it's like, fuck, it's green, mate. But maybe that's because they're green. I don't know what their idea of that is. They're pretty feral. They'll scrap with each other and piss around a lot. But I've found an ally in the magpies, and the magpies. If there's a lot of magpies around, that's their territory, and the parrots just won't land. But so what I'll do, well, it's been a while since I've been out there, with the maggies. From time to time I'll give them a whistle, but they're I find if you keep the maggies around, they sort of because they don't eat fruit, or they're more. I think they do. No, they don't. They don't eat fruit. They're just a meat bird. So I try to keep them around to guard my shit, or ward off the other ones. Yeah, magpies are really smart. Hey, and I got a question for you. would you consider a magpie to be a crow?
A crow. What? Well, no. No, I wouldn't consider it to be. Well, only because to me, crows are black or ravens, whatever you want to, whatever part of the world you come from.
Because
So,
I've called them crows, and I've had people go loony at me like they're not crows. I go, well, what sort of bird are they then?
I wouldn't go loony at you. I'd just go, oh, don't you mean a magpie?
Yeah, but like a crow's like a I mean, as far as I understand, a crow would be like a like a subsection of birds.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, are they in the same family as a crow or a raven? Are they in the same family?
I mean, I think. Well, I mean, when I think of corvids, I just think of crows, or I don't know. It's a. I mean, a crow. I mean, well, if you looked at a blackbird and you said it was a crow, I might say, no, it's not a crow; it's a raven.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know what the distinction is. Or,
Yeah.
What birds are you allowed to call crows?
Yeah, like if you were to point to a willy wagtail and say that's a crow, I'd go, "What the fuck are you talking about? That's a willy wagtail." No, no. But yeah, because they do look similar, apart from their colouring, right?
Yeah.
And but a magpie is slightly smaller than a crow. But yeah,
Yeah.
is it in the same family? I'm looking
Yeah,
at
they're
both.
both corvids.
Mm.
I mean, have you heard anyone ever refer to them as crows? Or
No, I haven't actually. You're the first person that's ever referred to as a
right, well, maybe I am crazy then.
but like I said, unless I actually did some actual research on it, I couldn't necessarily call you wrong, right? Like I said, because it might be like in the same family, but yeah, no, I definitely, I personally just said, I definitely would say a magpie is a magpie.
Because I think, I mean, it really depends how far out the corvids extend to. Because I just look at those types of birds and I go, well, that looks like a crow kind of bird, you know? Because I don't think there's any bird that's specifically referred to as a crow, right?
Yeah.
Or is there? Like a raven is definitely a crow, but
Here we go. The magpie belongs to the family of crows. Shout out Lightwater. There you go.
there we go.
So, technically speaking, Chipper, you are not wrong. Boom.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
Hey, there we go. Happy days. Shout out Lightwater. He's the man. He comes with all the facts to set us mere plebs straight at the end of the day.
That's a team effort. I'm actually not even at the computer, so you've relayed that, and I wouldn't have seen that otherwise.
Yeah. No, it's quite funny. Like Lightwater, generally, whatever we're talking about, he generally drops some truth in the chat to get people on the right path or to set us straight. That is for sure. He is the man, the one, the only, Lightwater. Yeah, I'm still crazy. Yeah. Oh, gold, gold.
Oh, I feel so sick, hey. I
Oh, really?
yeah, I had some chicken that was going a bit off, and
Oh,
yeah, I had it for brekkie this morning. I had a big breast, and I didn't because it was only a day off. I thought, oh yeah, it'll be alright. Yeah, just fucking cook it up, and I didn't bother washing it or anything. And I just feel like I got a bit of a fever sort of feeling, you know, sensitive to cold, sort of feeling a bit under the weather. But I had, hey,
oh no, I was just sorry. I was just responding to light water. Sorry, Chipper.
I had another two. I had another bit just now too. But I washed them really well. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, no, I already talked to you about it, didn't I? Yeah. I should feed them to the wormies.
Where is everyone? It's so quiet tonight.
Well, I've had an idea.
Yeah.
I've got a you know a lot of worm juice. Right, I'm constantly emptying the worm farm of the juice,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. Right, and I come up with an idea. Maybe I should just get like a 44-gallon drum, fill it with leaves, and then add the worm juice to it.
Well, we use our worm juice to water the garden all the time. So we're constantly going to it. You put the water on it, and then you let it drain for a bit, and then collect the worm juice, and then we dilute it a little bit more, and then just water the garden with it. So you need to get your garden beds happening, Chipper.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because it's good. Like it's natural. It's like steroids for your plants, really. Like a natural steroid. But yeah, no, we've got a couple of little worm farms going.
But I'm thinking if I make like a compost tea, it'll do it even make it even better.
Maybe never actually thought about it, but yeah, possibly you might be right there, but I still reckon the best way to use it is just by getting some garden beds going and using it on that.
Yeah.
I think you get more benefit from it.
I mean, I've over the last few years, I've not been burning my leaves. I've been just collecting them in the bobcat and putting them in a big pile and spreading urea through it as I build the pile up. Put urea into it, and yeah, sort of just let it break down. And I put me worms into it at some point. I'm just about ready to do that. I get the best soil out of it, just from just decomposed leaves, just fucking amazing.
Well, we put everything in there, but what don't we? We don't put onion with the worms, and there's something else we don't put.
Oh no, I'm talking like 10 bucket loads of leaves, just like a fucking like a car-sized pile of leaves.
Yeah.
And I covered it in black plastic this year.
Yeah.
You can off a lot of heat. So if you were to pipe that under your house or something, you could actually heat your house with it.
Where?
Yeah, people do that. They put like around the outside of their greenhouse and stuff. Put like a mesh wall around their greenhouse, and then do it in that. I've even seen people do the like chip heater for their greenhouse.
Yeah.
Grow stuff all year round in worse climates.
But water holds thermal mass really well as well. It's a very efficient thermal mass keeper.
Mm.
Surprisingly so.
But that
It's like it's about 4 or 5 times the efficiency of concrete. So
no, but it's the breaking down. It's the cooking of the compost that creates a bit of combustible heat. Well, I'm not sure if combustible is the right word, but yeah. Do you do any like cucumbers and zucchinis?
Yep, we do. Yep.
Yeah, I had some really good zucchinis at one point, and I don't know what I did. It was going gangbusters 1 minute, and then it was dead the next. It just yellowed, and yeah, that was it.
Okay. Yep. Apparently, and you got to be careful when you talk about this subject, Shepper. So don't use the key words, please. But apparently, we're in for another huge onslaught of the plague that has besieged us.
BA4 or something like that.
Whatever it is, man. Yeah.
But how do they know? You know, that to me it's just another what would they call it? It's a pandemic of the news.
Pretty much, yeah. I now know personally. I now know 3 people, right, that have been stricken and taken down with it, and apparently it was like a mild cold, not really all that bad.
Maybe that's what I'm coming down with. It's the chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's got to be the chicken. Yeah. The on that topic, I don't know what to think of it, but seeing as she is a doctor, I kind of have to give it a lot of credence. But this Dr. Sam Bailey, she's I think she's a New Zealander, but she talks about terrain theory and the non-existence of this plague, and the idea that it's never been isolated and proven to be in existence via the Cox postulates, which is basically, you've got to prove that there's a separate organism there. You've got to be able to be able to infect a host with it, and then have that host show the same symptoms. And you fulfill all those three postulates, and you've got yourself a pathogen. But I don't know. There's been a lot of dodgy science, and just viruses in general. She seems to claim that viruses in general are not really a thing. It's more of a cascade effect that's caused by like a passed on toxin. So it's almost like when we're coughing and sneezing on each other, we're just you've got a concentration of some toxin or something like that.
But people were definitely getting something. Now, what you want to call it and what it is. Hello.
Well, I mean, if you take a different concoction of toxins, like let's say you take 2 milliliters of 20% lead and 80% arsenic or something. If you put say 50% lead and 50% arsenic, you might get some different symptoms.
Well, possibly, but are you referring to what people have done to try and avoid them getting it? Is that what you're referring to?
This doctor here, I've posted it in Livestream text. She talks about the idea that she talks specifically she talks.
Hold on, I'll DM it to me. It's gone on live stream.
Yeah, right. She talks about the specific methods that are used to prove the existence of this virus, and the methods that are used are like let's just replicate what we see under the microscope. Let's just make these cells look like they're breaking apart, and it's like, well, a cell breaking apart in a specific way, if you can repeat that, well, you've obviously got the virus. Well, it's not. It's a different. It's just very interesting video, very interesting information that I'd never seen it. I'd never seen that point of view or that argument.
Yeah, I'll check it out definitely. Give it a look over.
And I mean, she's saying viruses don't exist, and she's a full medical doctor with qualifications. So it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that they don't exist personally myself. I don't know.
Well, they don't exist as separate organisms, as pathogens. She's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, we all acknowledge the symptoms, and we know when somebody's got a virus.
Yeah. All I know is that there's germs out there. We get certain illnesses and diseases and stuff. How they exactly come about, I've got no idea. But I know people do get things. Now, people say that's because of your diet, this or that. Other people say it's a virus, or other people say it's bacteria. I've got no idea, mate. To be honest with you,
Like a bacteria is a separate organism. We could agree on that. But but she tends to argue that the against germ theory for viruses that that there's no distinct organism, and that it's more about the terrain and the environmental conditions than there being an actual pathogen.
I always have with terrain arguments is, in the end, when a virus, a accused virus, goes through my house, we don't all have the same terrain, and yet the virus goes through one by one. In the case of COVID, I caught COVID in my house. My wife then caught COVID in the house, and then my son caught COVID in the house.
Let me
All three
guess.
of us in sequence caught it.
You're all vaccinated, right?
Yes.
Hang on.
How do you know that it's not the same toxin that you're all passing on to each other?
Just be careful of these CMV words,
Well-
guys. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I won't use that.
Yeah, she's fine.
So my mother acquired a disease recently that we've all been talking about. She is not vaccinated.
How do you know that you're not passing on the required toxin with these compromised terrain?
So a toxin. Now, if you're talking about a toxin, let's go through. Toxins usually require a dose. So I've got a toxin in me, and let's say I gave it to my wife by water, tiny little droplets of water in the air. How much toxin could I get? I mean, polonium. I could ingest that much polonium in it.
Well, there can be films of a liquid in toxin in solution.
Toxin in solution. What does that mean to my wife? Like a
gel.
Mean to my wife.
Like, let's say you've got, I don't know, I'm not going to say, but like, let's say you've just got some toxin that's in a liquid that goes to like a gel kind of form, and it's coated as a film on things, and your exposure level gets to a point where you're touching everything, you're being sneezed on, you coughed on, and just your general load of that toxin causes a symptomatic response that is then possibly expelled and passed on in the same manner.
Talking about a mighty minute film. Plus, I would also argue that if it was a toxin, that it would continue to get worse.
Well, how do you know that it's not creating a chain reaction with the body's already compromised terrain?
I have 3 different people, 3 different environments, and they're catching a popular disease.
What's a chain reaction in relation to the body, and what does compromised terrain mean?
Hey, Kirst.
G'day, Bandy.
Hey, buddy. I don't want to fight you.
I want to fight you either, but I want you to define the terms that you're using. So what do you mean by a chain reaction in the body, and what do you mean by compromised terrain?
Please don't hurt me.
What do you mean? Hey, why are you scared?
I didn't mean to start a fight.
Jesus, you wuss.
I know we're fighting about space.
I know. Some people just can't decide.
He goes, no, it's just air. And I go, yeah, air is in the space. You numpty. Like, what the fuck?
Maybe I'm coming down with the COVID now.
No, it's the wrong shit.
No, you're not.
Oh, shit.
You're coming down with a popular disease.
Maybe I'm coming down with the popular thing.
No, it's self-inflicted because you ate rotten chicken. I can't believe you ate rotten chicken.
Yeah, I don't know where this thing is. I haven't. I don't know anybody that's had it. I mean, well,
like you get a piece of chicken. It says on the chicken used by January 2021, and you thought it was okay to eat. Go figure.
Well, it said the 14th. It said.
You mean it says on the packaging, not on the chicken?
Yes, exactly. It came tattooed with its use by date.
Yeah.
I buy my chickens live and I slaughter them. I defeather them.
It seems like a lot of unnecessary work. To be honest.
No, I enjoy it. It's visceral.
Damn. Fair enough.
No, I had
Now, I
some
have to
more to
say,
learn
like,
as well.
when I caught the popular disease, I thought that my son was the vector. But then after I had it, he got it. So I was like, oh, well, so apparently I'm the one who brought it into the house.
Oh, there you go.
And it's still a little exposure. It really just surprised me that I would be the one who got it. Because I work from home, but on the weekends I do go up to the boat and stuff, so I interact with people there. So I've been hunting around for anybody who was sick up there.
No,
But I
well,
haven't stumbled on them.
he probably had
So-
like a certain viral load where he could pass it on, but wasn't symptomatic yet. He was just asymptomatic. A
Right, but in the weeks following, I think.
grubby little child
Yeah, he could
touching
have been
things and
asymptomatic.
breathing.
He can only be the vector if his name's Victor, right?
What's a vector, Victor?
My daughter got it, but no one else in her household got it. Like her kids didn't get it, her husband didn't get it.
Yeah, my boss got it, Bandy, and he spent a week at home with his wife. He just left the house and she got it.
Yeah. Probably just the luck of the draw,
Yeah.
really.
I mean, they both sat behind someone who had it in church, right? And that's where he got it from. He figured out that's where he got it from, but like got it and she didn't. Go figure.
Well, maybe it was because his immune system was compromised already. So it was,
Some of that. There is some of that. I mean, definitely. Your immune system plays a role.
Yep.
My daughter and her significant other, he came down with it. He came down with it bad. He's unvaccinated, but bad for today's version. He was down for 3 or 4 days, like a wicked flu. And I'm like, our house was still in the throes of it, so it's like, well, we invite you up here to stay here so you can avoid him. But she's like, well, first off, I've been so close to him for the past week. I probably have it or I'm not going to get it. But she didn't get it. At least no symptoms. Yeah, I think it's a cool new world though that she was able to take her job, which is in the heating and air conditioning industry, and she was able to do that from home, dispatch and stuff.
Yeah.
Whenever she has a problem now, she can stay home and not lose a day's pay.
Yep. Yeah, well, a lot of stuff went to, especially people that were able to work, from a computer. A lot of call centers and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of people were able to take that work home, and there has been a push too, because I think with the companies themselves, I think they have found that it's actually financially beneficial to them to not have the lease on that office and actually have people work at home. So these jobs actually staying at home is also too becoming a thing as well.
Yeah, it's a brave new world, and I think that's one of the benefits that's coming out of this. My 137-mile daily commute became zero. In fact, my tires are getting dry rotted sitting on the driveway.
Yeah. Well, my wife works for Telstra, and she's able to work from home, and they set up the whole office with computer, desks, chairs, and all this ergonomic desks. The ones that you can sit at or you can
Right.
stand at. She's got 3 computer screens that are all set up properly on the proper stands. She's got state of the art, headsets and all that sort of stuff. And it's basically wake up in the morning, you log on and you go about your business, and the freedom that it gives her, like she has a workload that she has to get through, but now you're kind of the jockey of how fast you ride that horse and how fast you get through your bucket of cases. And she's pretty efficient, so she'll pump out a few in the morning, and then she'll have a nice big long break for morning tea, and then pump out a couple of others and have a really long break at lunchtime, and same thing in the afternoon. So an
Well, I guess you
8 hour
save a
day.
lot of time. You save a lot of time, Bandy, because she's not travelling in and out from work, right?
Well, she's got that as well, but you know, she can do her day's work too, Paul, in about anywhere between 4 to 4.5 hours, right? And it still looks like on the KPIs that they analyze that she's doing what she has to do. They see when she logs on, they see when she logs off, right? So she does those things according to the criteria, but the work itself, because she's very efficient, and when you've been doing something long enough, you become efficient at it, Paul. But she's not just sitting there twiddling her thumbs. She'll go out in the garden and do some gardening and whatnot, and then come back, wash her hands. She goes back in, will check her emails, get a couple more jobs, do the same sort of thing. So it's really a in relation to like a work-life balance. I'm all for it. That's sort of thing. Now, unfortunately, not everyone can do that, but we are definitely
It's hard to ditch dig from your living room.
exactly, or lay bricks or something like that. It's pretty hard to do it from your living room. Yeah, definitely agree there. But
Yeah, like I definitely can't feed the ducks from home.
no.
I love you guys.
The other job I do though, Bandy, my consulting job for the Avlis project, that hasn't changed at all. It's literally been the same. Most of the work I do for that is over the internet anyway.
Yep.
So none of that changed.
Beautiful. Yep.
The downside, though, it cost me to stay at home. It cost me about $8,000 a year. More. Yeah. The commute, since I'm running my own business, I get to write off the fuel of the commute, or not the fuel, but the mileage.
Yeah.
So I get almost 50 cents a mile times 137 miles a day. It adds up quick. I can't do that write off anymore.
No, but you're getting an extra 2 hours of
Yes,
or whatever it is.
almost 3.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it costs you financially, but quality of life, it's far better, ain't it? There's
Oh
really
yeah.
no comparison at all. You can be out in the garden, bloody building your garden beds and stuff, Myoc, or fixing the arse end of your boat or whatever the case may be. All that extra time is like you can't buy that time really.
Well, the boat's sort of like about halfway between home, so if I was going to do a project on the boat, I could do that on the ride home.
Okay.
But
Anyway,
no, you're right. It does. Being able to actually see the sun before it goes down is nice. To actually be able to do something in the yard in the winter is insanely nice. I had planned on after the whole thing was over, I was going to try and push to get Mondays and Fridays. I was going to stay home because working from home would work. But I do miss work. I miss going to that, especially with the technology that we're dealing with. There's a lot of stuff that happens in those cubicles next to you that you can interact with that I'm isolated from now. So like I'd hear a problem, somebody having a problem with something I know about, and I'd hear them talking, or I'd walk by and I'd see that they're struggling with something, and I could go in and say, "Hey, here's how to do this," or I could just as easily just go and say, "Hey, I heard you were working on this. Could you show it to me?" And that's gone. I mean, we have Slack. We have little IM communication we can do. We can screen share, but that's not the same as hearing it right next door.
What's actually amazing with her job, when she used to go into the office in town, You know, she just work her day and all that sort of stuff, and no roster days off or anything like that. Now she works at home. They've introduced RDOs, so she gets a roster day off. Um, uh, 1 day a month, and they're actually in discussions at the moment to having that to a day a fortnight, a roster day off, which is pretty cool, I say.
Although another scary thing that comes out of this is eventually, if they realize you can do everything from home, that increases the employment pool bidding for your job. Meaning that some guy in the next state could come over and say, "Hey, I'd like to do that job." So now you're competing with a lot more people.
But
Yeah.
also, there's the whole applying for jobs and all that sort of stuff. Like now, there's a lot of it's all done, or a lot, not all of it. A lot of it is done via video link, right? So once upon a time, you'd have your resume together, and you'd get up and you go to your interview. So you got your nice suit on, or your nice dress, or you're all dressed up to the nines.
I don't wear dresses, bitch.
On Sundays, I've heard you do differently.
Well, that's true. That's true. Not the
But like
interview
now,
job.
yeah. But now all you have to do is like put a shirt and a tie on. Like what's on the bottom, you can be in your bloody underwear or whatever. Like it's just like so casual now. You wouldn't even know what's on the bottom half of that video screen.
I
So
interview naked. Bottom, naked on the
yeah,
bottom.
yeah. I reckon I'd ask to do a pan around if I was the interviewer. All right, you just show me around. All right, up and down. All right, stand back. Might get a couple of rude shocks maybe with that request.
Now, I think what you would get if they were doing it, they'd say, I'd rather not. My foot hurts. I can't stand.
Yeah. But the good thing, well, with my wife, we get all the benefits from Telstra. We get free phone lines and mobiles and all that sort of stuff. Fantastic internet speed. There's a lot of benefits actually that do come from it, as well as the convenience of her being at home. Like it must be saving them an absolute fortune, actually, having people work from home.
Well, I think that right now it isn't. It could in the future, but my office is still there. The office I used to commute to. And they haven't gotten rid of it. And certain people's jobs, there's warehouse functions up there and stuff. That's not going to go away. So I don't see it closing down. They're still going to have to supply you with a computer to do your job.
Yeah.
All the monitors, and it changes how you manage people.
But like the management and like the sales sort of stuff is concerned, even the service can all be done like online now. All the admin work, all that sort of stuff can be online.
I sit on the fence on it. The benefits I think outweigh the negatives, but I haven't figured out how to do the things that I'm missing. I haven't figured out how to get that to work better because I really I miss that of the office.
Like shopping purely online, Moyoc. Like I'm one of these people that I like to tangibly like to be able to touch something, feel it,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? And even the things that I do buy online, I have gone somewhere and tangibly, seen them. I've touched them, I've felt them, what it feels like, and all that sort of stuff. And I might go, oh, that price is a little bit high. right? So then I might come home and go online and maybe shop around for the best price, because now I'm confident with what I'm going to be buying. You know, if
Right.
that
You
option,
go to Walmart, you use their brick and mortar store, you touch
yeah,
it, then you go home and order it.
exactly. But if that option is taken away completely, I don't know how I'd feel about that, to be quite honest with you, because you know it would make me very unsure in my own mind about making that purchase. But that's just me. I know a lot of people, you know, that buy a lot of stuff online that have got no interest in actually seeing it before they buy it. They just buy the stuff, and you know, if it's good, if it's good, if it's not, they don't really worry about it. I think I'm a bit more old school as far as that is concerned.
I went and I bought some diving gear for servicing my boat. So I
Yeah,
bought a regulator and some dive weights and stuff. But I hemmed and hawed about that because it's just like I don't know anything about regulators, but I want to touch it and feel if it feels like cheap Chinese shit.
yeah,
You know, this is my life here.
yeah,
And I'd like to feel it, even though that's not going to give me any
yeah.
information.
I've also done the opposite too. Like when I've been looking for something and I've gone online to basically see what the price is. And I've gone, okay, then I wouldn't mind one of those. And I've actually gone to a shop, you know, to test it and feel it and see, you know, exactly how it's made. And the service that I've got from the shop has been really, really good. And I've gone, you know what, this is, you know, 15, 20 bucks more than what I can get for it on the line. But you know what, this service has been fantastic. So this is where my money's going to go. Like I'm going to spend my money here because I've got the good service. So I've actually made that decision as well.
Plus, you also get it today.
Well, yeah, exactly
And
right.
when it breaks, you can go and say, "Here."
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Not
Yeah,
like these things that you buy online. It's just like, you know, return to us for a full money back refund. But then when you go to send it back and you realise it costs you more in postage to send it back to get your money back, and you don't even worry about it.
right. They win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got one of those Shark IQ vacuums, a little remote vacuum that runs around and then it empties itself into its own little dust collector. So you can leave
Oh
the
yeah,
thing for a week, it cleans.
yeah.
And I love the thing; it's great. But over the past couple of weeks, it got worse and worse and worse. It stuck places more often. Then I found out one of the wheels was dying.
Right.
So called them up and said, "Okay, what do we do about this? Are we still under warranty?" "Yeah, you're still under warranty. We'll send you a brain." Well, instead of sending us a brain, they sent us an entirely new unit. And we were supposed to take parts off of it and then ship it back to them. You know, take any parts off of it. But they didn't give us any information about shipping it back. So now we've got two of these things, one with a bad wheel and a brand new one. So they gave me $499 or something.
No way. There
Um,
you go.
so right now we have it upstairs. We're waiting for them to say, "Hey, you owe us money." But if I don't get that call within like 6 months, I'm going to activate. I'm going to go buy the separate wheel for it,
Mhm.
and I'm going to have two of them.
I had a Zippo that broke on me. It was that old, but the hinge just wore out on it, and it ended
Jesus.
up breaking. And so I ended up getting in contact with Zippo, right? And they gave me a postage code to put on the package, which they paid for the postage to the States. Yeah, send it back, and we'll fix it for you. Right? I went, "Oh, fantastic, happy days." Anyway, look, it was about maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks thereabouts, and then a package rocks up, and it is a brand new Zippo. So not the Zippo that I had. It was a brand spanking new Zippo. It had 2 bottles of fluid and had 2 packets of flints and
Oh
a
God.
couple of flints. Like this whole like this whole hamper of gifts that they send to me for it costs me nothing, absolutely nothing for it. And I go, now that is customer service, because, well, they obviously know that they make their money on all the aftermarket things like the fluid and the flint and the wicks and all that sort of stuff. That's where they make their real money. And
Funny, because the fact that they should have said, "Oh, we'll just send you a new one," because they also absorb the cost of you sending the old one back. So that's another $10, $15, $20
well,
that they lost.
yeah, well, hey, look, they did it. They did it. So yeah, happy days. Really, at the end of the day, I was quite surprised. I must say, after about 5 or 6 weeks, I was getting a little bit suspicious. As like, am I ever going to see my Zippo again, type of thing. But but sure enough, one showed up in the mail, and I was pleasantly surprised with it. So because that's all I basically use for lighters all my life is the Zippo. They're damn reliable.
I love the smell of a Zippo.
Oh,
Of that, whatever the fuck they put in there. Probably carcinogenic as hell. But
probably.
man, does that smell good.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. Hasn't affected me so far.
It's like it's like Bandy, and we helped clean out a house and put the house on sale, and as part of that deal, I got an adjustable bed. It's one of these, beds that adjusts, and it's got the massaging thing in it and whatever. It's about $5,000 worth of bed, right? And I got it for nothing, but we couldn't find the power supply for it, right? And so I phoned the company and found out that the power supply was going to cost me $50 for it. So I ordered one, and I also ordered a Wi-Fi module for it, so I could control it through my smart home and off an app on my phone. And they sent me the wrong Wi-Fi module, and so I rang them up, and they apologised and sent me the correct Wi-Fi module, but didn't ask for the other one back at all. It sent me no package to send the other one back or anything. So I've got these 2 Wi-Fi modules now. But not only that, but when they sent the replacement ones, they actually sent a packet of lollies in the mail with it too, and sort of a message. Now here's a company that's really looking after their customers, and going out of their way to make you happy.
Yeah, and it makes you feel good, and you don't always mention it to people, but if it ever comes up, you're only too happy to repeat the story
and recommend them. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly right. But if you get bad service,
you'll tell 100 people and they won't forget it.
You go out of your way to tell people that you've got bad
service.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that happens a lot with stuff that you buy online. Is you say, oh, X, Y, and Z is wrong with it, or there's an issue. Half the time they just tell you to keep what you already have, and they send you new stuff. So it just goes to show how much markup they have on these things, because they don't really care to get the old stuff back.
Well, I think there's 2 things to that. Like there's the markup, but there's also the fact that it's going to cost them $15, in shipping. So is it worth that $15 in shipping and the handling of it and the repair of it versus and for only 1 in 100 sales? 1 in 100 sales are going to break, in their warranty period.
True.
So it's we're eating a little bit here, but it's a hell of a lot easier.
One thing I've noticed though, Bandy, is I've been doing a lot of purchasing in audio equipment, setting up my house with audio equipment lately, and I'm finding that there's not a lot of stores out there that sell speakers and amplifiers and stuff like that. It's mostly online nowadays. Yeah. And after doing a bit of research, I've come across the reason why for that. It's because people were going into audio stores and demanding discounts and asking for discounts and always beating the salesman down to a lower price. And so a lot of these stores sort of went out of business because they couldn't make a profit from doing that all the time, and so they've gone online where they can basically sell products at the price they want to sell them, and people can't come into the store and beat them down on the price. So a lot of that market has now gone online because, and you find it hard. You can't audition something, like it's very hard to go into a store and audition a pair of speakers because you can literally only buy them online in most circumstances anyway. And you have to look at YouTube reviews and stuff like that to see whether you like them or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really hard to gauge from a YouTube review exactly what it's going to sound like. Like they can say all
Yeah.
these wonderful things about them, but until you actually, get to, like you say, audition the equipment itself, you're in the hands of
Of other people saying something
yeah,
about it.
Yeah.
exactly.
You have
And
to
it's
trust the reviewer and hope that they're not being influenced by the company that may have sent them the product for free.
yeah, exactly right. And yeah, a lot of these smaller stores, too, that used to sell the better equipment. Yeah, definitely they're going out of business because of that. Because they need the space to be able to store it, number one, and then put it on
Yeah.
display, and then be able to sell it. So all those costs have to be absorbed. But this better equipment you don't find in the places like a Harvey Norman or whatever, because they're just not interested in selling these things, this high end equipment.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it is a double edged sword type of thing. Yes, you get it cheaper, but I got a mate that has some really good speakers and sound system in his place, and you know I think it's also too because of my hearing, Paul. I've got because of the industry I've worked in. My hearing has been damaged, right? And I listen to it and I go, oh yeah, like it sounds all right, but the system that I've got that was 100th of the price to me sounds better, and I don't know if it's because of the frequency that my ears can pick up now. But to me, mine sounds better. But my wife will say it's a beautiful sound. But to me personally, I can only judge it on what I hear, not on what someone else hears.
Yeah, you don't want me reviewing. You don't want to follow my review of speakers because I was quite happy with my shipped speakers that I had all these years. I'm like, oh, that's great. The car sounds awesome. Anybody who got actually any kind of ear for music would say, oh, you bought shit there. I'm like, oh, that's great.
And many, all of that's, when it comes to sound and what sounds good to you is subjective most of the time as well. And I don't know about you guys, but there's many times where I prefer a less crisp audio. So we have a group of friends that we all get together once a month and have record night where we spin vinyl. Everybody brings, records of their choosing. It gets you to experience different bands and different songs, and everybody in the group has slightly different tastes. Some of us tend towards similar music, but may not have heard some bands within that genre. And we all get together and have food and drinks, and we spin records. And one couple, they have the high end turntable, high end speakers, everything's clean, crisp, perfect audio.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's kind of come to the consensus that they really enjoy my setup, which is a 1967 Zenith console turntable, all original.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sound perfect. It gets some of the imperfections within the music, and everybody kind of tends to like that. Maybe it harkens them back to the imperfections that you heard in vinyl music when you were a kid listening to it at your parents' house, as opposed to listening to a vinyl record that sounds almost close to an MP3, you know? So I think it's all subjective.
There's been a resurgence of the old vinyl coming back into fade, I must say. And there is something about it, about
vinyl, so
the depth. It seems to have this depth to it. You know,
Yes.
we have an old Philips turntable set up, and you know, we've got a lot of vinyl records ourselves, and yeah, that imperfection, that slight crackle occasionally, or it just gives it this depth that you don't get from from either the CDs or the digital. It's like so pure, and there's no imperfections. But this just gives you,
especially the older pressings, right? A lot of the original pressings that you have. You know, nowadays a lot of if you go to buy a copy of, I don't know, pick the band from the 60s or 70s, and you're purchasing a new vinyl record by that band, what you're purchasing is typically a digitally remastered version of vinyl, which most of the time cuts out a lot of the depth that you had in the original pressings, because it's transposing the waves that have already been kind of cut and consolidated within that digital remastery, and you lose some of that depth. But yeah, it's amazing to listen to, you know, old vinyl pressings of songs that that you hear all the time now, like on the radio, and you usually hear digital remasteries, or you hear the MP3, and then when you hear it on vinyl, you know, you can have two different pressings that are original, and you can hear different things to it. One might have, you know, higher, crisper high tones. The other might have a little bit more of the low tones to it, and the high tones are a little bit muted, but the depth on either end of that scale is something that can't really be replicated, or at least the feel of it can't be replicated within the digital format.
Yeah. We quite often, where we are, we've got a couple of really nice Sunday markets, and in a couple of the other little smaller towns, you have the car boot markets as well, and we're always stopping at the vinyl record store, and sifting through their stuff, and to see what they can, what you can pick up. And you might pick up something from the Who, or the Doors, or the Kinks, or something like this, or the Beach Boys. What a Beach Boys one! Oh god, a few months ago, or whatever. And then you can't wait to get home and put it on the turntable, and see what it's like. And you'll pick them up, and you'll see a couple of scratches in them and whatnot. But it just adds to it, adds to the character, adds to the sentiment, sort of stuff. As long as the scratch ain't too bad, it ain't gonna jump and stuff.
And vinyl's funny. You can pick up a vinyl record and you'll be like, oh man, this thing's gonna sound like crap. It looks like it's got a bunch of scratches on it or whatever. And then it plays fantastic. And then you can pick one up that looks like, oh, this is great. There's gonna be zero skips in this thing. This is gonna be clean as hell. And then it skips, all the time.
Exactly right. Velvet Underground, and some of these sort of people. We've got we've got a huge range. Deep Purple, Neil Diamond, Kiss.
Yeah, I have most of that stuff that you're mentioning. Certainly have Deep Purple, yeah. The Who. I've acquired quite a bit. We picked up I got this console on an app called Offer Up, where people are just kind of like, a marketplace for people selling stuff.
Yep.
And the kid who was selling it, he works helping a real estate agent clear out homes that they buy for like rental properties or to flip or whatever, and people leave stuff in the homes, or somebody's passed away and there's no family to take anything. So he kind of gets whatever's in the house as payment for clearing the house out, and might get a little money for his efforts as well. And he had this console and he put it online and was selling it for $80. I got there and he was like, well, I don't think the radio works. Turntable seems to spin. He's like, I'll take 60 for it, actually. And I was like, all right, deal. Got it home. Just realized he wasn't tuning into a station well enough. So the radio worked. Helps with an external antenna hooked up to it. Everything works fine. Cleaned it up. Sounds fantastic. Had to do a little work on the turntable, but good to go for $60.
Yeah. What I've noticed though, that people are cottoning onto it, and the price of the vinyl is starting to go up again. Even at the Sunday markets and car boot sales, like the price of the vinyl is starting to go up. And unless I see something that I'm really keen on, I still look out for those stalls that ain't quite too aware of what they're holding on to. But it's so good too, because you got the whole album, the cover, the pictures, and the whole thing is just a story in itself. You pull it out, and you get your cloth and give it a nice little wipe down and whatnot, and it's very tactile. The whole experience is very, very tactile.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
I had one of my students ask me, what the hell do you do with these big black CDs?
What? How do you get it into the CD player? It won't fit.
It's
You have a
hilarious.
big enough hammer, you can get it in there.
Exactly.
A little KY, you can fit it in there.
Ease it in. You'll be right.
Yeah, I had a neighbor who was, they had purchased a house up the street for an individual who had lost his wife and was in financial troubles and was going to lose the house. So neighbor bought the house to be able to rent it to him, so that he could stay in the house. And eventually it got to the point after a couple of years where he wasn't paying rent and they had to kind of evict him, unfortunately. But he left a whole bunch of stuff behind, and they gave us a ring and said, hey, we're going through his house. There's some stuff here. If you guys want anything, there's a box of records if you guys want it. Like, heck yeah. Went down there, and it's this whole box of, I don't know, 75 records. And I started thumbing through it, and I was like, I will definitely take this. So I got for free a box of records that had 4 Beatles records, including the White Album. Deep Purple was in there. That was one that I acquired. And it was just this, list of vinyl records that were all original pressings that were on my list of ones that I wanted to pick up if I could find them for a good price. And I scored this whole box for free. I was like, holy crap. It's like $500 on the black market or whatever for these things, and I got it for free.
Makes you feel good too, doesn't it?
Yeah. We just slowly been acquiring stuff where you see somebody selling, a lot of records, here's 25 records or 50 records that I'm selling for $25 or whatever. They're just trying to offload it. And it's like, okay, there's probably 10 to 15 in here that I want that are probably worth more than what they're selling all of it for.
Yeah.
So I'm getting, stuff I might not even know about. And I've discovered some fantastic bands and some fantastic albums just acquiring a large lot of records that I wanted 1 or 2 or 3 in there, but then I find that some bands that I didn't even know about or albums I didn't even know about that I would have paid whatever for the lot that I've appreciated more than the ones I was actually looking for. So it's been fun. Got I don't even know how many records we've acquired over the past year and a half, 2 years, but it's been quite a few.
Yeah, it's good when you get those little victories, isn't it?
See if I can find a picture. Just getting this console for $60. Just the cabinet itself, most people would pay $60 for, just for the look of it, to keep it as like furniture. It's very like mid-century modern. It's really cool.
Okay. Actually, I've just picked up an old Singer sewing machine, one in the cabinet, the old foot pedal type of thing that I'm in the process of restoring at the moment, which it'll make a beautiful piece in the corner of the room once it's done. Picked it up and it wasn't just the sewing machine itself, but it had a heap of bobbins and knickknacks in it as well. It was a good
Nice.
find, and we just happened to be just driving along the road, and we saw a sign that said garage sale, and anyway, we love going to garage sales and just having a bit of a poke around. You never know what you might see, and especially too if they're the old country garage sales, on farms and whatnot. We quite often go to auctions or farm auctions and stuff. Just even if we don't buy anything, it's just just a pretty cool experience, I reckon. But anyway, we went in there this one day and we were looking around, and then over in the far corner there was this old Singer sewing machine. It's just like, oh, interesting. How much would you like for that? And it's well, look, we don't know. I've had $50 on it, but it's still sitting there. Make me an offer. It's been sitting there all day, and it's just like, oh damn, like what do I offer? I didn't really want to insult them, but like I said, it looked in fairly reasonable nick too. So I said, all right, how about $20? $20, and I'll take it off your hands right now. And they said, oh, what about $30? Oh, $30. I don't know. $30 seems a little bit. It's been sitting here all day. I was being a bit cheeky, I must say. It's been sitting here all day, and anyway, he goes, fine, $25. It's yours, pal. That's yours. So yeah, packed that up and got him to give me a hand to get it into the back of the car, and was grinning all the way home, I must say, with that little pickup.
Yeah, that's a score, man. Those old school sewing machines they're worth a decent amount of money, and the best thing about them is they'll last forever and they're easily repairable.
Yeah.
That's what I like about my my 60s turntable. Everything's analog. There's a few components within it. I did have to change out a capacitor. The left side speakers went out. Capacitors were old, so I just picked up a new capacitor and soldered that in, and it's perfectly fine. Some of the electronics within the receiver end of it, could be improved upon, but as far as the turntable's concerned, everything's easily fixable, mechanical.
The hardest thing I actually found, because basically to repair this thing is just a lot of TLC, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
It's the leather strapping for the belt, because the belt itself it's like a round piece of leather, almost like it's been extruded. And it actually took me a bit of hunting around on the internet to find somewhere that sold it. But yeah, no, I've found it, so it's on its way now. I ordered it and whatnot. So that was the hardest thing to find. But yeah, like I said, the rest of it is just going to be TLC and whatnot. So I've already put a fair bit of work into um, just getting rid of a lot of the surface rust and all that sort of stuff on it, and all the badging on it too is in prime condition. Like it's once it's all dolled up, and I strip the lacquer off the cabinetry itself, and I'll end up French polishing it. It's going to be one of those statement pieces, like that's in the corner. And it's
Yeah.
got the sewing machine itself too has the fold out side tables. So you got this, like on either side, you got this little flap that you lift up and has like a little iron bar that keeps it in place. So it makes the actual sewing machine platform itself twice as big as what it kind of just sits there when it's all folded up. So it'll sit there, and I'm sure my wife on one side will put a vase, and on the other side will go some other little trinkets or a photo or whatever. But yeah, it'll make quite a piece.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not only can you get it functional and you may use it, but just the aesthetics or the furniture aspect of it is well worth the time and the effort and the money you might have put into it.
Yeah, and like they don't make things like that anymore, Nate.
Right.
Like, the craftsmanship that goes into these things. Like, yeah, some of the stuff that they make now with all their CNC machines, which is so perfect and whatnot. But there's just, to me, it has no soul, I suppose, is the word I'm looking for. It doesn't seem to
Right.
have soul
Yeah, I
in
posted a couple pictures or whatever of the console that I have, and just $60 for that as a piece of furniture is worth it to me.
way. That is a nice piece. Yeah, look at that.
It's got a good style to it. Nice clean lines.
Yeah.
Those speaker sections, they're louvers, so you can close it and you can open it up. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's pretty swanky looking, actually. Pretty swanky.
Right?
Yeah. Good find, mate. Good. I'm actually a little bit jealous if I'm being honest.
$60. Yeah. Fuck yeah. And it worked.
Damn. Yeah.
And I'm posting just now posting 2 pictures of a couple vinyl records from movies that I got as well.
There you go. Look at that.
Which movie do you like the best?
I would have to say Space Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What are you, a man on the moon kind of fellow, are you?
Which came first?
Yeah, exactly. You got Fleetwood Mac going too. Damn.
Oh, that's just that Fleetwood Mac album was in that lot of free records that I got from the neighbor.
Nice.
It was on the list of ones I wanted to pick up, right? Fleetwood Mac, Rumors.
And does that have the multiple record holder? Like you can put multiple records on there and they drop down on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the fancy model. That one there.
It's not the fanciest because actually I've been looking for a console record player for a while, and when this one popped up, I knew I wanted to get it because my brother has the top end model from around that same era. So his look the same. It's a little bit taller, a little bit wider, and it has a little bit different leg or like base to it. And he's got a few components that are a little bit more high end. So his turntable was the top of the line turntable, and his receiver is the top of the line. But mine's a 67. I think his is a 68.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I enjoy it, man. I'm starting to have a few issues with the motor, and looking to find a replacement motor is kind of a pain in the ass, right? It's very specific. Not a lot of them around anymore.
Well, you want to get onto that while there's still some around, actually, don't you?
Yeah. I found a replacement, just the motor, on eBay. Doesn't really say much about whether it works or how well it works. I mean, they're very simple motors, right? It's just a coil that spins a a little whatever. But the bearings on mine are kind of going a little bit, and they're not even really bearings. It's kind of like there's one on the top and one on the bottom, and it kind of has like a cloth-like material to retain the oil, so that it kind of stays oiled. Well, it's sat for so long that it still has a bunch of old oil in it that I've tried to get out of there. But inevitably, as it turns and the more I use it and the more it heats up, the more of that old oil starts to get worked out of it and starts to gum up the motor. So I'm looking to get a new one, but not a new one, but a replacement motor. But a replacement motor on eBay is like $60. I'm like, I paid $60 for the whole thing.
No. Can you not get your the motor refurbished at all?
To be honest with you, trying to find anybody that works on this old equipment, it's few and far between. And the ones that were still working on it, they're all like getting out of the business, or they're retiring, or it's starting to become a lost art of repairing electronics.
You're rare as hen's teeth almost. See that.
So yeah, I think I have a picture of the model that my brother has, and I'll shoot that to you. It's basically the same thing, but he actually got his for free, which is an even better score.
Yeah, man. I'm actually a little bit jealous, so, but anyway, them's the breaks in the big smoke.
Let's see. Purchased it. I think that's when my brother sent a picture of his. Maybe I don't have.
Are you making friends? Are you cursed? You're unmuted, Cookie. If you want to talk. Okay. Yep.
So that's my brother's. He's got the louvers closed there, but it's got the legs on the bottom are a little bit different.
Yeah, I can see.
But you see, just as a piece of furniture under your television, it's worth the.
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it definitely is, has stood the test of time. Definitely.
Yeah, everything nowadays seems to have a planned obsolescence or a
I don't know. Oh, the legs on that are nice, actually. Way
Yeah, his. If you look at the legs on mine, it's just 4 legs that are kind of stuck on the bottom. His has kind of this rounded.
It's a bit more feminine looking, I would say, with the curvature.
Yeah, it's a little softer of a feel.
Yeah,
His is a little bit more robust. When he opens his up, he's got 4 louvers. Mine has 3. His is a little bit taller, a little bit wider.
Wonder if he'd notice if you went in the middle of the night and swapped them over.
Well, he'd have to drive about 1,100 miles, or I would. Yeah. He has the original catalog or whatever that came with his. That kind of displays all the models and everything for those years. And let's see if I can find that. Scrolling through all these freaking pictures, man. Yeah, so there's. So, anyways, yeah, that's been something I've been into over the past few years, is collecting vinyl and hanging out with friends and enjoying time, conversations about music and life and other things, just getting together around the record player.
That's what it's all about, isn't it, really, at the end of the day? Just to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, it's way more edifying than other interactions with human beings most of the time. So yeah, getting ready to post the pictures of the catalog that was still with his console when he got it. So it gives a look of all the models that were available. His is the top center one there. And mine would be 1, 2, 3, 4th down on the left side.
Yeah. Got to
zoom in on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to open the original. Got to look at this properly. Oh, look at that. Boom. Oh. Look at them. Look at them all.
Back when purchasing audio video equipment was also purchasing furniture.
Yeah. It's funny, like, a lot of those things back in the, whether it was, your record players, TVs and whatnot, they were a piece of furniture, weren't they?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They were a statement piece.
They were a piece of furniture. They were easy to fix. Most people did a lot of the repairs themselves. It was accessible to everybody to repair them themselves. And your kids were the remote control.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Yeah. A massive 140 watt amplifier. Wow, that'll rock your house.
Yeah. So yeah, if you look at the second image of the catalog, the one that kind of shows the turntables and the receivers. If you look on the bottom there, my brother's console has the Zenith Professional Record Changer, the top one, and I have the bottom one, which is the Zenith Stereo Precision Record Changer.
Ooh.
Which my turntable is actually made by a company called Voice of Music, and then was just rebranded as Zenith when it went into the console.
Oh yeah. Tiny hearing aid amplifier made possible by space age technology.
Ooh, space age technology. Dude, that space program has been benefiting us for so long.
Hasn't it? Hasn't it? That's gold.
We would not have turntables if it wasn't for space age technology.
That's right. That's right. But even like the catalog, the way they set it out and the components, like all you basically need is the catalog itself, and it's almost like you've got a blueprint how to pull things apart and where things go, type of thing. Like you see all the internal workings of stuff. It's very, very gives the finest stereo separation and finest sound reproduction in the home console stereo.
I'll tell you what though, man, after what is it, 60 years, the thing still sounds great.
Oh,
50
one
years.
of the benefits of it, it even plays warped records.
Ooh.
Oh, damn. Isn't it cool seeing some of these old catalogs and stuff?
Yeah, back when they didn't, if you look at everything, it's illustrations most of the time. You have some photographic elements, but you look at the image of the female there. She's just an illustration.
Yeah. Oh, what a cool company motto. The quality goes in before the name goes on. That's a pretty, isn't that? That's a winner. Cool.
It's funny. You hungry? You want some strawberries? Yeah, Moyak, you were talking about your robot vacuum earlier. I like you have my wife out of town, and she always knows the schedule for our robot vacuum, and I forgot that it was scheduled to run overnight last night, so I forgot to pick up a few things that need to be picked up, and woke up this morning to my robot vacuum all tied and tangled around a power cord for a cell phone.
Only in the modern world do you have to worry about your remote controlled automatic vacuum
Yep.
getting caught around a cell phone cord.
Yep.
Damn first world problems.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
Tell you what,
defeats the purpose. Kind of defeats the purpose if you've got to clean up your house before the vacuum does its job.
Yeah, but picking up 2 end tables and 1 power cord isn't too much effort. Unfortunately,
No, those Roombas are great. Okay, it keeps your house less cluttered because if you're always picking the stuff up so that the robot doesn't get messed up, then your house is just always cleaner, and it keeps the floors like they're so good. Love the robot vacuums. Love them. I did see a horror story once. Some guy had dogs, and he had his thing scheduled to go, and the dogs pooped on the floor, and the robot went, and big mess.
Jesus, that makes my imagination run wild. I could just see stripes up and down the floor.
I didn't know I had. You leave home, you come back. I thought my carpet was single tone. It's dual tone.
talk about walking in on a shitty situation.
So yeah, if you have any kind of pets, I would recommend not doing the scheduling thing, just in case like you have a cat and it pukes up a hairball or some disgusting shit, or the cat shit or the dog shit or whatever.
So we schedule ours to run early in the morning, so pretty much while we're still sleeping. So we get everything picked up and then it runs, so we know it's not getting caught on shit. We had two dogs. We lost one back in December, a husky and a husky mix. And I'll tell you what, it certainly helps keep the pet hair under control. I mean, you still have to vacuum the house on a fairly regular basis, but just keeping that thing running, 3 or 4 days a week really cuts back on the pet hair.
Friend of mine, Ben, was telling me about when he was his go down to sleep in the day, and the rest of the mothers at the mothers group were telling her, "You've just got to let him cry and go outside and do the gardening." So she thought she'd try it one day, and she left him in there. A couple of hours later, she went back and she knew she'd made a mistake because she could smell it. He'd shat his nappy, pulled his nappy off, and finger painted the entire wall next to his cot.
Oh no. It's horrible. Worst situation we had similar to that was our dogs. We would crate them when we would go to work, and we had one time where one of the dogs couldn't hold it and took a shit in its crate. But then I'm sure about the time she heard the garage door open, she decided she didn't want to show us what she had done, so she cleaned up the mess with her mouth, and that got her sick, and she jumped on our bed and shit vomited on our bed, which was the worst situation ever.
Officially one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard.
Dude, it
goes in the record books right now.
Just imagine the smell, right? Like vomit smells, dog shit smells. Combine the two, put it on your bed. That was what we were dealing with. Yeah, she did that, and I immediately just grabbed all of the covers off the bed and ran outside with them and started to hose them off because I didn't know of any better way to deal with the situation.
Yeah. That seems like a lighter fluid situation right there.
Yeah, luckily we had purchased the mattress protectant cover that has a cover over the top of it to ensure that fluids don't penetrate the cover into the mattress. So that was kind of our saving grace there.
Lucky. I'm glad you paid the extra $80.
Yeah. Because it was one of those things where the mattress company is like, I know this is an upsell, but they say if you do have to return the mattress, then there is any type of bodily fluid that's on it, then they won't accept it. So this is why we're selling you this protective cover, which doesn't make noise, right? It's not like it's something you're going to notice, but it helps protect the mattress. And I was like, yeah, whatever, sales guy, just go ahead and throw it in there. And luckily he did, because that saved us from having to purchase a whole new mattress after that situation.
All right, fellas, I am off to bed because once again I looked in the mirror and I need all the beauty sleep I can get. Plus, I'm off fishing first thing in the morning, so I'm gonna love yous and leave yous. Thanks for the chat, guys.
Yeah, have a good night, Bandsaw.
No problem. See you, Paul.
Hello. What's up?
What's up,
How you guys doing?
Good. Chilling. Friday morning. Relaxing. What's going on?
We just left work. It's lunchtime.
Oh, yeah. Nice. You get a siesta down there?
Sorry?
Do you guys get like a siesta kind of situation for lunch?
What kind of situation?
Siesta?
Oh.
You know this
No.
term, siesta?
No. I heard something else.
Spanish for a nap, something like that.
Yeah, it's more of a. I know Brazil's not considered Latino, right? But it's more
It
of
is.
a. Is it?
A
Yeah,
noonday
but
nap.
we just don't
You're
speak Spanish.
you're the redheaded stepchild of the Latino community. Maybe that's why you don't have the siestas.
Red-headed stepchild.
Businesses back then would close at like 2 to let people go home, rest, take a nap, and then they could commence the evening activities.
Yeah, we have a break on lunch. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
So does like
I mean, we find weird that a lot of you guys have lunch during work. Like, no one does that here.
Yeah, I think they said it was like a 2-hour, 4-hour period, 2 to 4 hour period when businesses
No,
would
4
close.
hours too much. Usually it's like between 1 and 2 hours.
But would you
And it's
say,
here.
so like the bulk of businesses are basically shut down for an hour or two, right?
Well, it depends on the business. Some of them do, but most don't. They just take turns during lunchtime.
Yeah. That's what it's like here in the States is there's no businesses that shut down for lunch. You just have the employees take their lunch breaks at staggered times, so somebody's always in the business.
Yeah, that's the case for most of businesses, but some like no one goes there during lunch, so they close and then have lunch. Like my parents, for example, they're not like that. So either my father is having lunch or my mom is. They take turns.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, most people are having lunch that time, so there's not many clients for them. So it's kind of fine. What do you work with?
What do I work with?
Yeah.
Numbers.
Well, yeah, sometimes I do too. What do
Yeah.
you mean numbers?
I'm an accountant.
Right.
And I also have a couple side jobs too. I do landscaping on the side, mainly just lawn mowing type stuff, and I also train kids on goaltending for soccer or football, as you would call it.
Yeah. Oh, I prefer using the word soccer because there's the other football that is not soccer, so it's it's kind of ambiguous.
Yeah, nobody gets confused when you say soccer.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So yeah, I work a 9 to 5, which is more like instead of an 8-hour. I mean, I have 8-hour days, but it's usually more like 10-hour days in accounting, and I either early in the morning for my lunch break or in the evening I go out and take care of a few people's lawns to earn a little bit extra cash, and then 1 or 2 nights a week I will, depending on the season, help train youth goalkeepers for a soccer club.
Right. So you play soccer?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder as I get older, but yeah, I still play.
Yeah, it's been a while since I last played because I keep traveling. But yeah, I miss playing. Well, it's not actually soccer what I play. It's like inside soccer or something. I don't know.
Futsal.
Yeah, exactly. Futsal. I wouldn't know if you would know that word.
Yeah. So that's mainly what I play now is very similar to futsal. We use a futsal ball, but we play on like artificial turf, and it's outside. So it's a smaller field, smaller goals, same size as a futsal court, except we don't have the rules of futsal when it comes to the goalie box. You know how in futsal you have an arc?
I think I know what you're referring to. I used to play that in high school. Like
Yeah, so it's basically 5-on-5 soccer with a futsal ball on a smaller field.
Yeah, but yeah, I used to play that way. It wasn't with a futsal ball. It was not a soccer ball as well. It was like an in between. It was bigger than a futsal ball. It's smaller than a soccer ball.
That's probably what we use. It's basically a size 4 ball that's slightly weighted.
Right. Yeah, it might be the same.
Yeah.
Anyway, I used to play that in high school.
Yeah, so that's the bulk of what I play now. I was playing 11v11 up until pretty much last year. I kind of quit playing the 11v11. Being in my 40s, it's much tougher to play against the kids that are, college age, and trying to cover that whole 18-yard box and that large goal becomes a little more difficult as I get older. The 20-something kids go a lot harder. Get a little more injuries. Getting to the age where I don't recover from the injuries quite as quickly, so even though I still get injured playing 5-on-5. But that's a lot more jammed fingers and stuff like that. Getting stepped on with cleats. Recently picked up playing ice hockey again as well. I figured, I played a lot of I played a lot of hockey as a kid, but stopped when I was about 10 years old, and just focused on soccer. And I played at a pretty high level as far as soccer is concerned, and it's frustrating seeing yourself slowly decline in your abilities. So I figured maybe I could pick up ice hockey again and see some sort of progression in my abilities as opposed to regression that I'm experiencing with soccer.
Oh, you say you're getting worse?
With soccer? Yeah, it's just, as I'm getting older, my reaction time is just slowing down just enough to where, it can be a little frustrating, and my ability to get down for a shot and get back up for a rebound, the up down, it's a lot more difficult.
How old are
for
you?
me. 42.
Right. Well, I have some of my friends invite their parents to play with us, and they're older than that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean it's still fun, but it's when you've when you've played at a high level, it gets frustrating when you see a regression of your abilities, knowing that you have the mentality and the skill set to be able to do certain things, but your body just can't do it anymore. It's kind of out of your control. It's a little frustrating, especially as a keeper, when you're a goalie, a split second makes a difference between a save and a goal, and body not being able to get down up as quick as it used to can make the difference between a save and a goal. So it's a little frustrating, but it's still fun. I can still kind of compete with the younger kids, but it's not at a level I used to play at. So I just help train the youth in the ways that I learned. Hopefully, pass on some of the skill sets or abilities that I was able to acquire over time. Help out the youth. So what's your team, Bacon? Who do you support?
I don't watch anymore, but I used to root for Santos.
Santos?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know the Santos?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's where Neymar used to play. And
Yep.
also Pelé used to play in Santos. He was a Santos player. That's not why I root for it. Like, because it's a family thing. Usually, people root for the same soccer team as their parents. It's like a religion. They just pass on. And yeah, all my father's side of the family root for Santos, and all my mom's side of the family roots for Corinthians.
Why is there the is it because of where they grew up?
No, it's sort of random. Like you have people rooting for all teams everywhere, but usually people root for the same as their parents because their parents like watch the games, the matches with their kids, so they end up like rooting for the same team.
Gotcha. Yeah, that happens here in the States too. Lots of times, parents might be from one city but move to another city but still root for the team in the hometown they grew up in, but their kids may grow up in another city but wind up rooting for the team that their parents root for.
Go Yankees!
Nobody likes the Yankees.
Hey, what's up, Moyak?
Hey.
See, my team in baseball is the second best team historically as far as World Series championships are concerned. You know who I'm talking about, Moyak?
Nope. There's the Yankees.
Yeah, and then there's a large gap, and then you have the team that I cheer for.
Yeah, what do you care about that? Go for the winners,
saying.
man.
I do cheer for winners, man. They just, they don't have all those championships that the Yankees were able to buy. We're a small market team.
Actually, I don't follow baseball much. I don't have any teams. I'm not really a sports guy.
Yeah, I'm originally from St. Louis, and the Cardinals have the second most World Series championships.
My boss wants to hire me.
Your boss wants to hire you? What do you mean? Isn't he already your boss?
Yeah, aren't you already hired?
I've been a contractor with him for like 6 years now.
Oh, so full time as opposed to contract.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though because would probably represent a cut and pay.
What
But
do
if
you
he's
work
looking
with?
to fill my position with me, if I don't take the cut and pay, there's a good chance that that job will dry up when they do fill a position.
What do you work with?
Cell phones, network design.
Network design.
Yeah, I'm the one who decides where we're going to stick the 5G to radiate you.
Right. And how do you decide that?
Well, there's actually lots of different ways. There's capacity studies. There's general rules of types of area that we want to cover, stuff like that. You talk about like real 5G, and then there's the generic fake 5G that we put all over the place, existing sites, just to get the little icon to show up on your phone.
So, question for you, Moyak, the real 5G, if we're talking about like the smaller wave line of sight type situation, is there the possibility of some detrimental health effects to that type of radiation, or not?
I personally don't see it. I have no phobia of it. The way that I understand radio frequencies to work, they just simply do not have the energy level necessary to pop pieces of your DNA off. So you're basically talking about thermal issues. Signals from a tower that's 20, 30 feet away from you is not at low power is not going to be raising your internal body temperature. So you're talking about minuscule types of problems as far as I'm concerned. I've seen papers where they say there's been claims made of harm, but I haven't.
It's a bigger wavelength. It's a bigger wavelength than infrared, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if infrared doesn't do shit, then 5G. I wouldn't expect 5G to.
That's the long and short of it. When you start thinking about it in terms of light is a higher frequency, and so all these really scary things of it makes oxygen molecules spin in the wrong direction and whatever else. I'm sorry, I need to see a lot more evidence.
Right. Is there the the possibility of like a cumulative effect over time? Kind of like, we're immersed in light all the time, but I live in Florida. If I sat outside in the sun with no clothing every single day for 12 hours a day, there would be an effect there that might be detrimental over time.
Yeah, I think this would be more akin to you sitting in your living room with a window, and on the far wall from the window, and worrying about whether the sun's going to burn you.
Gotcha.
But like one thing is the accumulation of something that makes a very, very small give you a very small impact, and the idea of 5G is like it makes no impact, so you can accumulate how much you want. If one photon doesn't just go straight through your body and doesn't do anything, then you can have as much as you want. It's not going to accumulate.
Right.
Unlike light interacts with you. It gets absorbed by your skin, and it can get absorbed by the molecules on your DNA.
But it's not until you get to the ultraviolet rays that you're starting to see any real impact from that.
Yeah, exactly.
But you could have like another example would be you could have like a heating effect. Like if I have enough infrared energy hit me, it will heat my skin up and cause damage physically due to the heating. But at the power levels we're talking at with a cell phone, you're not really approaching those kinds of damaging heat levels.
Oh, by the way, I started to work with geographical coordinates in my job. And guess how I get the distances between coordinates?
Relativity.
No.
Time dilation.
Ever sign formula.
Ooh.
That's
It's
the
kind of
one
a
we use.
spherical formula.
Yeah. And the way I checked if I got it right was to compare against my version of Haversine, which is just uses Euclidean geometry. So for example, I get the XYZ points on the surface, and then I get the distance in 3D space between those points. And if you have that distance, the sine of that is going to be half of the great circle route. So you just have that, get the sine of that, and double it, and that's the distance over the surface of the sphere. And it works. It gives the exact same result as Haversine form.
Yeah, but why won't that work on a flat surface?
Sorry. Because it's a different formula with different results. I mean, how you have to use Pythagorean theorem. First, would have to turn latitude and longitude into Euclidean or Cartesian coordinates, and then use the Pythagorean theorem. But how to turn latitude and longitude into Cartesian coordinates depends on which model of flat Earth you're going to use.
We got to decide on a model to use first.
Yeah. Well, regardless on the model, if they're all coplanar, Haversine cannot work for them.
But it is possible through a transform equation, is what you're saying?
Yeah, if you want to transform, you're distorting the values, right? So if you want to map a cube into a pyramid, you can do that with a transformation if you want to. It's going to affect. Yeah, that's going to affect the distances. So it's not going to be the actual distances. But sure, you can transform it. You can make any transformation you want between any surfaces, as long they have the same number of dimensions. So if they're both 2D surfaces, you can always transform between one and the other, and vice versa.
Let me ask you a question. If so, you're talking about like satellites, right? And positioning?
Not actually. No, I work for the anti-fraud department of a company, and we have to spot fraud based. Now we are taking into account the location of the person. So there are regions that are related to fraud, and we want to be able to recognize that. So there's a range in which we have to consider. If the person is within that range, then we have to be more warned. Have to run more validations on that person before we accept their transactions. Anyway, but yeah, the Haversine form I'm using is to get the distance between coordinates. By the way, I'm not sure if that was you that was talking to, but I remember talking to someone about checking if the east-west distances are bigger or smaller as you get past the equator. And using a map would be an acceptable source of distance. Was that you? Because if that's the case...
Is the map the terrain?
Sorry?
Is the map the terrain?
What do you mean?
Is the map the dirt and the water?
The map is the dirt? What?
Is the map the same as the terrain, the earth?
No, I don't think so. If I understood your question correctly.
So then we can't use the map as actual distances, right?
Well,
You can
actually,
use
there's one
as
map
good.
you can use.
Yeah, you can use as good good approximations for the distances.
Right, but would you consider that knowledge?
I
First-hand
don't
primary
really
knowledge?
I don't really care how you call it. I just wanted to know if the conversation I was having was with Napalm or if it was with someone else.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was originally with me or not. I don't know if I recall that conversation. But I'd be curious as to like, are you utilizing like Mercator's projection of, say, like South America's, because that's where you're located, or are you using like a Gall Peters?
No, none of them. I use the local map. Using those projections are obviously bad idea. So, when I had that conversation, the other person said that that person would use local maps, like old maps. There's like usually come from surveying or something before GPS, And so I found the official map for my state from 1931, and it has a latitude and longitude grid on it. It has a scale. It has everything that would be needed for that. And even there are two cities that lie on the exact same latitude, so it's a pretty good source for comparison. Now I just need one in the northern hemisphere to compare. That is at least as close to the equator as mine is. But that would be around Mexico. Anyway. Oh, and both cities have airports, so that's another thing. Like you can also check the flight times.
Well, flight times aren't necessarily accurate measurements, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just something extra. Like the map itself I think it's already a good source. But if you want something extra, just.
Of course, they coincidentally matched the things that I found associated with the volcano.
So right. Well, take a look into this Brazilian state called Paraná. There are two cities, Foz do Iguaçu and Paranaguá. They're both in the same latitude. They're east to west to each other. Both of them have airports, and you can just get the map and check the distance, and compare against the difference in longitude. That should give you a validation of whether or not Earth can be something like the AMAP.
We never claimed the Earth was like AE map. So the AE map is a globe projection.
I'm not saying that's our claim.
Okay.
Some people have the idea of Earth being something like the EMAP. So, saying the position of the sun in the sky is caused by circling the North Pole. Right? That turns longitudes into circles, and that turns the latitude into this distance to the. Turn longitude into lines and latitude into circles. If you want to use the.
Instead of looking at a model that we claim doesn't exist, why don't you look at your own model? What can you tell me about the cosmological constant crisis? What can you tell me about that? Oh, that's confirmation bias. You don't care about the problems with your own model, but you're looking for a
No,
Yeah, it
you
is.
say that's a problem. That can be a problem for cosmology. That's not a problem for Earth being a sphere. That's why I don't care about that.
Bro, how are spaceballs made?
Sorry?
With gravity? With gravity, right?
But that's
That's all.
irrelevant. We can be wrong.
It's
We can be.
irrelevant now.
Can I try to make? Okay, we can be wrong about how planets form. That doesn't affect what's the shape of ours. You can throw out all the physics of the universe. That doesn't really threaten the shape of the Earth. We can even go back to a geocentric model where everything works differently. That's still a globe Earth. So I don't feel like the gravitational constant is a threat to globe Earth being a globe. It might be a threat to cosmology in general, but not to shape of the Earth.
Oh, is that why it's an oblate spheroid instead then?
Sorry? What did you say?
I said, is that why it's an oblate spheroid instead?
That's because that's where the evidence
No,
is.
it's an oblate spheroid because it rotates. Otherwise, if it was perfectly spherical and rotated, plums wouldn't be perpendicular to the surface in the between the equator and the poles, for example. The angle would not be 90 degrees. Anyway, yeah, I wasn't attacking any strawman by saying that this invalidates something like the AMAP, because the AMAP, the model that pictures the Earth as the AMAP, does exist. It might not be well defined, but it does exist in the minds of many flat earthers. So it is a valid thing to attack that notion, even though it's not yours, and even though it's not everyone's. It's not a strong.
A lot of people, I've heard a lot of people say that it's an accurate map.
Yeah, me too.
This lemon,
once you start denying that you have a map, I get really befuddled by that because we get around this world. We know where everything is.
No, but all the airlines are faking it, and all the shipping companies are faking it.
And all the private
Plus
pilots are
geometers.
faking it.
Oh, I kind of get the point because, like locally, it doesn't make that much of a difference between a sphere projection and a flat surface. So if you take any point on the surface and you start an AMAP center at that location, it's going to be pretty accurate. So they can locally work while their positions on Earth itself is wrong.
We're not stuck in a local world. We're stuck in a world where we know how far it is, how long it'll take in your private plane to get to Japan from
Yeah, but
California.
it's kind of hard to check things beyond locally, right? Now you need something like flight times.
Yeah, most of the contention between the globe Earth and a flat Earth would be contained within the South, and we don't have a lot of traffic, whether it be air travel or ships shipping things. There's not a lot of activity in the far South.
So anything beyond the southern, beyond the equator, which represents tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of measurements, in the form of shipping and air traffic, is a problem for flat Earth. It doesn't have to be just north of the equator, and even north of the equator, everything's wrong.
If you straw man us into like an AE projection, then sure, right? But the contention isn't necessarily based upon solely a azimuthal equidistant projection or something similar to that, right?
Right, but you have to be. I mean, you have to be strawmanned into something because we don't know where anything is in your world. Nothing.
Yeah,
we don't know where anything is. We can't get anywhere.
Why don't you ask for full exploration then?
We don't
it's
need
always
that.
people. Yeah, why do you like Napalm said that there's not enough traffic in the south, but if there's just one flight, that should
There
be
are.
sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I took four.
here's,
I took four
here's
of them
where
last weekend.
here's where I said that flight times are not necessarily good measurement tools, right? If what do you get? How do you figure out the distance traveled? Is it based on speed, and how do
You
you
can
figure
use it
out
in
the
the north.
speed based on the distance traveled? Right? Is that how
You
we're
ex-
trying
you
to
ex-
measure it? So
You
this
accept it
doesn't
in the
take
north.
into account. So this doesn't take into account wind currents and things like that.
It does when you average the going back and forth.
Yeah,
Also,
it works
Because
in the north.
if you have the current biasing the travel towards one direction, it goes against when it's in the other direction. And if you sum them, they would cancel out. The sum with and without the bias would be the same. So
That
you
would
can
be
do
under
that.
that would be under the assumption that you're flying at the exact same altitudes with the exact same wind currents, which may not be the case.
Well, I think that one of the other problems is that you're going to have to assert wind currents in excess of anything ever observed.
Yeah.
You've got to have
Plus-
wind currents in the 1,000-mile-an-hour range.
Yeah, you
Then
need
why can
more.
we-
Okay, go on. Sorry.
Just quickly, that why can we easily use it in the north? No problems at all. Any distances we can use the flight times. But in the south, you say no, we can't use it. It's just weird.
I wouldn't even say that we could use it accurately within the north. That's why flight times have built-in variances to take into account the wind currents and things like that. So when you say this flight time is going to be 2 hours and it's actually an hour and 45 minutes, or it's possible that you could do it in an hour and 25 minutes, or maybe you go over your flight time and your flight's 2 hours and 30 minutes, right? You have a variance within that.
Sure, but the variance in the south that you would have on a flat Earth should be like tens of hours.
Well, that's when you're trying to map that to an azimuthal equidistant map, which is not
That
necessarily
doesn't-
Just geometry.
right?
Just
Because
geometry. Not just geometry.
And when we talk about flight paths, you're assuming that the flight is taking a specified path, which it could be taking something different, right? Because we have had people take
it
flights in
cannot.
the south where their compass reading is actually off considerably to what's being displayed in the plane as a compass reading. So
because
one second.
You mean like
One second. Let me try to answer to the supposedly strawman. It's not just because of the AMAP or not, because if you have lines over a sphere and then you try to place them on a flat surface, you're gonna have to stretch a lot of them. If you're doing something like the AMAP, you're stretching the ones that used to be in the south of the sphere. But you can pick any other projection, any other way to map those distances into a flat surface. You're just gonna get different ones stretched if you use a different model of flat Earth. So it's not about the AMAP. It's about you picking those distances that actually fit a sphere and saying, well, they're actually taking place on a flat surface. It doesn't matter if it's the AMAP or not. It's a problem
So
for
the problem
whatever projection you want to use or whatever flat map you want to use.
The problem is you guys try to keep pigeonholing us into having a model, right? So
I didn't
let's
understand a word you said. Can you say that again? Your mic is
you guys keep
noisy.
you guys keep trying to pigeonhole us into a model, right? And we're not claiming a model, right? So that's a straw man. So yeah, if you were to take a
You said
globe
the opposite.
model and okay, well then maybe I misunderstood. It is noisy where I am. So if you do take the globe model and you stretch it out to a flat model, yeah, things will be different. But we're not doing that. It's not a model. What we're doing is we're measuring the Earth and we can't find curvature, right? So I don't really know what it has to do with models. It has to do with the actual Earth outside, right? And that's why you guys are saying, hold on. That's why you guys are saying, check the distance. But how are we going to check the distance unless we measure from like South America to like South Africa to Australia with deep underground, fiber optic cables, right? That's already been done. Why don't we look and see how much was used, right? Why don't you guys look up that information?
We're not proposing to pick the globe and then turn that into a flat surface. What we're referring to is picking flight times. We're not talking about the globe. We're talking about flight times.
Bacon. What Larry just put forth is something that would physically be laying on the surface, and it might be, the surface of the ocean, but something like a communications cable stretched from these two distances. Would you say that would be probably a more accurate depiction as to what the distance would be based on the amount of cable used compared to trying to formulate some sort of distance based on speed and travel of an airplane?
I don't know. Depends on the setup.
Or
Depends on how you're doing
shockwave.
it. I'll need more details. If
We could also
you
use
guys
a
agree with
shockwave if you.
go one way. Oh, use the shockwaves.
Yeah, we could use shockwaves. Those are kind of handy. They're not subject to currents or wind speeds in any appreciable manner.
Because they're like 100 times faster.
So Moyak, I know you're talking about these shockwaves. And you had sent a video, but the gentleman in the video, if I recall correctly, was trying to equate the shockwaves to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
That's fine. It matches 100% the globe. You now have to propose some kind of a model, but right now the globe matches all distances, which are illogical on any kind of a flat surface I can envision. So I mean, at this point, I think logically we can that
you lack imagination. You
Yes,
can create
I may.
you can create an azimuthal equidistant projection centered at the explosion. That would work.
No, even that wouldn't work
Why
because
not?
the Hunga Tunga blast actually had the antipode shockwave that came around the opposite direction. So you'd have to explain why it comes to be the primary direction, direct from the volcano, the shortest path, and then you have to explain the alternate path.
Wait, did you just mention that explosion that happened in Russia? Was it early 1900s?
I'm not sure if that one showed up, but it might have. I forget whether that one showed up on barometers around the world. You have to have
Moscow
relatively
explosion?
fast reporting barometers or start barometers.
Well, I just thought I heard you mention that. That's all. The Tunguska event.
Yeah.
I think
But
it
no,
was.
Hunga is something that happened this spring. And was measured at tens of thousands of locations around the world. And there's so many weather stations around that you can actually watch the shockwave around the planet.
Yeah, what is this event you're on about then?
Hunga Tunga volcano from, what was it, March? If anybody has that video that I posted, I'm currently busy. Where's my laptop?
All right, I get you. That thing that happened recently that everyone apparently they got satellite imaging of the
Oh,
of the
yeah.
eruption.
Yeah, it was measured multiple ways, observed multiple ways, and even heard it probably near 1,000 miles. Audibly heard. Claims of it being heard in Alaska. I don't know if they're true or not. You have to have really good hearing, I would think, to hear that. I got to mute for a second. I got to slap chop my food.
So the measurement of these waves, what was the device used? You said a barometer?
If you're going to question me, you're going to hear my slap chopping too. Yes, barometers.
Okay. So it would be atmospheric, right?
Atmospheric pressure, yes.
Okay.
Also seismometers, but it wasn't a particularly eventful seismological event. And I think if you were truly looking for the shape of the Earth, this would be an excellent event for you to try and start mapping your planet.
I apologize. Maybe I misunderstood. Are you talking about measuring the distances with waves?
With sound, yes, or pressure.
What about refraction?
Refraction? What about it?
Or isn't the atmosphere going to cause refraction with the sound?
You want to do 500 mile, 1,000 mile difference?
But in that, would you not need to know the conditions like of each area?
Not really, because it's an entire atmospheric event. The differences are going to be like in these.
But would the waves not be different depending on the medium?
They will be slightly different.
Slightly.
Slightly. You've got to explain to me how I get within, let's say, 5% accuracy for both the primary, the incident wave, and the secondary wave from the antipode. You've got to explain how I get those all within, a couple percentage points of when I calculate them to be.
Well, I think what we're asking is you've got to show the differences in the medium, in the amount of distance you're using to measure this, right? So you've got to know the conditions of the medium at every single point.
No, not at all.
Or you can find an average. That's fair enough, right? Whereas,
average is all you're going to deal
what's
with.
the margin of error then?
I didn't set a margin for error for it, but it's relatively small. And let's put it this way. Everywhere I measured was within a few percentage points of when it should be.
Fair enough.
So, and that I included my measurements. I should say my analysis. My analysis was relatively small. Then there was the guy who I posted a video of. He did a much larger scale analysis of it, with many more points than I did. And then there's the observations that I saw in the map, visually for tens of thousands of measurements. I just think it's interesting that, coincidentally, air traffic and everything, the direction that we think we have to go to Hawaii and to Japan, all coincidentally match the observations we would expect on a globe.
So, are you saying the results corroborate the distances or corroborate the Earth is curving?
Well, actually, they corroborate distances and directions, which I think would also exclude the. It starts to make things illogical on on other projection formats.
So, like Bacon was saying earlier, could you do an azimuthal equidistant projection from the
Yes.
blast
that would
point?
work
Yeah, I can do it right now for any point on Earth you want.
Right. So I'd be curious as to what the whole globe looks at.
for the alternate direction. You have to
Right.
move it.
So
You
I'd
have
be
to have
curious to map out these points that you're talking about from an azimuthal projection that is centered on the source of the explosion. What would that look like?
Say that again?
I said I would be curious to look at mapping all of these weather stations on a map that is an azimuthal equidistant projection centered on the explosion itself.
One problem with that is the primary shockwave would work for, like, let's say, locations you could possibly measure. Then once you pass the halfway distance, the Great Circle halfway distance, you're going to start getting the antipode shockwave, which would go against the azimuthal equidistant map centered on the sun. So for about maybe 6,000, about 6,000 mile radius, it would work good, and then it would get increasingly bad after you exceeded 6,000 miles,
I found
becoming near 100% inaccurate towards the end of that.
I found out the relationship between temperature and speed of sound, and from minus 40 Celsius to 50 Celsius, no, to 40 Celsius, there's less than 15% difference. So that's your margin of error right there.
Right.
Have we tested whether sound moves quicker in darkness or in light?
Sound waves travel the same speed in dark and light.
Yeah, sound waves have nothing to do with light. There's no reason why you should worry about that. It's like you can just add random requirements.
Every little weird noise sounds louder than if it was in the daytime, you know. But it's just because it's nighttime and you want to be quiet.
That's a good point. There may be something to that. Maybe that needs to be tested. I do know that.
Well, that would tend to give us asymmetry. We're getting symmetry. Plus, I've never heard somebody say that. Oh, well, we took a gun. I heard a gunshot, or I heard lightning at night, or I saw lightning, and then I heard the thunder happen at a different time because it was daytime and nighttime.
Well, I'm not saying you wouldn't hear it because, I'm not saying the difference is that big. I think it's more of a human aspect I'm putting on it because you tend to. There's not as much background noise at night. Everyone's asleep. Right. So that sound is more easily heard because there's no other sounds drowning it out.
Right.
Yeah. So why should we care about that?
Well,
we're not measuring if people can or can't hear. We're measuring how fast the sound is traveling. Like that doesn't matter.
That's all. I just wondered if it had been tested. That's all. Has it actually been tested?
Yeah, he was
I have no idea.
It's possible that there could be something to sound traveling easier at night than during the day, which I could see that being a slight possibility.
Why?
You have more energy within the atmosphere during the daytime. I mean, I noticed this surfing, right? Like if I get out early in the morning before the sun comes up, the waves are a lot cleaner. They're a lot more choppy as the sun seems to come up, regardless of wind, and it seems to clean up in the evening as the sun's going down. So as the energy from the sun approaches and or leaves my area, the waves on the water seem to be affected based upon this. So it may stand to reason that there could be something to what you're saying, as opposed, as far as the ability for sound to maybe travel further at night than during the day. It might not be coming into as much interference energetically. There may be a component there that needs to be tested. I'm not saying that this is some sort of reason why what you're seeing within what Moyak is talking about is there, but I'm just saying this topic, separate from what we were previously talking about, may be something that there could be something to it.
Yeah, I never mentioned it as a like sort of
we get it.
Something against what you guys are saying. It was just a weird curiosity of mine. That's all.
Yeah. At best, you would have the sound actually going slower at night because it's colder, for example. It seems to what seems to change the most the speed of the sound is the temperature. So even if being quiet or having less noise would have any effect on waves, which shouldn't, that's not how waves work. If you send one wave against another wave, it doesn't change their speeds. They're just interfere, and as one gets past the other, they just keep moving exactly how they were moving before.
So how far of an extreme would we need to take that to actually see the difference? So say like if we were to do some sort of sound test in Africa where it's nice and hot, and then in the peak of winter in Russia where it's nice and cold.
I think one of the problems you have with this is that really when you're dealing with a system of this size, you're really going to use averages, because any kind of anomaly that you're thinking of would result in randomness, not symmetry. We have symmetry, not randomness, in this Tonga explosion.
Yeah, you have to, for the noise to conveniently cancel out the, I don't know, the whatever gaps you're not seeing they should be seen.
No, I'm not even talking about that event that you guys are on about. I'm just wondering, how would you highlight the difference in sound traveling in something cold or something hot?
Yeah, I don't think you need that big of a distance.
But how much of a big change in temperature?
Yeah, I saw. Sorry.
How much of a big a change in temperature would you need though to show this effect? So that would surely cause this effect.
Apparently, 5 degrees is quite measurable. Like if you just change by 5 degrees, that should be measurable.
Right. So if you've done 10 times that, you would really see this effect.
Yeah, I guess.
And this has been done, right? Apparently.
Yeah, well, there's a spreadsheet here showing what's the speed of sound for each temperature. So I guess, yeah.
And that's at sea level, right?
Let me see.
Because I mean, basically, the only difference you have with temperature is the pressure. Oh, sorry, the density. So that's what you're measuring there.
It doesn't know the pressure, like because there's a tension between like the molecules, which is how the energy gets transmitted.
Right, how the sound vibrates between each air particle or whatever.
Right, but that's a function of density, if I'm not mistaken, because as the particles get more heated up, they tend to spread out a little bit, hence making the transfer of the wave a little less efficient.
Yeah. Well, what if I heat them up without allowing the volume to change, so I increase the pressure?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, just keep on. Let's think about that.
I think it will travel faster. Mike left.
A container, the density can't decrease, can it?
Yeah, I mean, I seem to notice that like on a cool, clear night, I can see further, and I seem to hear things that maybe I wasn't able to hear during a hot, humid daytime event, right? So, like, I live within a specified distance from a highway, right? And during the day, I don't know if that highway is drowned out by other noise that may be created by other things around me, but I generally can't hear the highway noise during the daytime, but I can hear it in the evening, even within the same kind of humidity situation. But certainly when it's less humid and cooler, I hear a lot. I can hear the highway more clearly than I can during a humid
I guess
daytime.
at night, normally you have like a lot less wind. You know, it tends to get calmer as the evening rolls in. So I would say that you got a lot less wind noise, rustling of leaves, people talking, and other noises. So I'd say it's probably more of a function of that. But I'm all for you testing it.
I gotta go. Bye, guys.
Later.
See you, Bacon. Yeah, I just think that's an interesting point that Jim brought up there, that there may be a relationship to day versus night as far as these waves traveling, as well as temperature and humidity.
So now I would measure, the way I would test that would be just simply in decibels that reach you. So I'm basically under different conditions, set up your test and see how many decibels of sound actually hit you. And that's just a speaker or a microphone's response, because that's all your ear is doing is how hard it responds, you know, how hard you shake your eardrum.
But here's the other difference here at night, which is it might not be because of the light, dark light. It might be because of human activity. So during the day, there's a lot of people moving, creating turbulence in the atmosphere, right? Whereas late at night, most people are asleep, not moving, no cars moving. You know, hardly any cars on the road. Is that having, you know, playing?
Yeah, less wind, less people, less general annoying noises.
But turbulence in the actual medium, you know, less turbulence.
Maybe. I mean, the noise that like I hear from a jet plane flying overhead, like from like at 30,000 feet, pretty damn quiet. So I don't know if you could amass enough jet planes flying at 30,000 feet to mask anything appreciable in the environment.
Well, it'd actually be quite cool to work out how long it would actually take for that to affect you. How long does it take for the ripple of that plane flying overhead to actually come and cause a gust near you on the ground level?
Oh God, I would say that, but you would never feel the gust. You'd feel the sound wave, but I'd say you'd never feel the gust because by the time it hits you, it's been redirected 1,000 times in a billion little tiny swirls.
Right.
So,
More so in daytime than at night, though. You'd have less of it being, you know what I mean? It would be, do you see what I'm saying? There would be less activity to bounce it around. Like you say, it would have been redirected a million times. Maybe in daytime, it would have been redirected a billion times, you know?
So just a quick cursory search of this subject online seems to have indications that the sound waves are refracting in a similar way to light waves, and there is a variation between night and day based on temperature of inversion is what I'm getting just as a quick search. So there is something to sound traveling further and being able to be heard more clearly at a longer distance at night as opposed to day.
so refracting of sound. I'm just trying to think, you know, what refraction would appear to us. You know, now we're getting to subjects that I don't know much about at all. I'm trying to
that's why I'm being ultra skeptical and thinking, is it not is it not the difference in light and dark, but because of the human activity has gone down, you know, and that could be the reason why I can hear things better, right? And things sound louder because there's no background noise, there's no more movement.
I guess in theory, also the air density goes up at night because it's cooler, so that would tend to propagate sound a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, just with the cursory search, that seems to be the case, and they're alluding that it's a refraction similar to that of light that allows it to travel further. But yeah, I don't know. I would be curious as to whether they tested the energetic levels of the atmosphere, you know, maybe playing a role as well, not just temperature inversion and stuff like that, because we know that we do have more energy present when the sun is present as opposed to when it's not. So I wonder if that could play a role as well.
You'd have to go to a place like Hawaii to test that, because Hawaii has a very uniform temperature day and night, so you're gonna have less change there. Any place that is like almost no change, you could test that kind of thing out.
Like the most constant temperature, is that what you're saying?
Right, right.
How boring for them. Like, they literally only have one season then, do they?
Essentially.
Yeah, so Hawaii's weird, right? It's they seem to have like basically one season, but within like the big island of Hawaii, you have you seem to have every kind of situation, whether it be like desert, jungle, like all of these things are all housed within that same landmass as well.
Very small.
That's
Sorry,
interesting.
Moya.
I'd like no. I was just thinking, you know, I wonder how desert applies, because I thought it was mostly tropical. And I'm just trying to think, you know, with the island, you know, the different weather, localized climate, get in a place like that. I don't think of like the rain only happening on the coast. And you know, so I'd like to know about the desert climate that you're talking about.
It's something I heard about a while ago, but I did just do a search, and there is the Au, don't know how to pronounce it, desert located on the western flank of the Kilauea volcano on the big island of Hawaii. It's a desert because it receives little annual rain, but also because it's subject to constant outgassing from Kilauea, which creates a harsh acidic environment.
Okay, so what happens is, you know, you got a really tall volcano there, so at the leading side of it to the prevailing weather, the rain tends to fall before it gets past it, type of thing. Like the monsoon experience in India and stuff like that. They all die.
The local winds can stop it from getting the water. I get what you're saying. Are you saying because of topography as well? Because of you know, the way the land is there, it creates a certain wind current that stops that area from getting rain.
It makes the rain happen either prematurely, like it redirects the air upwards, so it gets to a place where it can condense and fall back down. I think we see that kind of stuff in like the Sahara Desert and stuff like that, with the giant mountains out there.
Yeah, I just looked up a map of like climates within Hawaii. It seems to be all across the board diverse. They have
Well, you're also gonna have
rainforests.
cold. You're gonna have, you know, something that's, you know, in the 60s and 70s all year because you're at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, they have areas of rainforest, monsoon, savanna, hot desert, hot semi-arid, hot summer Mediterranean. They have warm summer Mediterranean, cold summer Mediterranean, humid subtropical, oceanic,
No way.
subpolar, and tundra, all contained within those small
So
islands.
they almost get the weather of the world, apart from like the extreme cold, because they never really experience that, do they?
Well, they
I
do
don't
have
know.
a tundra section, which is at the top of the volcano. So
Yeah, you're at 14,000 feet or something like that. You're practically snow capped.
I'll screen grab this and drop it in text chat for anybody that's interested. But it's just kind of mapping out the various climate regions within Hawaii, which is extremely diverse, probably the most diverse within a small area anywhere in the world. What it looks like.
What do you guys think about Yakuts though, where they can have like summers like we have here in England, 30 degrees, mid 30s, but by September they're in minus 11, and it only goes colder. By then, it gets to minus 40, minus 50. I think they've recorded minus 60.
Is that in
Well,
freedom units or fake units?
they have the biggest temperature difference on the Earth. From their summer to their winter is like 100-degree change Celsius.
Where is this?
Yakuts in Russia.
Oh, in Russia, Yakuts. Yeah, there seems to be within the United States, the biggest ranges of temperature difference tend to be a lot of the northern states. I can't remember all of them exactly in order as far as the temperature swings, but I know a lot
Canada.
of
Canada does get a really good swing because they have a really hot summer and they also have a really cold winter. So
yeah, right around that latitude seems to experience that. I know North Dakota has huge swings, right? They can be over 100 degrees in the summertime and well below freezing in the wintertime.
You also have like Death Valley, where the extreme high temperature is met by an evening temperature in the 20s.
yeah, because there's nothing to stop, like to shelter you from the cold. At night, it drops so much, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just radiates away. In fact, I just on a side note, since I just said the word radiates, I think it was Veritasium, but I guess it wasn't him. But there's a guy who just he was trying to make a paint that releases more heat than it absorbs from the sun. So, in other words, the paint always remains 10 degrees colder than the anything else in direct sunlight. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know if anybody else saw it.
Now, is it
basically works in
reflective paint?
It has to do with the emissivity of certain materials at certain frequencies. So, like some are broadband emitters in the infrared spectrum, but when they emit heat, the heat goes into the air and is re-emitted back to the product. So it's still a lot of it still remains in your material. But there's certain wavelengths that basically, when they radiate out, they don't heat the air at all. And so these products or these materials are tailored to emit infrared only in the band that essentially has no effect on air. And so it actually is able to radiate more heat than it takes on, or more heat than anything else. So it can go below room temperature. It's essentially air conditioning paint.
Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, air conditioning, not like heating, because I thought you were saying it releases heat.
It releases. Basically, the way heat works, it's the accumulation of energy in something, for lack of a better term. So basically, if I shine light at something that's chrome will get hot as a bitch. Even though it reflects more light than white paint, its emissivity is really low, so it doesn't emit very effectively. So it's continually gaining heat.
So is plastic a good or a bad? What's the word again? Say again.
Emissivity. Emissivity.
Oh, right, okay.
The emissivity
And
of plastic's probably horrible.
let's see.
Tell you what, the black plastic on my truck seems to get extremely hot in the sun.
Right, but that's yeah. But does it get as hot as chrome? I mean, black is a bitch. I mean, black gets hot. I mean, no matter how you slice it. This stuff was a white paint, so it was first off reflecting a terribly large amount of the sunlight, and then on top of that, it had this infrared tailoring that helped it emit more heat that didn't reside in the local environment, and it allowed it to drop, like I said, below ambient temperature. I think now emissivity of plastic. I don't know. I think there's probably a whole range of emissivities on that.
Yeah, it would probably depend on the chemical composition of the plastic. There's tons of different
There's so many
polymers.
different plastics. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, if you look at the bottle compared to the lid or the cap,
I didn't catch that.
you compare the bottle, the water bottle to the cap.
Comparing the water bottle to the cap.
So
Yeah, different kinds of plastic.
Well,
Oh, right,
there
you're
is
talking about
also
the amount.
there's a conductive portion of it also, which is going to be you got to have emissivity and conductivity. Like with plastic, it has terrible conductivity. So, or it acts as an insulator. It'll keep the heat for a long time. So even if it was had a lot high emissivity, meaning that it sheds light, it can't shed it from the far surface except for so fast because of the slow conduction. And this is just little bit of knowledge that I had coupled with what I just read. So by no means an authority on this. I just thought it was interesting that you could have air conditioning paint. The guy who was making it in his lab, he did a terrible job. He was able to demonstrate it, but he wasn't able to get anywhere near the numbers that the professionals were getting with their highfalutin proprietary makeup of their chemicals.
Yeah, because it's weird, because the way you explained it, it sounded like they give off more heat than they absorb, which would make it more of a home heater, not a home air conditioning unit. So,
And you could call it that in some ways. Like you would say that it would be, if you put that on the inside of something, all the light would reflect into the container, and then maybe oh shit, no, it wouldn't even cool off on the inside. I gotta think about that. But it depends on the direction. Like if I'm trying to put my hand on the surface will be cool to the touch. That means that there'll be more heat energy leaving it, going out into the environment, and at this bandwidth, hopefully into space or into the dome. It shouldn't interact with air much at all.
So, as a possible practical application for this paint, would it
Paint your
stand to
car with
reason
it?
that based on like whatever your, let's say, your home is made of, coupled with this paint, could decrease the amount of like air conditioning energy you need throughout the year, because it's effectively kind of ensuring that the inside of your home would remain much cooler throughout the year?
Yeah, you probably would want to have, like, if you're going to do this perfectly, you'd want to have it like be silver on one side and then have this paint on the other side, so that the heat never gets in from the environment to the house, but all the heat from the house radiates back into the house.
could you do that with a games console?
Well, it's not like you're going to just air condition your house with it completely. So yeah, you could shed a little bit of heat from your processor, and it probably would work a little bit better, maybe.
So only effective on a large scale.
Yeah, like you do your roof of your house with it. You paint the roof on your house white. Okay, you just decreased your cooling bill quite a bit. Do it with this paint; it's going to add another 10 or 15% to that. Improve it by 10 or 15% type of thing. Let's see if I can find the video. I thought it was cool.
From what I know about, getting rid of the heat of a processor, it's a pretty big job, right? I mean, yeah,
But
you
get
could
rid of
put
hundreds of
an air
watts.
cooler. Right, right. You could put an air cooler on your PC, but is that really the best you could do? Especially if you're a gamer like myself. So always go with a liquid cooled. And because I've had the liquid actually drip onto my graphics card, I actually lay it on the side so it can drip on the glass if I ever burn one up again. But you'll notice that those things will start whining after a while, and you definitely want to position them to where they're not whining, because once there's like not enough fluid in there, it'll burn up the pump and then leak on your card. But yeah, it's quite a job dissipating all that heat.
Here's the video that I
Well,
watched.
sorry, Mike. I
If you, if you look at, I just want to say it while it's here. Here's the video I watched. Watch it at 10 times speed if you can. It's slow. It was long and drawn out. Go ahead. Whatever you had to say.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say is that I've got like the first generation PlayStation 4, so it's like the old version, right? And it sounds like a jumbo jet. If ever I try and start up an application, it literally sounds like it's about to take off.
Yeah,
take it
for
apart,
heating and cooling.
vacuum it out.
Everyone's told me, I need to take it all apart and like clean it and all that, but fuck doing that, man. I'll end up breaking it if I do that.
I think as far as like your PlayStation, what you'd want to have is you'd want to have something on the inside that absorbs the hell out of heat, and then you'd want something on the outside that sheds that heat really quickly. So you want to get from all the components and stuff, all the heat that hits it, you want to go into the material that's coming to the outside, but then you want to shed it. Yeah, I mean, this guy goes through. He tries with all his different chemicals and stuff. He picked, just one chemical and said, "This one has emissivity exactly at the frequency that I want it to be." So he starts working with that, and then he starts with different binders and stuff to make the paint stick. And he has all sorts of problems. So it's a video that would be really good to have a 30-second summary made of it. That didn't come across anybody else's feed, huh?
Yeah, I could see a lot of applications for that paint.
Yeah, I think that basically when it comes down to it, it's very subtle. At most it's a 10-degree difference, that's nothing to sneeze at. But you're not going to use it to shed the heat on your processor.
Right, 10 degrees can make a huge difference. My grandparents in the early 80s built a passive solar house, right, where it was built into the earth and the exposed side was all windows, right? And
Right.
being built into the earth, you kept a more constant cool temperature throughout the year. And inversely, in the wintertime, it kept it a little bit warmer, kept more of a constant temperature. And having the house just be more so at an ambient temperature closer to around 65 to 70 degrees. That
right.
If you increase that by 10 degrees, you're talking about the difference between sitting there sweating your balls off while you're watching television or sitting there contemplating whether you should put a hoodie on.
Oh yeah. Essentially, what ground temperature is the average temperature. So basically, if you take all the extremes out and pick that number right in the mean, right in the middle, that's where ground temperature is. So
Yeah, it was really cool. My grandfather designed it, and in the central location in the home, they had a high efficiency wood burning fireplace that it was very high efficiency and utilized fans to be able to distribute that heat throughout the household, as well as the construction of this high efficiency wood burning fireplace was like adobe, right? So it also emanated heat from it as well. So it's pretty interesting, pretty cool house.
Yeah, I like underground houses and stuff. His seemed like it was like a compromise. Like he still had windows in it and stuff.
Yeah, it was what's called passive solar, meaning your southern exposure is where you have the windows, and what happens is in the wintertime when the sun is lower on the horizon, it's beaming into your house, and his house was tiled with these like Mexican terracotta tiles that kind of retain heat. So you'd get in the wintertime, the sun that would come through the windows would also be helping to heat your home as well. And since it was south facing in the summertime, you wouldn't be receiving any sunlight, direct sunlight into the household. So it's what's called passive solar.
Yeah, during the 70s, during the energy crisis, my old man, he put some thermal boxes on the windows. Basically, they were just black felt inside of a plexiglass box, and you would just use convection. You stick it outside the window and put it into the bottom. Open your window up crack, stick this thing in there, and the sun would come in, and it would draw in the hot air from the sun beating on it. And then we also got solar hot water. That was our two big things, and then we heated with wood.
Nice. Yeah,
Of course,
it was funny.
11 quart a year.
My grandfather put in this cutting edge technology I guess they built the home in 85, and their water heating was done through a on-demand electric water heater, which was cutting edge technology in 85. It's certainly a lot more prevalent these days.
Yeah, we had a 60-gallon, essentially a thermos, 60-gallon thermos that we would just pump the water up to the house, up to the roof of the house. It would go through a big, like 3 solar panel, like 3 meters of 3 square meters of area that the sun beat
Tubing.
on.
Yeah,
tubing, and then it would drop back down into that tank, and that shit would be hot. Like you did not want to use that hot water direct. You always wanted to buffer it.
That's so I live in Florida, and there's a lot of in-ground pools, and a lot of people go with solar heating for their pools if their home is in a favorable direction, meaning like the backside of your house or the back slope to your roof is facing south. Then they put up these large panels that run water through them and heat it up through a bunch of small tubing, and then that gets sent into the pool. And
some of the cooler ones,
in the summertime, you just have to completely shut that aspect off. Otherwise, your pool's like hundreds of degrees, over 100 degrees.
My pool gets right now without any kind of thermal regulation. It hits like 96, 97 degrees. And on a really hot day, you get in there, you're swimming, and it's the weirdest feeling in the world is when you're sweating while swimming. When you know that you're sweating. It's like,
so is your pool
God,
above,
man.
Is your pool above ground?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, those get a lot hotter quicker than an in-ground pool.
And I with that one, I take it, and I typically will I use evaporative cooling on it. I have a sprayer that I spray over the pool,
Yeah.
and so when the pump runs, it just sends spray from side to side of the pool. It's smallest little beams of water I can get, and that'll knock off maybe 2 degrees during the day.
Yeah, it's funny. My pool is an in-ground pool, and even in Florida here, like we get up to about 90 degrees tops on my pool midsummer. Rain can affect that. Like yesterday, my pool was at 88 degrees. Got a bunch of rain last night. Now my pool's down to 86 degrees.
Right,
But it retains that.
you get 2 inches of water added to your pool, which doesn't represent a huge fraction, but it's also 40 degrees cooler than the air, 50 degrees cooler than the air, and the sun isn't there during the rainstorm.
Yep. And unfortunately, we don't have a heater. We've contemplated doing some sort of heating so that we can extend the amount of days that we can utilize our pool.
Well, just get yourself some of that black polyethylene hose, and just get 300-400 feet of that, and just lay it out in your lawn.
Yeah, I've contemplated. I really don't want to utilize an electric or even a gas heating
Build a
the way that
greenhouse over it.
because it just increases the cost of having a pool considerably.
Oh yeah.
So I've
A lot of
contemplated
BTUs.
designs to use, very, very thin black tubing to be able to kind of run a bunch of water through that I could put in panels that I could connect together and put it like somewhere on my fence line or something like that would kind of get it out of the way, but would also give me some type of ability to heat my pool a little bit more efficiently. I don't know what kind of.
Every time I pick up that garden hose, whatever color garden hose, it doesn't even matter. And you had it laying out in the lawn, and you spray that water with your thumb on it, and it's like all of a sudden, it's like, God dang, that's hot.
Yeah, you gotta let it run for a few seconds. Well, down here we I go back home to the Midwest, and I experience what cold water is coming out of the tap. I don't realize how warm our cold water is here pretty much all year round out of our tap compared to up north.
Right, your groundwater temperature is probably like 70. And up in the mountains and whatever else, it's down in the low 60s.
Yeah. Well, that and all of our water we use basically PVC pipe for main water lines and stuff like that. And that, yeah, a foot below the surface that's getting heated it never gets cold.
Yeah, here, let's see, I got my well water is 18 feet deep is where I'm getting it from. And I think my water runs about maybe 65.
So
that includes the trip from the well to the house. Yeah, so that's all underground, like only at maybe 10 to 18 inches.
That's another funny thing about Yakuts in Russia. They live on permanent permafrost, so their buildings actually have to be like built on stilts because the ground underneath is like permanently frost. Even in the summer, it doesn't melt. So they can just
Permafrost
go
is where your
underground.
average temperature is below freezing.
Yeah, they literally have permafrost all year round. I'm a lucky in between. You know, I don't have the extreme heat that you guys have in America. I don't really have the extreme cold either.
Well, we got it all. Depends on where you live. You know, we got everything, every climate that exists.
Right, yeah.
Yep. We have every climate that exists in one state called Hawaii.
Yeah.
How does Hawaii have tundra?
So up in the volcano, right? The top of the volcano, it's at it's at a altitude that puts it on tundra.
It reminds me of Joe versus the volcano.
Who was that? Tom Hanks that was in that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember who the gal was, but it was Tom Hanks. Yeah, it was a pretty funny movie.
I heard Tom Hanks is hanging out in Greece so that he can't be deported. I wonder if that's true.
Oh no, what now?
Apparently, he got accused of diddling.
Oops.
13,000 feet on Hawaii. 13,000 and change feet on Hawaii.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I would just call it a frozen volcano. To me, tundra is like northern Canada, you know. But I guess it is what it is, if they say so.
I don't make the rules, Hank. Sorry, Larry. It's so hard for me to not call you Hank. I apologize.
I don't care what you call me. I just can't afford any lovely titles.
Okay, Shirley.
You don't want them titles anyways.
No.
Stinking title. Or degrees, for that matter. So did you hear about the Georgia Guidestones? I heard a rumor that somebody tried to blow them up or something.
You know why they got blown up, I think? There's that hole.
To make flat earthers look bad?
No, actually, to keep globe earthers from looking bad, because if that hole where Polaris was, right, and it's supposed to change like every 70 years, it's supposed to deviate by like 1 degree. Well, if that thing was put up there, eventually Polaris would have to start deviating, right? There'd have to be another pole star. Well, that hasn't happened, right?
Oh, so it's kind of like the space station getting crashed into the ocean?
Yeah, I don't know the expected deviation over time for Polaris. What is it, like 1 degree every 70 years? Is that what it is?
Yeah, something like that. So it's been like, getting close to 70 years and it hasn't, deviated. So they had to take it down.
Yeah, because right now it would be over the halfway point, so you should just see at least a half a degree at this point, right?
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was actually one of the first few debates I got into with Zysis. And he was telling me that there used to be a different pole star. And it's like, how am I supposed to verify that? Like, how am I supposed to verify that before I lived, right? Like, when my great grandmother was born in like the early 1900s, she's dead now. I can't ask her what the pole star was. Would she even know,
Yeah, I think a lot of these claims stem from things like the pyramids, where they claim, oh, this hole was originally aligned with this star, but now it's with this star because it's deviated over time, and this shows that blah 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 blah. But who's to say the star
So
that's yeah, who's to say that the star that is now being seen through these holes in something like the pyramid isn't the star that it was originally lined with to begin with, right?
All their claims basically depends on you having faith in what they're saying is true. Right? I was listening to Michael J. Smith last night, and he was saying that there's all these swells, right, that happen in the water, especially in the ocean, because there'll be like an underwater current, right? And if there's an underwater current that's like coming through, it'll push the water up, like near the surface, right? So
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. It was like, these developers, they hate variables, right? Unless you point out something, right, that, forces them to recognize variables. And then after you make them recognize variables, then you, point out a variable on their side and they're like, oh, that's negligible, right? And they always want to ignore variables like it doesn't exist when, we're talking about their claims, right? Is it possible something else could be causing, the obstruction? Like, no, it has to be curvature. Has to be.
Yeah, because there's known places where you have what's called shoaling, right, where the water is actually lifted up due to underwater currents. So you have known shoaling in places, so you're going to get observational differences just based on that one factor.
It's obvious to me that, these people, they're just like us, right? They have their biases, or whatever. It's just they can't recognize some of them sometimes. Maybe all of them sometimes. Like I know that I'm biased, right? I know that I've been looking into this for a while. So obviously I got sunk costs, right? Time spent, time away from the family, time doing research, right? But I don't have anchor bias, right? And that's something that they got. So they got the anchor bias, sunk cost bias, because some of these people have written papers on it and all that stuff and based their whole career on the bending and warping of space-time. And it's like they can't let it go. They're just like the doctors who were like, germ theory, you're a conspiracy theorist. Put him in an insane asylum. He's a crazy person, germ theory. What the hell? The audacity for him to claim that we were the ones killing those babies and those mothers, right? And then it's like, 100 years later, oh yeah, germ theory, of course, why not? Or however long it took him to figure it out. I don't know how long it took him.
Yeah, the hardest bias to see is your own bias, I think, most of the time.
It's funny how we're really good at pointing out flaws in other people because of us recognizing the flaws in ourselves and going, hey, I recognize that. And it's like, you're being weird. Stop making it weird. Like, don't be biased. And it's like, what do you do with someone who can't recognize that they got a bias? It's like, if someone's got a confirmation bias, right, that means that they got goggles on, like metaphorically speaking, and they can't perceive certain data. And that's why, like Democrats and Republicans have to have the conversation, right? Because the Democrats are all like, the border, oh my God, Texas, the border, those children, don't put up the wall, let them in here. And it's like, wait a minute, these children are being trafficked. Why would we want to help the traffickers by not securing the border? Doesn't it make sense that we should, get the fentanyl and the traffickers, because now we're deploying the National Guard and the DPS, the Department of what is it, highway patrol, whatever. That's something that's going on in Texas right now. It's going to cause a big stink for the leftists. But the other option is that we just let the human trafficking go unchecked, because Biden is causing the problem, doing nothing to help us out. So we're using the Constitution and the power given by the governor, allegedly. I'm not really sure if that's legit or not. I haven't had the time to look into it. But he's deploying the National Guard on the border. It's like, well, the leftist isn't going to think about the human trafficking. They're just going to be like, don't keep the children out. They're seeking asylum. It's like, no, this isn't that. Like, this is different. This is more complicated than children seeking asylum. This is like human trafficking, sex trafficking, and drug trafficking. We're trying to keep that out.
Yeah, this is where rhetoric and propaganda becomes a large tool to one's advantage, right? If you want to paint a certain picture, you can, certainly feeding off of emotion, right? So you use the children as your emotional ploy to not implement certain policies that may curtail some illicit activities. But if you are wanting to allow these illicit activities, you can elucidate the emotional response you need based on your propaganda to ensure that most people are fighting for your support for these illicit activities unbeknownst to them.
So basically, the argument is that these drug cartels have dealings with the federal government, and the federal government is basically complicit in the things that are going on. It's like, okay, let's think about this for a second. Creepy Joe Biden is complicit with human trafficking and the child trafficking going on at the southern border. I mean, what could go wrong, right? And then if that fucking asshole, I'm gonna come take your AR-15. That Bezos, or what's his name? The guy who's going to be running against our governor.
I don't pay attention to politics. Either way.
Yeah, anyway, that fucking asshole. Can you imagine? And the Mexican president is also, like, complicit with the human trafficking. But that white dude pretending to be a Mexican dude, I can't remember his name, Bezos or something like that? No, not Bezos. Beto? Something. Anyway, he was the guy who was like, we're coming to take your AR-15s. Like, if that dude, creepy Joe Biden, and the Mexican president, it would be like a trifecta of, like, bullshit. So right now, in the state of Texas alone, basically the amount of people in Houston cross the border every year. Right now. And just 2 years ago under Trump, it was extremely low. But under this president, it's the amount of people that live in Houston come across the border every year. Can you imagine that? I mean, what would keep an army from completely infiltrating us? Because it's not just Mexicans. Right? It's not about just brown people. Like, everybody's coming across the border. So our enemies could do just coming across the border. And, it's like, people are just like, that's a good thing, right? All these military-age men coming across.
Yeah, I think if you couple that with the infiltration of the psyche as well, as alluded to by Yuri Bezmenov, right? So you have your enemy coming in to change the psyche of the population through education and other means. And then you also have an infiltration of actual physical bodies as well. It seems like a bad combination.
Yeah, so if you take a look at what Einstein said, he said they should have left when they had the chance. Well, what was he talking about? Well, Hitler made a deal with the Jews in 1933, I think, for them to be able to leave, right? And everything that they owned, they could get like credit for it. And when they got to Israel, then they would get like vouchers for all the worldly possessions they left behind in Germany for German goods. So they could just like trade in the vouchers for like groceries or lumber or whatever, right? So like people had the chance to leave. So a lot of them left, right? Some of them went to Israel and some of them went to the United States. Well, the professors that infiltrated the colleges during this time, they brought the ideology from the Frankfurt School in Germany, which was some really weird communist, stuff. Like a whole bunch of weird stuff came out of Freud and his nephew. We all know about his bullshit, with the women's right movement and writing the book on propaganda or public relations. Not to mention the clergy plan, which, if it was any other race, it would be racist. But it's okay if, it's this race. So, yeah, a lot of weird shit, a lot of weird communist, thought came out of Germany, and into the West during this time.
Yeah, these are the consequences of wars that aren't always quantified, right? What are the consequences to society with the importation of some of these thought processes that may have taken place under the guise of war, right? Even though we, on paper, or we pay lip service to the fact that we are fighting against fascism and communism, we may have been fighting a physical war against fascism and communism, but may have lost a war psychologically to the ideology itself without even really noticing it.
I mean, when you listen to YouTube channels where they're exposing the left, right, and how the far left is extremely, I don't know how to say, contradictive, how there's hypocrisy, right? At least hypocrisy, right? So you see this kind of stuff, and this is the kind of stuff that people are saying, right? So you got an African woman, and she'll be saying there is no systematic oppression, right? And then you got white leftists going, "You're wrong," and it's kind of like the quote from Candace Owens, if anybody knows what it's like being black in America, I'm the expert here, not you, right? It's so the black African woman is saying, "Where is Black Lives Matter in Chicago?" And where are they?
Well, as
Go
a
ahead.
black person, I know how Candace Owens is not deemed authentic, because she comes from a certain, socioeconomic strata. She came from well-to-do parents or something like that. So even Candace Owens' blackness is challenged by white liberals, even black, people that say she hasn't had the authentic black experience, because she hasn't suffered enough or doesn't have democratic leanings or whatever.
What the heck is that on?
Hey, Lindbergh, good to hear your voice, bro.
Hey, it's good to hear you. But identity politics of the type that you're talking about, sir, does fall apart when it comes especially to Marxist ideology. Because underneath all this is saying that you're authentic if you have this ideology, black, white, or whatever. You can become trans black, trans non black. I mean, since I am Christian and like the West and like tradition, I'm deemed quote unquote white by crazy Marxists, even though I'm not white. I'm deemed ideologically in sympathy with white people, basically.
Okay, I'm about to tell you guys something that's probably going to blow your mind. In the earlier years of the United States, to be considered white was a status, and to be considered black was a status. So there was plenty of black Irish people with red hair and freckles, if you get my drift. And I can cite my source for this. I just probably wouldn't be able to pull up the actual video, but the YouTube channel where he goes into like all the ancient like journals and court documents, and he's always like showing like how history actually was compared to the racist bullshit we were taught in school. Because basically at one point everybody enslaved Africans, like everybody, Asians, Europeans,
They're African.
Saudi Arabians, Africans, even the American Indians.
Everybody enslaved everybody else. It's just the way that they did things back then. It took Christianity to help end slavery, though, in some sort of way. I think the Marxist atheists try to say, no, it was humanism under the guise of Christianity that did it or whatever. But the only nations that I see that are, post-slavery are Christian on some level. You still have slavery in Muslim Mauritania and other places with wage debt slavery. In China, they'll work you for 10, 12, 14 hours with little to no overtime pay, putting suicide nets in some of these sweatshop businesses to keep people from killing themselves from the despair and desperation. I mean, there's still de facto slavery there in non-Christian lands, but Christianity appeared to take this age-old institution and try to modify it and or get rid of it.
Black people in America didn't come from Africa.
They were already here.
That's correct.
There were some black tribes here, yes.
Yeah, Lemon. I mean, the other thing to add to that is it wasn't just about Christianity, though, because there was lots of Christians in Africa who was still part of the slave trade back then. It was primarily European Christians, and I think it's that mixture that helped end slavery. I don't think you can ignore
So I think that the idea of African American slave trade and the black population of the United States coming here via slave ships is a cover story to the fact that there's a possibility that there may be indigenous land claims from these people should they understand maybe their true origins.
Well, trying to say who was here on the land first is a bit of a pickle. People migrate, people war, people boot people out. Even those claims are, tenuous at best unless you have some sort of historical document or some sort of testimony from some, old, indigenous person that you trust to go off of. I mean, it's just a losing battle to say who was here first, who's here now versus who was here first. I mean, even in Africa, the Zulu kicked out a bunch of the probably native Bantu people, just kicked them off of their land as they went from north to south. And even with the white Dutch Boer South African settlers, they say the Bantu were actually here first, and we came up from the north establishing land before the Zulu were even a thing. But we look at their white skin and say they can't be African or they don't have as much right to self-determinacy as the dark-skinned African people. I mean, some of this stuff is just outrageous, ahistorical, and doesn't really have a firm basis. It's just saying, oh, you look brown or white, and therefore you're marked for dispossession or you're not. It's just, highly crazy.
You said that you think that this happened, that the blacks were here first. Why would you even
They were.
think? Why would you even think that?
Because that's what all the evidence shows. So why do you even think that they came from Africa? What evidence shows that?
Let's see. It's written down in people's personal accounts. It's written down in family histories. It's the indigenous people didn't know of these people ahead of time. Where do you get the idea that
Let me bridge the gap. Okay. So let's say that, we show up, right? We land in Georgia, right? we know that we can't till the land and get all these peaches going by ourselves. So hey, you see those brown people over there? We'll just leave them alone, right? And we'll go all the way to Africa and get some brown people. You guys coming with me, right?
Yeah, so they didn't even go over there to get the brown people. So that was the Arab slave trade. Any black people that came here from Africa. But yeah, so what you're saying isn't true, though. Like, I know tons of black people whose ancestors tell them they were here, that they were always here. So I'm not saying
There was a black tribe, or at least very dark tribe. I think it was in Florida.
There's not just
That's the only one I know of.
Yeah.
Okay.
See that? So
Then
like
again,
also
everything you say is a fool's errand, so I'm not going to argue with you.
like also in Arizona, right? Or there's numerous places in the West. Califia is actually a black ruler that was in the current state of California. She was a female ruler that was black. He left, but so it's just the true answer is you just heard it in mainstream history. That's why people think that. So I'm just letting you guys know there's more to that story. Like, there's a lot of evidence. Like, you can just go look. What did they find in the Grand Canyon? What's up with that?
Or even the Olmec artifacts, right? The Olmec people of like Central America up and through the southern parts of America. The Olmec tribes, that they find artifacts and carvings of what appears to be the physical characteristics of black people.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. There was 500 tribes here, right? So if you're thinking like these 500 tribes were all like European or Asian, like, you got another thing coming, right? They were copper-colored people, right? But they weren't all copper-colored, right? So if you think about it logically, like 500 tribes means 500 families. If you take any like sample in the world, right, and you just grab 500 random families, are they all going to be like not brown, not black?
Well, I mean, if you did that in Hungary, they'd all be not brown, yeah. But it depends where you did it. Wouldn't it?
Well, I said random sampling, right? So in one little country in Hungary, yeah, maybe, right? But I'm talking about like a continent, North and South America, or two continents, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, fair enough. Just wanted to add something to Lemonbird's point about the Bantu is a term for like a widely used term. It can be used interchangeably with like Negro, I guess. I don't know if people find that term offensive or whatever, but I'm talking in the historical context. But the native people to South Africa, as far as I know, and as far as a lot of historians know, aren't Bantu, and they're not Europeans either. They're actually a group called the Khoisan, who they kind of look like those same people, but they're not the same people, and they have a completely different history. So I don't know if you guys like want to talk about that at all, if anyone's interested in the history of South Africa. But it is an interesting history there for sure.
My grandmother is, or she was, half Cherokee and half Irish. But that lady had some very, very curly hair. And she was very dark haired, not really dark complexion, but she did live in Dayton, Ohio. So, she probably didn't get a whole lot of sun. But I can tell by looking at her, that she's, half white and half not. A lot of times you look at the Cherokee people today, and they usually have a very white face, right? Because Cherokee people on the East Coast, right? They were one of the 5 civilized tribes, and they integrated with the Europeans coming over. But let's think about this logically. There would have been like so-called brown and black Europeans just living in Europe, right? Just, people migrate, right? People move around. So some of those people coming over were like white Europeans, some of them were like black Europeans. And I think there's a lot of evidence of like black slave owners, like people who were slaves themselves and then became slave owners. And, you know, I'm not saying no Africans came over, like that would be ridiculous to say, but a majority of the slaves actually went from the Americas over to Europe, right? Because it was like, okay, if you had a slave, it was basically like $65,000 like farm equipment, basically. So pretty expensive if you can capture a human, especially like, you know, a young man slave or a young female slave, right? Those are going to be like pretty, you know, pretty expensive, you know, people to own. So not everybody could own them, right? It was only like, you know, like now, who can drop like $65,000 on farm equipment? Like not very many of us, right? So the slave trade was a big deal, but most of it came from the people that were already here. And since the diseases, you know, kind of ravaged the land a little bit, and we had superior armor and technology, it was kind of easy pickings. You just came over here and grabbed them and took them to the other side of the world. And imagine like a boat full of people, right? 65 grand a head or something like that, I'm estimating.
Yeah, I mean, there's also an economic aspect to slavery that people maybe don't consider because they don't like thinking about the subject. People tend to focus on the moral aspects of slavery for obvious reasons. But the economic aspect of slavery that I find most interesting is the idea that, well, not the idea, the fact that land value was much higher in the north than in the south during slavery, when slavery was more prominent in the south, right? So. And the reason for that, I think, is that slavery tended to make the slave owners very rich, but didn't do much for the wider economy. Whereas the development of, you know, other industries, which was more prominent in the north, led to a more general wealth across the population. So there's that element to it as well, where you look at slavery as a way for people who are already rich to consolidate their wealth, but it doesn't benefit the wider society, on top of the negative moral aspect of it.
Pretty interesting.
So a lot of people don't know this, but when Texas fought against Mexico, it was Texans and Mexicans fighting against Mexico. So at the time, Mexico was very Catholic, you know, owned by Spain, right? And they didn't want any slavery. So Mexico was just kind of leaving Texas like, kind of like out, right? There wasn't nothing really going on here. And they wanted slavery. The Mexicans and the Texans both wanted slavery because cotton, right? So the Mexicans like stood with the whites and they fought Mexico together. And, you know, they kind of had their little 300 moment with the Alamo. And then the cavalry came in and, you know, basically kicked ass and we got our independence. We got our independence from Mexico for slavery. So that's what the actual history is. So that's the reason why Texas wanted its independence. And I'm not shitting you guys. Like my grandpa was taken out of school. He was a product of rape, right? His mother was very young. He was taken out of school and he picked cotton. Like I'm not joking. Like my grandfather picked cotton, like big 100-pound bags, like dragging behind him. By the end of the day, when he was like in the 3rd grade, he quit school.
Sounds like you're due reparations.
No, I'm not a victim.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, I got Cherokee in me.
So the interesting thing about Cherokee is they both own slaves and were slaves. So a lot of people, when they became free, the census kind of listed them as freemen, right? And then a lot of these people, instead of joining like the United States, they would like join the Cherokee. So a lot of Cherokee were slaves, and Cherokee also owned slaves.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, that would be like someone. I mean, maybe this is a little bit of a crass comparison, but that would be like someone renting for 10 years and then becoming a landlord that then rents to 30 other people, right? So you start off being a part of making someone else rich, and then you grow out of that and then end up having other people make you rich. Is that kind of what you mean, or?
Well, that's what I meant by the guy who was a slave, and then he became a slave master. And this was like one of the first court records about slavery. He was a black guy who was a slave and then became a slave master. And then it wasn't until like much later that they started keeping the slaves for like a lifetime, like owning them. Because at first it was like 7-year contracts, right? We're all
Which is what the
familiar with that.
scriptures say.
Right. Yeah, that's what the scriptures talk about. But eventually, people got greedy and tried to keep them. So even after slavery ended, a lot of people like still continued and kind of kept it, kept it going to where, okay, you got a 7-year contract, but I'm going to say that you ran away and I caught you, and that's going to add 5 more years. So they would like keep extending the contract, and obviously they would promise people like, if you work for me, then I'll give you this, and then they would work for them, and then actually, get sent in to do something dangerous, and then die like towards the end. But think about it like this: let's say you got an indentured servant, right, and he's got 1 year left, but you got a slave, right, that you own for life, right? So who are you going to send to go do the dangerous shit? Like the indentured servant. So get over here, Irish boy. You're right. You want to go? You want to get your freedom, don't you? Go do this really dangerous thing, and the slave would be like, protected because he was considered property. So a lot of this stuff is like not in the history books. Like a lot of this stuff is in like journals that people kept and first-hand accounts and court cases and stuff like that. And that's why I like that YouTube channel, because he's always like citing a source.
What channel?
I can't pronounce it. It's a Native American name, like Amirhu Ahu. But if you give me a second, I'll wash my hands and I'll post it for everybody. It's like real history from like the journals of the people that were here in like the 15, 16, 1700s.
Nice. Yeah, no worries. Are you saying that the mainstream history books aren't right?
How dare I question the narrative of the Rockefellers?
That seems like a pretty bold, unfounded claim, bro. How dare you?
Sorry to break it to you, but they're lying to you.
Yeah, it's probably more of a lie by omission, right?
Hey, have you ever thought, like, so these virtue signaling leftists, they're like, the white man, the white man, the white man, but then they swear up and down that history is accurately told by the white man.
And cosmology too, right? They never thought about the cosmology of the patriarchy.
It's so funny. Oh, the white privilege, the patriarch, but how dare you question what they say? Like, are you okay?
What I find most interesting about these, a lot of these leftist ideologies, is that it becomes a system which eats itself at some point, because most of the agendas or the goals that they seem to have don't really have an end point or an end game. And the goalpost keeps shifting so far as to when their movement or their agenda would actually reach its conclusion. that as you continue to move that post further and further back, you eventually become the thing that you were fighting against in the first place.
Yeah. Like the government full of white men should have no control over my body. My body. The government should be able to tell everybody what they have to do with their body, though.
Right.
Super funny.
It's the amount of contradictions is comedic for sure.
Almost a requirement.
One thing I found quite interesting is that this recent Roe versus Wade thing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Supreme Court just gave the power back to the states to decide, right?
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I understood. But in England, everyone thinks that the Supreme Court has now banned all abortions everywhere, which for some people would actually be a good thing. Cool. But it's like they don't understand that, like, the whole point, the one thing that actually is good about America is that every state gets to decide whatever the fuck it wants. And the reason that that's good for an individual person is that you get the choice. You can say, well, I actually like the way they do things in Tennessee, or I like the way they do things in Florida or New York, and you can just go and fucking move there, right? If everywhere has the same rules, then it kind of defeats the point a little bit, you know? It certainly ruins the choice that you have. So why is anyone against choice? It's just weird.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
wild.
so here's the thing. They're not actually for choice, right? What they want is they want to be able to kill babies at like 9 months, right? And they're not happy because some states don't want that, right? Like Texas has like a 6 weeks limit. So when I've actually tried to talk to these people and ask them, like, hey, what is Roe v. Wade being overturned? What does that actually mean? Like, what is the repercussions? And they say that, well, we can't get abortions anymore. It's against women's rights. And I'm like, no, what does it actually like specifically mean? And they don't know. And I say, okay, well, let me tell you. And they're like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what it actually means. I'm just pissed off because I was told to be pissed off by the Democrats. And they're using this to run on their next campaign. Like, if you want us to codify Roe, you got to vote Democrat, which was what they were supposed to do when they had the power. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, what's crazy is, so like liberalism started as going against the government having federal power, but now it's not like that. So they think the government should force every state to allow abortion. That's what they want. And that's what Roe v. Wade was.
A comment right side. I'm sorry.
I don't know if am I breaking up?
No, you're good.
Yeah, so I don't see how anyone can just think that's bad. It's like, it's obviously a plan, though. It's some type of trick. I think it has to do with the injections. I think the complications with birth and stuff, I think it has something to do with that. Like, it's obviously not just like benevolence coming from the federal government.
But just the fact that they don't want to know what it actually means, isn't that like disturbing to you guys?
Oh no, we have people that no longer think for themselves. I mean, you're an anomaly if you do now. So I mean, it's disturbing, but it's not like surprising.
The vast majority don't think for themselves. Let's be honest. And the funny thing about this ability to choose, right? Women's right to choose, Roe v. Wade. The liberals are all for this slogan of a women's right to choose. But then on the flip side of that, if you use a term like states' rights, which means the state's rights to choose how they govern the people within that state, that has been deemed a racist term, right? And a white supremacist term, if you say states' rights.
I thought that there weren't women. So how can we have women's rights?
I thought that there weren't women.
Yeah, like how can we have women's rights? Doesn't that seem weird? Or like the first woman in office. It's like, what? I thought that gender was just a social construct.
So another thing that's hypocrisy of the left is how they say that, men can't talk about this, right? You have no business talking about, Roe v. Wade. It's none of your business. It's like, oh yeah? Well, what about like a trans woman. Like, they don't have a uterus.
What about the justices that made the decision that you so desperately want to keep?
Yeah. Or like, what's crazy about the overall thing? It's like, so the father shouldn't have any say in the murder of his child, and so if the woman wants to murder it simply out of inconvenience, they can do that. But the man should be put in jail if he doesn't financially support the baby if the woman chooses to do it. So they want it. They want it both ways.
What about that? What about the head of the executive branch of the government that you still really want to agree with and have support you? You know, so you can find 1,001 contradictions in the world of any believer, including these kinds of people. And it's no wonder why the Lord said, "Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the debater of this age? Has not the God made foolishness the wisdom of this world?"
What scripture is that? Where is the debater of this age? Because I seem to remember a certain guy saying that debate was like a sin.
Oh, it's
I
definitely
believe it's
not.
First
I remember
Corinthians.
having this conversation. Yeah. The scriptures talk a lot about, like when someone was telling me I'm not a real believer because I talk too fast and I just try to sound good with my words, and then I just showed them a verse that literally says that like
Broke up. Say it again.
bad service.
We're good now.
Yeah, say it again with it. And Paul, this is First Corinthians chapter 1, verse 20.
Where's the debater of this age? 1 Corinthians chapter 20. I don't think I have that dude on my friends list since it started in his name. 1 Corinthians chapter 20.
No, chapter 1, verse 20. Whoever's trying to speak, you have to fix your microphone.
Does anybody have righteous as a friend? Righteous force?
Say again. The username?
There was a guy named Righteous Force from Canada who played video games a
Righteous
lot.
Force.
And he said that debating was a sin. And I was like, bro, they debated over circumcision in like the book of Acts, didn't they? Like in the New Testament. So like all these people like
Paul reasoned with the disbelievers in the book of Acts every day in public. Reasoned, argued, debated.
Yeah. Made his case. In Greece he was like the God with no name. Like this is him, you know. That he was basically so when you make an argument, right, it's to make your point crystal clear, like see through, right? Like crystal.
Right.
So everybody makes an argument, right? It's like when things get heated and get out of control and people start calling each other assholes, that's where the sin comes in, right? And you can dispute with somebody all day long, right? It's when things get nasty and you call your brother a fool, that's when the sin comes in.
Yeah, without justification. Yeah, that's bickering. That's contentiousness, not argument. And then you have, the cognate word, which is similar, argumentative. You're not supposed to be argumentative and not just supposed to be contentious. It's supposed to be rational.
Yeah. Sorry, am I breaking up now?
No, you're good now.
Yeah, I was saying someone was telling me like I wasn't a real believer because I just talk fast and try to sound good with my words. And then so I
That's
started
really
looking
funny.
into it. Yeah, like dude, the scriptures consistently say that like a wise man will be convincing with his speech, and that to basically like to intellectually support your position with logic, we're like suggested to do that. We're told to do that.
There's arguments in the scriptures, and we're explicitly told in principle to be sober and of a sound mind.
Also says, study to show yourself approved for at any time, or something like that, to give reason for your faith. Right? If anyone asks. So wouldn't that be an argument? Like, hey, why are you a Christian? Like, wasn't that book written by men? Like, what are you going to say? You're going to respond with an argument, right?
With an argument.
Yep. Like, what was Paul doing the whole time, bro? Paul was going everywhere, like debating for the scriptures, basically.
Debating for the Lord.
Exactly.
So without debate, people get caught in like a, I don't know. It's like they get like more off in the weeds, right? It's like, okay, if you say that, Nazis can't have free speech, like, A, you don't know what they're thinking, right? So they could be thinking or planning anything. But B, they become more radical because nobody's there to go, hey, wait a minute, that's not scientific. There is no subhumans, right? There is no 15% difference in the genetics. Like, even the Neanderthals bred with, what we call modern man, so they were, by definition, Homo sapiens sapiens, just like us. So the whole out of Africa theory is just a theory, and it's a whole bunch of, so-called scientific racism, which I call, it's probably actually pseudo-scientific racism.
Yeah, that would be an instance of people not arguing well. And so you don't argue well, you let the false position, the fallacious position, continue on and or grow worse. And when you don't argue well against falsehood, the consequences are always detrimental. Which is because I understand that kind of the reason why I speak the way I do, particularly when in debate, not necessarily all the time in any and all conversation, but particularly when in debate, why I form the argument the way I do concisely.
Well, it's just very obvious with the way that we were designed, like the way our brains work, our minds work, the way that we, speak to one another. It's just very obvious that we're supposed to logically apply those characteristics to exchange information and grow in knowledge and then learn from other people, like to come to teach and learn. We can't really do that without debates. So
Not only is it obvious that we're supposed to do that, but we are unable to not do that. If we are unable to think at all, let alone speak or behave without logic. For instance, the law of identity. If we don't have full faith in the law of identity, knowing the law of identity, we cannot talk about anything. Why? Because we can't identify anything. Nothing is anything. Everything is nothing. We can't talk about this or that because we don't have any idea what this or that means. We don't know how to identify anything. So we can't talk about anything. Or the law of non-contradiction. We always saying anything and everything, and the sum total of everything we said is not coherent. It disagrees with one another, etc., etc. We can't think that way, let alone speak that way, let alone live that way. It's inevitable. So you might as well just think and speak and behave well.
It's actually pretty amazing. It's like the way the creator made everything. You can't really have
Certainly.
you can't have any logical framework to understand anything in life without acknowledging the creator first. That's very, very hilarious.
Is it any wonder why the author of the proverb said, "The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge"?
Exactly.
When you don't fear Yahweh, you have not even began the process of learning. You have not even began the process of having knowledge. That includes the knowledge that we're endowed with by default when we come into this world, when we created into this world. That knowledge base which we're endowed with, which then enables us to learn more knowledge that we don't have endowed in us.
There's like all these famous quotes about the knowledge of children, the innate like wisdom built right in. I'm sure you guys have heard that before. So to me, I'm thinking like the Rockefeller educational indoctrinational system, like it breeds that out of us. We're just told to sit
Yeah,
down
very
and
much
shut up,
tries.
do what you're told.
Yeah, it very much tries. In principle, it's practically in principle and in practically it's impossible. No one can alienate you. The knowledge that we're endowed with is unalienable, intrinsic, innate. But they sure do try their best to delude you, deceive you, uh, destroy,
Away from that. Yeah, so
extinguish
that's
that
funny.
flame of curiosity.
That's funny you bring that up because I was just getting ready to open my mic and ask you guys the question as to, do you feel that, so we have documents a couple hundred years ago for the founding of this country that expressly writes that there are truths that can be held as self-evident. Do you feel like we've, over those couple hundred years, have moved so far away from that most people think that there are no truths that can be held self-evident?
Entirely too much. One too many persons.
Yes, sir.
It's not most
But wait,
people. I
hold
think
up.
it's about 60-40. Sorry, bro.
Hold
Go
up.
ahead.
The whole globe thing. Can't trust your eyes. There you go. When you grow up as a little kid, are you afraid of needles? There you go. That's your natural knowledge. You think the earth is round? No. That's your natural knowledge. You're grown up in a system or a society or education system is made to influence what you come in here with and take it away and replace it with something else.
I mean,
Yeah.
the very knowledge of being human. For instance, I was watching a video with another fellow disciple. His name is Zach, and it was your classic breakdown of Darwinian progressivist gradualist macroevolutionism, and they were trying. The video was explaining the history of them trying to define Homo sapien sapien, human, still trying to define man to this day. And after a while, watching the video, you notice a pattern, and that pattern is because of their godless, purposeless, valueless universe that accidentally, unintentionally came to be through Darwin's, process. They are trying to define man according to a particular component of the body. This particular component, that particular component, or this set of particular components of the body. And then you look over here, and this set of bones they found in the ground, it isn't as though they found any living organism or anything, or even a complete skeleton. Then they look over to the next skeleton, and it has different parts. That has different parts, and every time they look at any and all data set of bones, fossil remains, they're all different. They're all different to some degree, and so whatever parts they use as the benchmark to identify Homo sapiens sapiens humans from the previous
what hominids, whatever the term they use, human-like, creatures, they failed to define it. And so the fallacy was them trying to define humans by a particular part or parts of the body rather than by their essence, which is unalienable, inextricable. You see, once you strip all the parts of you and I at the core, which is immutable and unalienable, you and I are humans, created in the image and likeness of the God, the Imago Dei, the Tselem Elohim. But they don't have that. We don't have an essence, because there's no teleology with which we are purposed or endowed with. So they can't define man, but they can tell you how old man is to the second by the millions of years, and all these differences and details in the supposed evolutionary process.
Well, ironically, even Darwin knew he had to invoke a creator.
So here's the thing. The reason they can't define man is because there are no human fossils in the pre-human fossil record. Right? What that basically means is there's no missing link. Right? There's no halfway descendant of chimpanzee and human. Like there's no common ancestor no skeleton anyway. And what they do a lot of times is, oh, we're about to lose our funding, and they commit some sort of fraud to keep the funding.
Yep. So again, that essence, in essence, all of us, Tselem Elohim, Imago Dei, the image and likeness of the God, they don't have that. So there's no common core essence between every member of the race. And then they can't define their categories either. Race, nation, tribe, genus, species.
So here's the interesting thing about Neanderthals. Apparently they were bigger and stronger than us. And if you take a look at the ridge of the brow, it never stops growing. So if you had these humans, let's say that they were superior to us in some ways, they could live longer. Wouldn't they have like larger brow ridges if they were living like maybe hundreds of years? And we look back at the amber, and the gas bubbles in the amber showed that at one time we had twice as much oxygen. So imagine if a human was in like a some sort of biodome with twice as much oxygen. He'd be able to run twice as far, maybe more. He'd be able to feed his muscle, with all sorts of oxygen without getting tired, and using the what is it, the glucose, the sugar in the muscles to give us the the soreness the days after. He wouldn't need to use as much as that. So he would be like an extremely athletic, rip your arms off and beat you over the head with on top of that.
It's very interesting you say that. According to my knowledge and research, especially given what you just said, I mean, you might as well add what you just said to me. I believe these Neanderthals are the Eljo, or the Eliud mentioned in First Hanok, Enoch. The Nephilim, the fathers of the Nephilim, the fathers of the Eliud, or Eljo. And so it would explain that superior strength, if not even a bit superior intellect.
Yeah, mainstream tries to make them out as they were smaller, but they were actually larger, denser, and stronger.
Terrible.
My personal take on the missing link thing is that they did that on purpose because they fake so much stuff like dinosaur bones and stuff, but they didn't fake that because they wanted it. They had to leave it out there so that it was it was obvious that it isn't actually true. That's
And
my
it's a pretext. Go ahead.
The first instance of evolution was like a hoax, and the first instance of human evolution was a hoax. So like, it's just funny. Both of, I guess, like the Star Breakers, or I get not Star Breaker, like both of like the headship first experiments, almost like Michelson and Morley. You know what I mean? Like, the Piltdown Man was just a known fraud. It was a fraud for 40 years. Nobody figured it out for like what. It's just, you look into it with it. Look into some of the original skeletons and bodies they were finding when they were first kind of like the Smithsonian and all those paleontology and archaeology guys were getting big back in the day. There was so much fraud, dude. Just look into it. There was so much fucking accounts of fraud. It's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure. Like I saw that, but I think that's individuals trying to lie. I think the ones that really put out the lie, like I think they left holes in the story on purpose, like with like natural law. You know, like they have to show you what you're believing is stupid, and still convince you to believe it.
In addition,
I agree with
setting
that.
a pretext for quote unquote more study.
Well, I was gonna say also, with their whole alien shit. I mean, you've seen the beginning of that Prometheus movie where like one alien goes to another planet and seeds it. I have a feeling they could be like, oh, the aliens, they're our progenitors. They're the real gods. You know, all this technology we got in the last 100 or 200 years? That's actually just a crashed UFO that we reverse engineered. And the real gods are coming back who seeded and created this earth in 7 days. Thank God that God is coming back in his UFO. Oh,
And
yeah.
let's give a round of applause for SG1.
So Richard Dawkins was in a movie, and it was the guy who said Bueller, and I can't remember Ben Stein. Yeah, in the movie Ben Stein, and I think it was called Blackballed or something.
I think you're
Something
talking about
about
intelligence not allowed.
I don't think so, but anyway, in the movie, Richard Dawkins is asked, and he said that basically it was, some sort of panspermia, right? Meaning that life was brought to this planet. Oh, is that what it is? Thanks, bro. Have a good one. So, and then he accuses Ben Stein of begging the question, but really he was the one begging the question because he said through panspermia, well, there must have been some sort of evolutionary process on their planet that allowed life to grow. Well, it's like, okay, well, who panspermia that planet? It's the infinite regress fallacy. So none of it makes sense.
I don't think anybody that's asserted as a possible origin of life on Earth. However, it's never asserted with any authority.
It's beside the point.
What if this could have possibly happened? Maybe, sort of.
Anyway, we'll get back to actual productive intellectualism. So, the Enoch actually says that they're going to return, right? So, like what Noah's saying would be scripturally prophetic as well.
Yeah, as in the days of Noah, when the Son of Man returns.
Exactly. Like they're going to be unchained. So, I mean, I think that that's clearly what's coming, and they're definitely going to take credit for creation. And they have all these atheists just bumbling around with no logical consistency in their worldview, just empty vessels. And so they're going to eat it up. They'll shift to design and creationism, but it'll be via, aliens. Aliens seeded our planet, and they'll worship them, and they'll think they're such special boys. They'll be like, oh man, I knew this whole time.
Yeah. Shame.
I can't think of one credible person who says any of that. So.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead and do your research. Look it up on YouTube. You'll find it.
I know people who say it as an if.
I was gonna say, okay, hold up, dude. Hold up, Moyak. I was gonna talk. Gregory talked over me, and I waited for him to stop. It's my fucking turn. I was gonna say, dude, you look into all these pre-predictive programming fucking shits and movies, and particularly with all those like Greek mythologies and shit. They even have their own version of this where they have these quote unquote titans locked up underground, and they're all chained down there, and then like the Greek gods have to like battle them when they get released and shit. So it's kind of like a parallel story to the end times biblically, right? Because you release the angel of the pit and shit like that. Thank you.
It's very much present within the vast majority of so-called science fiction entertainment media. It really is not difficult to find this hypothesis, this thesis, supposed and even vehemently defended and believed.
Where do you see it vehemently defended? I know you said I've never seen this.
Can a lot of this be
Again,
alluded
look on
to
YouTube.
in? Go ahead.
You know, you look on YouTube and you become aware of these a lot of UFO religions too, which includes the Nation of Islam. There are plenty of UFO religions who believe that the human race or the races of humans or humanoids, however they slice that, began by intelligent ETs from another humongous ball of solid liquid or gas lying around in the void.
Ancient aliens.
Is the Nation of Islam the one that they believe in Yakub, don't they?
Yes.
The big brained scientist who created the white race or something. Like I don't know the story behind that, but
Yeah,
there's some
that's them.
thing. Yeah.
That's them.
So is Yakub an alien, or what's the story there?
Yeah, when you read the Wikipedia article, yeah, that's what it is.
They named an alien Jacob. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like a corruption of Jacob, you know.
That's a very
You know,
interesting way to
Abraham
pronounce
Yitzhak and
your
Yaakov.
alien god's name. Yeah.
Yakub. How they spell it in English.
Yeah, it's a bastardization.
So, so somebody that doesn't have a belief in the metaphysical could easily be fooled by metaphysical beings presenting themselves in physical form at some point as being some sort of like alien, right? Coming from outer space, even though it may be metaphysical in nature that has been transferred into the physical.
And
Yeah,
when
that's
you,
what I think.
does I believe
That's
you
what I
mean
think
the
this whole.
spiritual?
That's what I think this whole like Bill Gates trying to grow flesh, like lab grown meat, and all this
Do what
AI
now?
and this like brain computer interface. They're gonna start building these fucking things bodies. You know what I mean? And not like human bodies.
Uh-huh.
Make some of them, but like they could inhabit anything, right? So you could have like a super athletic body that you give, like even with like Inspector Gadget parts coming out the side. You know what I'm saying?
And Napalm, when you said your sentence, I believe you mean, I think Noah's catching your drift. When you said metaphysical, you mean spiritual. And the people who don't believe that spirits are real, they will fall for a different deception according to a different metaphysical uh, notion. You know, there are no spirits, but just material.
Yeah, I tend to kind of equate the metaphysical and the spiritual as similar, if not synonymous.
Spiritual would be a subject matter that would fall under the category of metaphysic, because that's concerning
Yes.
ontology.
Yes.
And you know, the people who, as I thought about this more, I became more familiar with the categories and issues in philosophy, in particular, you know, the terminology. When you ask the quote unquote naturalist, the materialist, the physicalist, these are synonyms. You know, what exactly do you mean? What I learned is that what they do in their worldview, they simply get a big red marker, and they cross out God, they cross out spirits, good and evil, and they cross out wondrous works, miracles, and magic. That's it. To really specify what they mean. That's all it is. And another thing, I believe it's a false dichotomy between spirit and matter, or spirit and physical. The reason I say that is because you think about what a spirit is, especially what we're talking about, especially from the scriptures. These spirits are not abstracta; they're not mere ideas in the mind. They're concretely real beings with causal power. No, I'm talking to other gentlemen. That was my mother in the background. And so, with that being said, that means that the spirits aren't immaterial. They're not inconcrete. They're not without substance. They're not non-physical, especially if they have causal power upon, entities like you and I. My mother just complimented me.
Samuel last chapter. Sorry, Doug.
Yeah, Larry, fix your microphone so I can hear your beautiful voice. And so, with that dichotomy and breaking down what spirits can actually do, that's why I don't say this dichotomy between spirit and matter. Matter, physical, substance, concreta. These are synonyms. And so a spirit can be made of material that we just don't have the name for, but the Lord knows. And they have different properties than our material that we're comprised of, and different powers, different from us.
Yeah, when I say the difference between the physical and the metaphysical, I look at them as both kind of dependent on one another, right? And there is influence, and I feel like there is
in principle,
and I feel like there is a bleeding line between the two of them, right? And
they're rather inseparable, right? Because you have the metaphysical, the ultimate things, and the physical, the things. If there are no ultimate things, you couldn't have the things, and if there are no things, you couldn't have ultimate things.
Correct.
So physics, which is really the summation of quote unquote natural philosophy, natural science, science, natural philosophy, the physics, the things is a subcategory of metaphysics.
Right, because
Can
the
you hear
word
me now?
meta, hold up, the word meta, 5 seconds. The word meta just means beyond. So when you say metaphysics, it just means beyond physics, right?
Beyond, above, ultimate.
Yeah, it encompasses this physical reality that we observe, and then all the unseen parts. So yeah.
Yeah, so you were talking about you were talking about these beings, right? And 2 Samuel, the last chapter, I don't remember the number, it's just the last chapter. There's an angel, he's raising his hand and smiting the people of Jerusalem. And David says, why is your hand against these people? I'm the one who sinned. If you're going to strike somebody, strike. Angels are about to destroy the city until God stops them. So if this angel can slap people around, like a comfort slap, I guess it's physical.
Yeah. They have causal power.
And then
They're
it even
concrete.
says that God can walk around in the garden and shit. So like,
As he pleases, right?
Yeah, I kind of feel like the way we interact with this world, right? The abilities that we do have are many, but also few in the grand scheme of things. Almost as if when our spirit interacts in the physical realm, we have limitations that may be placed there for reasons, right? To either help shelter us from certain things, right? Meaning we may not have the ability or the capability within this physical realm to comprehend certain things that may be detrimental to us, right? And we're confined within this physical realm or aspect, even though the metaphysical or the spiritual realm is also present with us as well, and just not necessarily seen.
Yeah.
But there's an ability for interaction, right? I feel like most people have had some sort of what they would consider spiritual experience within this physical realm. So that would lead me to believe that the spiritual realm can have physical interaction as well.
Gentlemen, I want to pick this up later at a time, so I'm just going to say peace to you, and y'all bless you.
Yeah, take care, Gregory. Always good to hear from you.
Likewise.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if people who are deceiving us within this realm have a knowledge of this metaphysical spiritual side, right, and that there is the possibility of warring factions or factions that tend to claim this realm for their own, if they have the knowledge of this and they occlude this knowledge from the general population, then if there is, like we said, a second coming or a return of these beings that may be spiritual or metaphysical more so in nature, then the deception that's been foisted upon the people as to the lack of this spiritual and metaphysical realm, you can kind of control the rhetoric that goes around where these beings may have come from and what their true intentions may be, because you've got people convinced that they are maybe from someplace that is actually different than where they're actually from.
All I gotta say is, with gas prices as high as they are, can I get some of that dark energy in my tank? Come on, bro.
I have a feeling that the common man is on the precipice of discovering outside of the powers that be maybe some more fundamentals of energy that could be beneficial.
Well, before that, you have to define what energy even is.
Right. When I use the term energy, I was just trying to allude to things that we utilize on a day-to-day basis in order to...
Utilitarian basis, then.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could even be like me harnessing, say, ripples in a pond next to me in a more efficient manner. It doesn't even necessarily have to be some sort of 0 point energy. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's movement when you look around at the natural world. If you leave cities, right? You mistake, oh, this is all gas powered. You leave and you go outside. You see the plants grow, birds fly, squirrels run, wind blows, waterfall. There's energy everywhere. It's just how can you harness it is the question, right?
You ever heard of ground generators and ground batteries?
What's that?
So you take two different types of metal. Of course, you know how batteries are made, and you put them in the ground right next to each other, and then you add water, right? And this is going to create a current of about 2 volts. Unfortunately, it has a diminishing return. So if you create a series of 6 of these, you're not going to end up with a 12-volt battery. because of diminishing returns. But if you could, hook up a series of these and get about 5 or 6 volts, could you, theoretically run some LED lights off of this? And that's where we hear, Nikola on the light bulb into the ground. He didn't screw it into the dirt, right? They obviously knew about ground generators, or also known as ground batteries.
It's interesting. You think that's what they're doing at the pyramids with all the water, underwater fucking underducts or whatever?
Are you familiar with the YouTube channel Autodidactic?
Aquifers. Yeah, I know that channel.
Yeah, I've seen that channel.
Yeah, all these underground aquifers and star forts and all the weird stuff that they find all over the world. I'm pretty sure if they had Baghdad batteries, that they had the ability to crack water. And if they could crack water, then they could move large amounts of stone with balloons, right? All it would take was some hemp and some tar, right? You could tar up the hemp, it'll hold gas pressure enough to hold bricks or stones. And with enough balloons, you could easily move stones around.
Yeah, I don't know, that autodidactic guy, he discusses some very interesting topics. But at the same time, a lot of it you got to kind of take with a grain of salt in my mind until I actually see some working, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah,
theory's nice and it's interesting to listen to, but sometimes it's just like we have a limited amount of time here and we can't believe everyone. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like technology should be freeing up more of our time. But what I find is that even if it may free up time in certain specific areas, it actually increases the amount of time that we consume ourselves with work as opposed to leisure, the ability to ponder specific things, right? So in order to afford these technologies, we have to work harder and spend more of our time acquiring the money to utilize these technologies that are allegedly there to make our lives more efficient and have certain tasks take up less of our time. But I feel like it's almost working against us in a sense.
Yeah, man. It's like, I was thinking about it the other day, this exact thing. Is you have one guy, right? He has some fucking iron fucking tool in a field, like a sickle or something, right? You say, go out today and fucking lump up all the fucking hay, right? This guy can only do a finite amount. Now, say give that guy a fucking tractor, that guy is doing thousands of times more in one day. So should there not be thousands of times more wealth? So I completely understand what you're saying. But I also feel like it's just been like humans won't be motivated to do anything. You know what I mean? So you have to keep them in a very small band of like nearly
So
like going broke and starving to death. You know what I mean? And then you can keep them doing what you want. So I think it's like the production has definitely increased. You know what I mean? Like one fucking tractor versus one sickle. How much of it? That's like 4 orders of magnitude difference in amount of productive like or whatever the fuck you do, like if you're a farmer. So yeah, I think it's just that the people who like are in control, the people in power, say the government or the republic or democracy, whatever you believe it is, they basically need to keep us in that narrow band of human like survivability, or else they can't really influence us to do anything for them, if you kind of know what I'm saying.
So I've kind of had this theory for a while that they can't allow us to get too rich, right? Like, if you got all the money in the world, right, then the only thing left is like power. So that's how you get your kicks, right? Having all this power. Well, if everybody else had like the same shit that you have, right? Like if everybody like had the same smartphone that you got, and you got all this money and all this power, well, that's not fair, right? So think they stay the it's not what they do, they put in like someone fucking tanks the economy, and then someone like Trump, right?
Larry,
Oh.
you just totally roboted up until the point about Trump. We didn't hear the first part.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I just feel like in essence, this promise of technology making our lives better, it does to a certain extent, but in the grand scheme of things, does it make our life better? Does it make our quality of life better? Do we seem to have more free time and leisure time to contemplate the ways of the world, or philosophize, or to interact with other human beings on a face-to-face basis in a social type setting? I feel like none of that has necessarily been achieved. And if we look back at times where technology was less advanced than it currently is, there seemed to be more time for leisure and an overall general either more abundance for the average person, or at least certainly the same. But I feel like the increase in these technologies, or these wants that we seem to have for these things in our life, have also come at a cost, which is a cost of more of our time, even though we're sold on a lot of these actually being tools to decrease our time and increase our efficiencies, but we don't seem to reap the rewards of that efficiency at all whatsoever.
Sounds like you're talking about the adverse, ironic consequences of commercialism. The way I phrase commercialism being industrialism and consumerism together, which includes the industrialism of making all this technology, and the consumerism of consuming all this technology and mindlessly, thoughtlessly using it for the sake of convenience. So yeah, the multiplication of commercialism very much had the ironic effect of making the world a place of more labor rather than
Right.
less labor.
Yeah.
Which is
that's
occupying your waking hours.
exactly
not
what
leaving
I was
you
saying.
any time to do what you were just saying, to think about the most important issues and
Yeah, we don't
enjoy
have
the greatest
the
pleasures.
time to think and contemplate how bad we're getting screwed over by the people who are alleged authorities within our lives, right? And we certainly don't have as much time to spend with those around us to discuss and come together as a human race to change some of these things.
Because your waking hours are too occupied with just toiling away.
Correct.
So
And
what
then
would
in
you
another
rather
turn
have?
of irony, that can breed more poverty. And then ironically, someone like myself comes along where, in spite of all this mass commercialism, industrialism, and consumerism, and all this convenience made, I'm unemployed and have a lot of time on my hands to think about these issues. Ironically.
Yeah, it's kind of like I could use the example of travel, right? The more expedient that travel is, you know, you would think that, okay, if we can travel to places and make reduce the amount of time that we're spent idle within travel, so that we can increase the amount of productivity that we have, are we really benefiting from that advantage of the expediency of travel? Or is it possible that time spent within travel is a leisure time that was more beneficial than any time that we're getting based on the efficiency of the travel? Does that make sense?
Yeah, excellent question.
Right? Like
that doesn't make sense. What do you mean?
Well, let me put it this way. If it took me 4 days travel to go back home to visit family, and then 4 days travel back to visit family, right? So let's say it's 8 total days of travel where I don't have the technology
Like in the past.
Right. So I don't have the technology or the ability within those 8 days worth of travel to be able to consume myself with work. Right. If nowadays I can make that trip in 2 hours, right, and I can easily get back quickly, have I actually lost time away from work? Meaning, have I lost my vacation or my leisure time with this alleged efficiency, right, that gets me there faster? But in that travel time, I've lost theoretically, 7.5 days worth of time that I would have had to contemplate other things outside of my work life.
So you would have. So when you, like, let's say we in the past with like a horse and carriage takes us 4 days. Along those 4 days of traveling, I would have had time to think about other things because I can't do any work, right? That's what you're saying?
Correct. Right. Yeah. So is this efficiency within certain things beneficial to me as an individual, or is it more beneficial to the forces that may employ me? Right. Meaning we're sold
The social engineers.
right.
It
we're
depends.
sold that
Some
these
people travel.
efficiencies are more beneficial for us, but we're also not factoring in what we may be losing with these efficiencies on an individual basis.
I hear you, and that is a good point to bring up. But I feel it depends. Some people travel, and on the plane they just in a work meeting, so that would validate your point. But some people traveling on the plane, they taking a nap. Because they're traveling on the plane, they finally have time to take a nap. Or if it's a 13-hour flight, they finally have time to start reading that book they've always wanted to read. It depends on the person, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but if the efficiency of that travel has become so great, right, that you lose leisure time, actually, right?
But it depends on the person, right?
Well, of course, it depends on
Possibly.
the person, so to who it applies to.
Yeah.
And it really applies
Yeah.
to everyone in principle. But of course, more so to the person that is trying or would like to, or would be more likely to contemplate these most important topics, these most important issues, but are unable to because their waking hours are occupied with having to be bothered with this or that labor and toiling away.
No,
Right,
I definitely get the point you're making, but
it's
like
it's
for
like
me,
my
for example,
employer supplying me a cell phone, right? Is that a benefit to me, or is that really a
it
disadvantage?
depends how you use the cell phone. But I would generally say yes, definitely.
Which is
If
true.
it's a work phone, it's not necessarily a benefit because you can only use it for work. That's a nice point there. But with the leisure thing, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I travel a lot for work, and I feel when I'm on the road traveling is when I finally get a break because no one can call me, no one can ask me to do anything because I'm traveling. You know, and I
Do you
travel
have
across the world,
to
so
kind of make
sometimes I'm on 13-hour flights. So I have a whole 13 hours to myself where no one's going to bother me. You know.
Nate? That's what he's saying. You may have missed that, but that's exactly his point.
Yeah. But he's
Yeah.
saying that these more efficient ways of travel kind of take away from our leisure. He's saying in the past on a horse and carriage, it would take me 8 hours to get to my destination and back, and in that 8 hours, I have leisure and time to think about these topics. I'm not bothered by work. And I'm just saying the same could apply for modern advanced forms of transport. If I'm flying from here to France, it's a 13-hour flight. No one's going to bother me in those 13 hours, right?
Yeah, but if you would have been doing that back in the day,
So
that might be
it would have been way longer.
Yeah, it would have been
Can
5 days of travel that you would have as leisure, right? As opposed to 13 hours. So it's actually decreasing your time that you have away from this toil.
Okay.
Both of you are
Okay, if
making
you wanna
valid
put it that
points
way.
because
Yeah,
neither
that's
what you
valid.
two are saying is absolute either way. So what Napalm is saying is an absolute, what Caloric is saying is an absolute. They're both true, and what Napalm is saying is true more often than not. The majority of the time for most people, especially the higher up you go in the echelons of the socioeconomic
Corporate
world order,
ladder. Yeah.
you know,
Mm.
your
I mean,
religion really does become your occupation. It really does
Crypto,
become your vocation.
crypto is
they're
trying to.
saying the
That I
same
agree
thing.
with. That I agree with.
Am I coming through?
Yeah,
Yeah, go
just
ahead, Crypto.
No, you
Lord, just so
go
to
ahead.
talk over you.
They're saying the same thing. This is why they're like, I don't understand how Caloric is misunderstanding, but they're saying the same thing. Like, you are relaxing during travel time. Napalm is saying that more of that relaxing travel time is more relaxing, which is obvious. And I don't know how Nate's missing that.
Well, he's
No, I don't think
disagreeing.
Caloric missed it.
He's
Like I just said,
disagreeing with. He's disagreeing with me, but then also bolstering my point with his disagreement.
No, I agree with you. I just said that it's not absolute. You know, it depends on the
right.
person and
Yes,
the
I understood
situation.
Caloric's
That
point.
was the point I
His
was
point is
making.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that is a typical Glover tactic, though. They disagree with you, but inadvertently strengthen your point.
But I never disagreed, guys. It's like you guys
Oh,
didn't
I was
listen to
just
me. I
talking
think
in general, man. I was trying to shift it over to a general comment, man. Calm down.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, all right,
Yeah, it's
cool,
all right.
cool.
All
My
right.
bad, my bad. Yeah, I felt personally attacked. My bad, man. But yeah, the point I was just trying to make is, you know, it
Yeah, your
depends on
point
the
was valid.
person, right? Yeah, because there's some people that travel for leisure, that all they do is travel.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people do utilize the modern infrastructure that we have in our world order is for leisure, but you know, most people rarely are, even whether they are occupied or have leisure time. Most people don't choose to think about these issues. For those who you have all of us humans, right? And we have our human nature, and we have this ability to think. And to some degree, everyone is on the spectrum from philosophizing poorly to philosophizing well. Most people philosophize poorly. You see, most people don't choose to think well as possible about these issues. And then there are those who do. And so whoever, whether it's a poor philosophizer, the common person, or the philosophizer who does it very well, even professionally, you know, as a vocation, this modern infrastructure like Napalm was describing, it does distract, it does occupy, it does steal time away from the person.
Yeah.
Their waking hours are occupied by the labor that they're
So, Caloric, do
Hey,
you
Nate.
agree that 5 days away from work is better for relaxation than 13 hours away from work?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was his point. So, I'm personally confused as to why this has taken so long. I don't understand why. I think
because well, that sounds like a you problem, Crypto. But I get the point, and I got the
Hey,
point from the
Napalm.
beginning.
That's
Hey,
cool.
Napalm, think about the guy who's answering work emails on vacation.
Can I answer that, please? Just made a jab at me. Not really a me problem, because you had the appearance of disagreeing and agreeing at the same time. That is actually an incoherence problem, which is a you problem. That's why I'm
So
frustrated.
that's a you problem because it appeared that way to you. But I've clarified myself that I wasn't disagreeing with Napalm. You just saw it that way. That's what I'm saying. It's a you problem.
You do kind of come off as a contrarian, so.
I understand if I come off that way, but I wasn't disagreeing with him. I was just saying that there might be different aspects, and it might depend on the person and the
Yeah,
situation.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend sophistry, but Caloric's counterpoint was valid. It's just it doesn't contradict, it doesn't refute Napalm's point.
Not at all. I wasn't trying to refute.
Right.
I do agree with what Napalm said.
It can't be a counterpoint if it doesn't counter anything.
That's what
I
Caloric
wasn't
just
countering
agreed
anything
to.
he was saying. Yeah, I just disagreed. Crypto, you just want to fight me, bro.
What the fuck? No, it's just that people are saying things that don't make any sense. Gregory said it was a counterpoint, which it can't be if it's not countering anything.
Yeah, I will just say, like, Kalor, you do come off, like, the way you present your point, it comes off as contrarian. Like, it comes off like you are disagreeing, you know, so it's much more the delivery. Yeah.
I understand
here's
if it
a
comes off
rhetorical
that way,
point.
but I am clarifying myself, right? Am I not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to
Yeah,
really need to
so,
belabor this any
I
longer.
don't know.
I mean, he just was
Hey, isn't
making
it
a
funny
valid
that
point.
that NASA just said that they got the deepest pictures of space ever, and everyone literally thinks they're like actual pictures that they took in space
James
when
Webb.
actually, yeah, but it's actually just like literally artists' renditions. Like they're just cartoons. Like they're literally cartoons. Like they just try to think about what it would look like, and then they make it on a computer.
And you know, it's like when I talk about these issues, usually I try to maintain the attitude and the perspective of someone who is kind of undecided either way. What I mean is that, you know, I know that I don't know everything. I don't know half of everything. And so there are people who know more about this or that than me. And so with that being said, I then say to myself and or to them when I'm talking to the person, okay, you know, you obviously know more than me. So since you know so much, or at least you believe you know so much, then teach me, help me understand. And so I ask them questions and they give me answers. And if I find something that doesn't make sense, I'll address it. You know.
That's what's up.
And so when I'm being told so far, once I bother to self-consciously research this cosmological controversy, as I call it, I'm being told things that, which may or may not be true, but I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It does seem contradictory, or it does seem absurd, or it does seem impossible, whatever my critique is. And so, with that being said, I'm just not going to take for granted that which doesn't make sense.
That's what's up, man.
So it's like, okay, let's back up, rewind. I'm born into this world, and I grow in knowledge and strength. And there are these other people who have existed before me, and they're coming to me telling me that the Earth is a ball flying around in a void among other humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas, among other materials, all of which is several billion years old. And we have institutions in the world that study these things and even leave the ball that we're walking upon to go to these places and or study them. And we have instruments flying around in this void very high up in the air around the ball, making all these observations and pictures and measurements and things. So we're doing some shit, I'm being told. Okay, wow. And then, you start hearing someone else come along. No, they're lying. They're not doing that. Here's this discrepancy. Here's this incoherency. Here's that incoherency. Here's this metaphysical impossibility, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there's a controversy here. There's a debate going on here. and then I listen to whomever I've listened to so far debate the issue, and I'm hearing a lot of arguments from both sides, and I recognize some error on this side, and I also recognize some error on this side. But for the most part, the people that are contradicting the officials, the institutions, they're making more sense to me as far as I can tell, and the officials are not making so much sense to me. And a lot of unreliable reasoning, aka fallacies, in their argumentation. I'm seeing a lot of hostility too, more so from the official side, the institutional side, than the fringe crackpot, you know, common people side. You know, and what I'm being told about the cosmos that I've been spawned into, it doesn't really conform to my empirical sense experience. And then I'm being told, well, Greg, it really does, you see, and for X, Y, and Z. And when I hear X, Y, and Z, and et cetera, I'm, you know, perhaps I'm just not trained well enough. Okay, perhaps I'm just not trained well, but so far it just doesn't make sense. And it seems like you're trying to keep the conclusion rather than trying to find whatever conclusion that is true, whatever it may be. Contrary to the kind of ethic that you told me earlier, you know, teacher, NASA, TV, you know, we're supposed to follow the truth wherever it leads, it's supposed to be objective. But I'm seeing a lot of subjective, unjustified, faithful commitment to a notion that when in essence, it doesn't really comport, it doesn't really correspond with my empirical experience.
So, like, don't you think if there was no intention to mislead, they would just show like the raw data from James Webb Telescope? Like they would show what it really looks like instead of showing like these cartoons and then just calling them pictures in the mainstream, and everyone thinks that like a telescope zoomed in super far and took that picture because the layman has no idea. So like, isn't it abundantly clear that they're misleading people?
You know, there's that too. You know, you're born into this world and you recognize patterns in human behavior, and you recognize not only do people disagree, not only are people coming to me bringing me information, and not only are people coming along also contradicting the information that was just brought to me earlier, but there's also intense conflict between these two, and there's a pattern of what is called deception, where people are taking advantage of the fact that they have knowledge that the other person hasn't, and the other person is ignorant and or does not know how to think well to scrutinize the person talking to them.
I just don't see how like the Glovers celebrate these images when they know they're not real.
Well, actually, I just tuned in, but actually you can download the raw image files from the telescope.
Yeah, do they look like
know
what
that?
they post? Did you know that wasn't my point?
I didn't know.
Yeah, my point was that the mainstream blasts all of these cartoons and calls them pictures.
Well, I haven't looked at the raw image data myself, but perhaps has any of you done that?
No, I just know for a fact that they're cartoons because they're admittedly cartoons. Like every time you get a picture of space like that with all those colors and all that detail, an artist looks at the charts of data. They're just data points. And then they use quote unquote science. So the pseudoscientific claims
not
about what
really.
it is,
I mean,
and then they do art.
Not really. What's being done is that this is basically the light captured by the telescope with some colors added to it, you know.